The Pledge of Allegiance, followed by invocation by Councilmember Chiriqui. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please feel free to sit. Mr. Mayor, fellow council members and city staff, fellow citizens, the following are remarks by John F. Kennedy from his acceptance speech on 15 July 1960 and his inaugural address on 20 January 1961. While the following remarks are in chronological order, they have been edited and paraphrased for brevity and clarity. The American people expect more from us than cries of indignation and attack. The times are too grave, the challenge too urgent, and the stakes too high to permit the customary passions of political debate. We are not here to curse the darkness. We are here to light the candle that can guide us through that darkness to a safe and sane future. Today, our concern must be with that future, for our world is changing. The old era is ending. The old ways will no longer do. Are we up to this task? Are we equal to this challenge? Are we willing to sacrifice in the present for the future? Or will we continue to sacrifice our future in order to enjoy the present? That is the question of the new frontier. That is the choice we must make. And so the trumpet summons us once again, not as a call to bear arms, though arms we need, not as a call to battle, although embattled we are, but a call to bear the burden of a long twilight struggle, year in, year out, a struggle against the common enemies of humanity, tyranny, poverty, disease, and war. Can we forge against these enemies a grand and global alliance, one that will assure a more and fruitful life for all? Will you join in this historic effort? The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it, and the glow from this fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good. Denise, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Shaw. Here. Gulick.
Here.
Neese.
Here.
Owen. Here. Joy.
Present.
Chiriqui.
I'm here.
Tidswell.
Here.
Purinton.
Excused, but there was a chance that Councilmember Purinton might appear for a portion of the meeting by Zoom. If she does, she understands that she can't vote unless she participates in an entire item. So with that, we'll continue. Go ahead.
Okay. Councilmember Boyette.
Here.
Repsis.
Here.
Mayor Cole.
Here. Thank you, everyone. I should have commented at the very top of our time here today that it's September 26, 2022. This is a regular business meeting of the Billings City Council. If you thought you were going to the movies, you got the wrong place. Our first item up are our minutes for September 12th, 2022. Is there either motion or changes? Councilmember Gulick?
I move that we adopt the September 12th minutes for 2022 as an official record of our meeting.
Thank you. Councilmember Boyette makes the second. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approval of the minutes of September 12, 2022, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We'll now go to council courtesies, and we do have some tonight. I'm going to start with two off the top here. You might wonder what all this stuff is. This is not something we have at our a typical meeting, but about 10 days ago, we were privileged enough to have a visit from Billings, delegation from Billings. That is a delegation from Billings, Missouri, founded 10 or 11 years before Billings, Montana was founded. in 1871. And so they came out and they brought us all of these mementos, which are tell some of the history of Billings, Missouri, and express their goodwill toward Billings, Montana, their younger sister. And Billings, Missouri is about 1,000 people, but big hearts. So if you're ever near Springfield, Missouri, or Branson, kind of Billings is in between there, make sure you check it out. And I hope, I should have encouraged before the meeting for people to come up and take a look. We'll find a place to display this, either in City Hall or in the public library. We have photos of their city council, a map of their journey to Billings, some of their great sports paraphernalia, and sweatshirt that fits perfectly from the Billings Wildcats, which... Yeah, what is it? Is there any?
No, stand up some people in the back.
Oh, you're right. Yeah. So, it's good that it doesn't say Bronx or something else. So we would have a major row on our hands. But anyway, thanks. If the people from Billings, Missouri are watching either tonight or in the future, if they're watching the tape of this, we sure appreciated your your visit. And we really look forward to building a relationship between our two Billings cities. And just want to make sure that we've got a picture from our public information officer. Are we good? And you can check out this stuff at a break. Anybody in the audience, please, at a break, please feel free to come up and check it out. And members of the council, hopefully you had a chance to look at it as well. I found out that there is we actually have several other sister cities. They were established quite a few years ago, and so I'll try to find out a little more about the history there and pass that on to the council so that they know. In my book, we were already born into the same family with Billings, Missouri, so I think they're kind of automatically a relative. With that, the other thing, we've got some Boy Scouts in the audience from two different troops tonight. And as part of their merit badge process, they need to watch government in action. And so we're privileged enough to have two Scoutmasters as well as their Scouts. So I'm going to ask our two Scoutmasters from Troop 2 and the other troop to kind of come forward and tell us a little bit about your troops and maybe invite your Scouts forward. And they can tell us maybe their names and a school that they go to. So, Brian. Or Robert.
Thank you, City Council. Thank you for having us here tonight. Our vision statement for the Boy Scouts is to prepare every eligible youth in America to become a responsible, participating citizen and leader who is guided by the Scout Oath and Law. Thank you for allowing us to be here, and thank you for helping us. Sorry, it's been a long day, and it's been a lot of traffic. My name is Robbie White. I'm with Troop 2. Troop 2 is one of the oldest troops here in Montana. We've been actively chartered for over 100 years, since 1916, I believe. And to this day, we continue to serve our youth. We continue to serve our community, and we value those attributes of scouting. Thank you so much for letting us be here.
Thank you. Robbie, Brian?
City Council, thank you for your time and allowing us to be here. I'm going to reiterate what Robbie has said. It's greatly appreciated to show these scouts how local government works, and that if you work hard, anybody from any background could be part of local government. My name is Brian Evans. I am the Scoutmaster for Troop 8394. We are currently chartered with the Elks. We're one of the relatively younger troops in town. We are an all-girls troop, and we're known as the Phoenix troop because we've had quite a few bumps and ups and downs, but no matter what's happened, the girls have always stood back up and risen to the occasion and kept going. So again, I want to thank you for your time. And
Gemma, would you like to have your Scouts come forward and just tell us maybe their name and what school they go to? Go ahead and come forward if you guys would like to do so. And also tell us, since we've got two different troops, tell us what your troop number is, or which troop you're with. Go ahead and just make a line, and when you're done, file to the back and make room for the next person.
Hi, I'm Emery Brenstel, and I go to Castle Rock Middle School.
Thank you.
I'm Cheyenne Cook, and I go to Elysian.
Thanks.
I'm Anona Rose Carl, and I go to Medicine Crow.
I'm Caroline Chambers, and I go to Skyview.
My name is Connor Spencer. I'm with Troop 2, and I go to Billings Senior High.
I'm Zachary Benson. I'm with Troop 2, and I'm a senior at Skyview.
My name is Jonas Hutchinson. I'm with Troop 2, and I go to Senior High.
I'm Odin Baker. I'm in Troop 2, and I go to Lewis and Clark.
My name is Noah Shoemaker, and I'm in Troop 2, and I go to Lewis and Clark Middle School.
My name is Isaiah Spencer, and I'm with Troop 2, and I go to Billings Senior High.
My name is Aiden LaFountain. I'm part of Troop 2, and I go to Senior.
My name is Wyatt Chambers. I'm with Troop 2, and I go to Castle Rock Middle School.
My name is Braden Maris. I'm in Troop 2, and I go to Riverside Middle School.
Hello, my name is Tom Spencer, and I go to Lewis and Clark Middle School.
And I am Zeke White. I'm part of Troop 2, and I'm his son, and I am going currently to Senior High.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Can we have a hand for our scouts tonight?
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move ahead with courtesies. Let's go to the next person in uniform, Chief St. John. Were you ever a scout, Chief? Oh, very good.
Mayor, Council, Troop 1, Billings Police Department. Mayor, Council, good evening. Could I have Sergeant Kramer and Officer Hildy report to the podium, please? Mayor and Council, I'm honored to recognize these two officers for their heroic and selfless actions on April 28 of this year. At approximately 8 p.m., Sergeant Kramer and Officer Hildy and other members of the Street Crimes Unit were conducting surveillance operations when they heard radio traffic regarding a suicidal person threatening to jump from atop the rims. The caller reported that her mother was on the phone, very upset, stating that she was going to jump, ending the phone call stating, quote, "Tell my babies I love them," and then hung up. The urgency of the situation was corroborated by a third party who reported a very distraught female pacing back and forth on the rims. Shortly thereafter, it was reported that the female had jumped. Sergeant Kramer and Officer Hildy broke off from their surveillance and responded. While en route, officers were advised that the victim was inaccessible from below and difficult to see from above. Not to be deterred, Sergeant Kramer and Officer Hildy began the difficult and dangerous climb to the victim's suspected location. Officer Hildy reached the victim first and found that she had fallen 30 feet, landed on a shelf, rolled off, and fell another 20 feet, became tangled in some bushes, and was hanging precariously over another ledge. Because of the treacherous terrain, all Officer Hildy could do was to hold the victim to keep her from falling off and dragging him over as well. Sergeant Kramer arrived shortly thereafter, and the two were able to pull the seriously injured victim from the ledge and begin first aid efforts in consultation with medical units above. Sergeant Kramer began to coordinate the rescue efforts by pinpointing the victim's location and identifying the needs of specialized equipment. The victim was subsequently lifted to the top of the rims by the fire department, where she received medical treatment before being transported to a hospital. Because of their selfless actions and extraordinary bravery involving risk and injury to themselves, I'm honored to present this department's second highest award, the Medal of Valor, to Sergeant Ryan Kramer and Officer Brad Hildy. Their actions bring great credit to themselves, the police department, and the city of Billings. Mayor, Sergeant Kramer, and Officer Hildy.
If the sergeant or officer would like to comment, they're more than welcome to do so.
Normally I leave this to the chief, but I just want to thank the additional officers, the fire department, and all the other responders that were there that day as well. So thank you very much.
This is not my arena, but thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Officer Hildy was No Shave November winner for 2020, by the way. So, Mayor and council, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, other council courtesies this evening. Councilmember Ripsis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to announce that on October 13th, the Partners for Parks Foundation, which is our nonprofit foundation that raises money in support of our parks and recreational facilities here in Billings, is holding a mayor's luncheon. And so, of course, you're aware of this, and we thank you for being willing to participate in this. But we are raising money to put in amenities at what will be a nice rim park with the Skyline Trail going through it from the airport out to Zimmerman Trail. And we heard last week that the bids are in and we'll be acting on those shortly. So it's great timing. We're going to be raising money and hope to raise a good deal of money to put in benches and shade structures, signage, those types of things along that trail in our great new park facility up there. And I just wanted to say, if anybody is so interested, the tables are sold out. But if you would like to support this cause, please contact me and I'll get you in touch with the Partners for Parks Foundation. They'd be happy to take your money. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I think if we told everybody I was cooking, we could open up a lot of seats real fast, but that's probably not the best thing. So thank you. Any other council courtesies this evening? Do not see any. So we'll move ahead to our proclamation for this evening, which is in recognition of the age-friendly community, Billings being an age-friendly community. And I know we have a number of representatives with the task force that's been working on this. So if you guys want to come forward to the podium, I'll give you an opportunity, your representative, to comment, and we can get a picture. I know you want to do that, and I'll read our proclamation as you're coming forward. The proclamation reads as follows. Whereas by 2030, Montana is projected to have the 5th highest population of elders in the nation, with 21% of Yellowstone County and Billings being residents 65 years of age or older. And whereas 5.7 million individuals are living with Alzheimer's disease in the United States, including over 20,000 in Montana and over 2,000 in Billings. And whereas according to the most recent community health assessment, older adults were more likely to report fair or poor overall health, limited ability to engage in daily activities, and more screen time than other groups in Yellowstone County. And whereas as Billings grows, it must balance the needs of diverse ages and abilities, supporting older residents and their ability to age in place. And whereas Billings serves as a critical hub for older adults to access healthcare, entertainment, social connections, and other daily needs. And whereas Billings previously committed to being a dementia-friendly community in 2018. And whereas the goal of age-friendly Billings is to raise awareness of how our community can be more inclusive and support the health and well-being of all ages. And whereas the Age-Friendly Billings Coalition will work to support and educate our community on the steps it can take to work to become a more age-friendly community. And whereas every part of the community plays a role and can take steps to create an age-friendly Billings. Now therefore, I, William Cole, Mayor of the City of Billings, do hereby proclaim that the City of Billings is an age-friendly community and encourage all citizens, organizations, and elements of government to work together to support our friends, family members, and citizens of all ages and abilities. So we've got a couple representatives of the coalition with us this evening, and if you would, please introduce yourself and tell us more.
Absolutely. So hello and good evening. My name is Eden Sowards. I'm the Community Health Improvement Manager, and I work for the Healthy by Design Coalition. And it's an initiative of Billings Clinic, Riverstone Health, and St. Vincent Healthcare. And this is Tyler Amundsen, and he's the Executive Director of Big Sky Senior Services. And so we would like to thank you, Mayor Cole, and the members of City Council for the city's commitment to becoming an age-friendly Billings. The goal for creating a more age-friendly community originated from the Healthy by Design initiative called Healthy Connections, which tackles social isolation by increasing connections through access and community. Our work group, which many of the partners are here tonight, have come together and are committed to addressing the needs of our older population, and in doing so, can also make our community more accessible for everyone. And so we greatly appreciate the city's support in this endeavor.
As you all can imagine, our work is just beginning with this proclamation that Mayor Cole has just made. And so we plan to work together to identify ways in which we can make Billings more age-friendly. We believe our community is already a leader in the region on how to support people in aging well, from everything from being dementia-friendly to seeking to fight the causes of elder abuse, programs to keep people active as they age, initiatives to help overcome isolation, and a desire to see people of all ages included in our community life. Our hope is to build on each of these initiatives and continue to grow into that. So we appreciate your support as we begin this work, and we look forward to working alongside all of you in this work as we move ahead. If anyone here in this room is interested, or any of the council members are interested to learn more about this work, we encourage you to reach out to me or Eden or any of the members of the group that are here tonight. Thank you, Mayor Cole, for doing this proclamation this evening, and thank you, City Council, for your time this evening as well.
Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, Eden, and thank you for all the members of the coalition for your work on this.
Appreciate it. We'd like to take a picture if we could, Mayor
Sure,
Cole.
that's great. If you want to have your coalition members come, and council, I'd ask us to stand so that might stand some chance of being seen. And I think you're going to have to come to the middle probably. Yeah.
Come in this way. Yeah, come on in.
Kind of looks like we're honoring the table.
That's great.
Come on in.
Hope you got a wide angle.
You can look at it first. Okay.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, that concludes our proclamations for this evening. Our next item up is council reports. I do have, these will be reports from the city council members for any group that we might serve on behalf of the city. In my case, I just want to alert everyone that they should have received a notice of a workshop and also public open house on this coming week, not this week, the following week, for the long-range transportation plan leadership workshop for developing the long-range transportation plan that is put together by our MPO. That's the Planning Board, the County Commissioners, Department of Transportation, and the city. So the leadership workshop is Tuesday, October 4th from 2 o'clock to 4 o'clock at the Billings Public Library in the community room. You're all invited, and then there will also be a public open house. I think it's that following Thursday, but watch your emails for that. I heard an advertisement on the radio for that driving in. So any other council reports this evening? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I have a quick report from the Bright and Beautiful Board. They're getting ready to, in conjunction with the Billings Park Department, get people signed up for Refresh the Rims, which is October 15th. So if you're interested in getting out and helping support getting where the new Skyline Trail will be built, cleaned up, it's a great opportunity.
Thank you very much. October 15th, Refresh the Rims. Any other council reports? Seeing none, we'll move on to our city administrator reports. Chris, do you have anything for us this evening before we go to public comment?
Mayor and council, I've just got 3 items. First, there was one bit of information that came in past the 3 o'clock this afternoon as an ex parte communication. It has to do with item number 3, Blue Creek School District children using Casey's Corner to take the bus. Second item is just to let you know we have not forgotten about, and we are continuing to collect data on Lake Elmo. and expecting to have a report in mid-October as to what the recommended options would be as some improvements of safety there. And then third is, if you give me a little bit of a grace here, this is the first time, and I'll try to get this right, which is I want to communicate out to you, either at each regular meeting or at each weekly meeting, essentially the number of times our police officers have an interaction with someone in the community that arguably they have a warrant out for their arrest, or they would ordinarily, under the officer's discretion, likely be taken to the jail. But we have a full jail. We have more than a full jail, so our officers often have to take that option off the table. And I think it's a bit, I know I was alarmed. So the most recent weekly count is 48 times in a week. That's 1,363 interactions over this past year that our officers didn't have that availed to them, that option. So I'm oversimplifying it relative to what they choose to do, whether the person gets a notice to appear. Please behave, don't get any more trouble, make sure you show up in front of the judge. So two numbers, 48 in the past week, 1,363 in the past year. That's an average of, I think the math was something like 39 a week. One other number comes from the county attorney's office. He showed it to us, he showed it a few different times. I think it's equally as powerful. If you look at every month of felonies that the county attorney's office deals with, the lowest month had 42%, the highest month was 57%, the average is 49.5, let's call it 50%. 50% of the felons who come before them already have a felony that they are assigned to a judge in Yellowstone County to deal with. So 50% of the felonies are already in the criminal justice system without an incarceration option, be it state or county. We're seeing more and more of our officers interacting with the same individuals over and over again. And that was one of the things they expressed to me when we worked through the public safety levy. They said, generally speaking, we're really grateful the city council and the city administration recognizes how important it is that we tackle these issues of public safety. But please don't overstate that it's a criminal justice system and it has to work at the county level as well as the state level if they're going to have truly the effect that we all want it to have in the system. And this is not to say that incarceration is the solution to all problems. It's not what I'm trying to point out at all. I'm just trying to point out that our officers are daily interacting with individuals who, one method of corrective behavior is not on the table to keep more crime from happening, more individuals from being victimized, and our officers from dealing with these individuals over and over. So we'll keep refining it so I make sure it's accurate as to precisely kind of how I say it, but generally speaking, you know, those are the numbers for the past week and year to date.
Chris, if I could just ask you further clarification, because this is going to be very important that we know exactly what those numbers are and what they represent. Were you saying that that the 48 last week, for example, and the chief can chime in here if you would like, but were times when our officers on their own unilaterally made a decision, it's not worth taking somebody to the jail because it's just too full, whether they really thought they needed to go to jail or not, which would be one thing, or was that 48 where they really thought they needed to go to jail, they take them to jail and they're rejected and have to turn around and go back? Those seem like two different things. Do you know?
I'm going to ask Chief St. John. I warned him that I could get us in trouble quickly. And after last week hanging out with about 4,000 other city managers around the globe, one said, we're about one question deep, right? After you get one question, I might be able to handle that. But after that, I'm going to have to pull up somebody who really knows what they're talking about. So I'm going to have Chief St. John help me out here.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes to all of those scenarios that you mentioned. The numbers that we're reflecting and what we have just pulled out last week, and so we will start building those, are basically any and all reasons that individuals coulda, shoulda, woulda been taken to jail. And there was a myriad of reasons why they weren't. For example, I mean, a lot of, nobody's going to extradite either coming or going because we don't have room, so we don't make an arrest. We run into people daily that have, maybe $10,000 worth of warrants, and we just tell them, you got warrants, go take care of it. Because we know the difficulty getting people in jail. So we pass on some of those. Some of them we actually do take to the jail and they're full and they don't take them, give them a notice to appear. And so what we are doing now is singling out a disposition code for those that are actually turned away at the jail. Everything else is pretty much a big number of all the reasons why we don't take somebody. So of that, the big number that Mr. Kukulski gave you, those potentially could have, should have, or would have gone to jail normally in some respect. Maybe they didn't stay there, spend the night and go get notice to appear or whatnot, but they did not. And so what the correlation is we know that they reoffended.
Okay, thank you, Chief. So what I'm hearing you say is these are people that in your judgment or the judgment of your police officers, in a perfect world, if they had infinite jail capacity, would have gone and been incarcerated, not just theoretically, because if I speed and I commit a misdemeanor, I suppose you theoretically could take me to jail, but that's not what you're talking about, unless you knew my real record, and then you might think differently. But these are people that in a perfect world you think should have gone to jail in a perfect world.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and, going to jail was, if we put them in at night, we used to be able to get them in front of the judge the next day, and that might be it, they're out. But we're not dealing with them the rest of the evening, so.
So it could have been a very short period, but sometime.
Yeah,
I saw
absolutely.
Councilmember Ripsis and Councilmember Owen. Councilmember Owen and Councilmember Ripsis.
I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions. So I assume those 48 individuals are adults, correct? But I've also heard some concerns. I mean, certainly the county attorney is raising concerns that we're seeing a spike in juvenile crimes. And I've at least heard some gossip that maybe the juvenile detention center is also turning people away.
Council member, that is an accurate statement.
Okay, so we have an adult and a juvenile problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Chris, do you think that as you bring us this data, you can also periodically bring us a jail census so that we understand who's there and for what reasons, sort of aggregate?
Happy to talk with the sheriff to see what they can help provide us in that regard.
Okay, and then this last question, I'm just going to throw to whichever one of you wants to answer it. I know, Chief, you've been up here and you have said that your officers are doing their jobs and they're keeping their morale up. But in fairness, that seems hard for them to continue arresting and seeing those same people out in 2 hours. So I'm concerned about officer morale, and I'd like to hear about that. But more importantly, we're going to have to start discussing alternative options, because it's not just 48 people who need to go to jail. It's the efficacy of our diversion and treatment programs that depend on a stick for the carrot. So I know that our alternatives are expensive and suboptimal, but at a minimum, we owe it to the public to tell them what those might be. So I'm curious as to your thoughts on morale and alternatives.
Chief, you want to go first on morale? You're closer than I am, and then I'll give some comments.
Well, council member, I would tell you that officers are most definitely frustrated. And when I start looking at morale issues, that really manifests itself in complaints, people calling in sick, many complaints of excessive force. All of those things really manifest what a morale problem is for a police department. And we are not seeing any of those. They are frustrated. They are angry. But they go out day in, day out and answer the bell. We are, segueing into another topic very briefly. On paper, we are almost at our authorized strength of 167. Realistically, we're 10% down. Because when I look at people that are in training, I have people that are injured, people off having babies, FMLA, training, military service. So 10% of our overall department is really non-deployable right now. It's a temporary thing. But most of those hits take place in the operations division. So that really translates to our patrol, which translates into being able to do proactive work. And we're running from call to call. The work they're doing is tremendous, absolutely tremendous. They're as you're well aware, we've got a terrible problem with violent crime and gun crime. We're averaging, a shooting about every 3.5 days. And as of the last couple of weeks, we've had 10 violent crime. We've solved 70% of those. So the work on the back end is outstanding. On the front end, not so much. And then that gets into a whole other work session to what Councilmember Owen was referring to. So yeah, they're frustrated, but they come to work every day and they work hard and they do a great job. So.
The piece I would add is that part of my responsibility in sharing this with you, sharing with the public, is in fact to be helpful in that regard, to let our officers know that we are paying attention and trying. We've always recognized the criminal justice system goes beyond just the city of Billings jurisdiction, and in no way, shape, or form am I trying to divert attention away from what our responsibility is. But it is a system. It does have to have sheriff's office, county, and state collaboration, and I made a commitment to them that I would do my job in reminding you and of the public of the things that they're running into that are making their jobs more challenging. So frankly, I think us paying attention to this and ultimately being successful at doing something about it is a part of keeping their morale up, that we do care.
But that doesn't answer my last question.
Okay.
Which is, when do we start getting serious about discussing alternatives? Because if we don't have a partner at the county level, we can't let our citizens be victimized simply because they're not listening to us. So when do we start exploring our alternatives, even if we acknowledge it's suboptimal?
I think it's all of several things we're learning about, understanding from other communities as well as ourselves, and having conversations with you all about prevention and other areas of investment. So we're not waiting to do that. It's something we're learning as we go. And ultimately, the tough decisions are going to be made here in recommendations from us. So that's not a very good answer to where we're at, but we made a commitment. This is messy. I mean, again, listening to other cities around the country and the challenges they're facing, it's good to know, unfortunately, there's a lot of company. That's unfortunate, but it's also, this is really complex. And our commitment is that we're going to make Billings a safer community. That is our commitment. How we do that, it takes all of us in this room and all 120,000 citizens. So we will continue to move forward and bring ideas. And I appreciate what you guys bring to us. I mean, some of you work in this space and you've helped educate me tremendously of the options of how to get involved and help upstream problems.
Thank you. We'll go to Councilor Repsis. Chris, can you just remind us when the next quarterly criminal justice coordinating committee meeting is with the state, with the county, with the parole officers? We know we've got real issues with the number of parolees. We can see former council member Ewald back there, and if we're going to figure out, he's going to remind us. We need to be having that conversation with them. Do you know when the next meeting is? And it was reaffirmed in an email recently that all council members are invited to that. Don't be shy about coming to them if you.
We'll pull up the CJCC meeting. I think it's monthly, but I'll double check whether it's quarterly, but I think it's monthly.
Okay.
And I'll make.
First Thursday, so that would suggest it's coming up here in October, real soon. I thought it was coming up real soon. So while you're looking for that, Councilmember Ripsis?
Yeah, thanks. Just real quick, Chief, I want to make sure I understand those numbers. Is that 48 individuals or is it 12 individuals that you ran across 4 times in a week?
48 individuals.
They're unique actual people. Thank you. And so you mentioned one thing that, and maybe I just misunderstood this. Some of these people you're coming across and they haven't really necessarily done anything at that time, but they have all these warrants out, and so you should take them into jail. Like how many of those cases versus how many of the cases where somebody actually did something right now that should be going to jail?
Right. Well, the larger number really encompasses all of those. What we're starting to do with the ones we pulled out are ones that are rejected. So I can drill down a little bit further on things. It's, generating statistics. It takes less that time. Yeah, I'll see if I can pull that out. The bigger number represents every time for a myriad of reasons that we didn't arrest somebody or take them to jail. We run into people all the time that have a non-appearance for a municipal court infraction, speeding, whatever the case may be. So a couple $100 fine. Take care of it. It's not worth our time and effort to arrest them, take them to jail, do the paperwork, and then they can't go in, and so we let them go. And if they don't show up again, now I got another non-appearance warrant. So in a perfect world, that doesn't happen. They get arrested, they go to jail, they can sit there until they see the judge the next morning, or they can bond out, take care of their issues and go.
All right. So to my mind, those are two very different things. If somebody has an outstanding speeding ticket, owes a couple $100 and hasn't paid that, it's a very different situation than somebody has been a violent criminal and is out and needs to be in jail.
And they go to jail.
And so I think as we have these numbers, Chris, if you're looking to refine these going forward, I'd like to know the difference between that. So yeah, it's nice to know that somebody has a speeding ticket that's unpaid and is accumulating fines and is falling behind, but it's a very different situation in my mind.
Happy to try to refine this at a reasonable level, not trying to overburden it, but I would say as once a young person, if there's no penalty for my not paying my $200, I'm not going to pay my $200. And then before you know it, I'm not paying my $500. And I'm shoplifting out of this store or that store. So I do think, though, yes, there's no doubt domestic violence versus some of these other things. There's a gradient here. But I think the part of my point here is the average citizen, at least if I shared this with my family, when I share this with my family, they would make an assumption that there's some consequence to just blowing off a criminal offense. But we have a lot of people who are just ignoring their issues, and it's creating a bigger and bigger rat in the snake of trying to deal with this stuff in the criminal justice system. So that's why I emphasized in the beginning, I want to be careful not to get super refined in this, but accurate for sure, and give you some general feedback, just as county attorney, I think, was very effective in showing that 42 to 50% of felons are already due to see a judge on a different felony, just haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Just a reminder, Council, we've got a long meeting ahead of us. Anything else on this topic? Again, this is the first installment on what will be refined data going forward, and I know we all appreciate that, and I think that's important. Councilmember Neese?
Yeah, Mayor, thank you. Chief, I just want to clarify when you said, because I didn't realize this, I thought when you took them to the county jail, they would be booked and maybe the county would release them, but you're saying that the county actually says, no, you can't come in.
That is correct.
And so the officers know that the jail is pretty full, and for them to actually drive their arrestee down to the jail, that means they really should belong in jail. And then they have to, turn around and just give them their warrant and release them back on the street?
That's correct.
And so I think it's really important the community knows that the Yellowstone County Jail, which is controlled by the county commissioners and the sheriff, is there really an issue that we need to get them participate with us to solve this issue. And it's not just our officers, and we can't just throw money at it, but we do need some participation from the county commissioners and the sheriff to help solve this problem. And I agree with you, and I met with you the other day, and I asked you, can't the officer just go down there, arrest them, let the county turn them out? But it seems to me that they can't do that. They can't just arrest them. They can't turn over the county and let them turn loose, because the county's refusing to even let them enter. And so I think that's a real problem the community needs to understand, that we're letting not just the people who violate their tickets, but some felons who cause a lot of theft around the community, and that are not going to jail where they should go to jail to see a judge. But thank you very much for bringing this, Chris. Thank you. I look forward to seeing these numbers, and hopefully you can watch these numbers come down and get the county involved as we start talking through our committee. So thank you.
Councilor Trickey has his hand up, but let's make this the last, and is it possible to keep it short?
One sentence.
Okay.
Now I'm up to 3. I want to remind everyone that there actually is something that you can do. The criminal justice system is primarily funded by the state of Montana. So make sure that when you vote for a legislator in the upcoming election in November, that they are willing to fund mental health, prisons, paroles, rehab centers, and all of these things that are missing right now that we cannot send anyone to. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Chris, I think, Chief, we're done with you, and we appreciate that. Anything else, Chris?
That's it, covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Then that concludes our administrator reports. Next, council, is there a motion, as we've done in the past, to permit public comment on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting as opposed to only at the end? Nobody wants to make that motion?
I'll make it. Mayor, I move that we allow up to 30 minutes of public comment on non-agenda items at the beginning of the meeting tonight.
Okay, and second by Councilmember Tidswell. That's a motion to change our agenda to allow public comment on non-agenda items up to 30 minutes max as the next item.
Yes, not for one person for 30 minutes.
Yes, that's right. In total. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. We've been trying this for a few weeks, 6 weeks to 7 weeks. Love the intention of it. I'm really struggling with us doing this at our business meetings. I feel like staff spends so much time on our agendas trying to get things in order. Today, we have a lot of people here for an agenda. I'm having a hard time lining that up with moving things that have not been on the agenda all the way up to the beginning, and we're putting off people that came for what we said we were going to talk about. So we've tried it for a while. I think it works great at the work sessions, but I'm going to vote no on it for the business meetings. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion. Councilmember Tricky.
I'm also not going to support it at this point. I do not believe that. I believe it's an important way of getting information to us. There are a lot of different ways of getting information to us. However, until we come in with a very specific proposal for how to do this on a regular basis that the council and the community can depend on, I can't support us changing the agenda on a regular basis, doing it and just leaving it basically. I mean, I will say that I did like that you limited it to 30 minutes.
Hopefully it'll be a lot less than that, but we don't know. Okay, Councilmember Neese, you had a comment before we vote?
Yeah, I've liked the changes that we've done. I hesitated this time, and I didn't make the motion because I wanted to see other council members and see if they had supported that. I'm concerned about the abuse. Mayor, you rightly so made sure that people adhere to the 3 minutes, and I think that as long as the public continues to do that, then I think we're okay. Then cut it off when we need to get back to business. And some people are standing in line, and it's time to get to business. I think that you should be able to do that, and as long as the public understands that this is a shortened version of the public comment we normally do at the end, then I'm okay with that. But we do have a long agenda tonight and a lot of people here, and I'd like to try and move this through as quick as possible. And hopefully it doesn't take 30 minutes. I'm okay if you'd actually shorten it up even further.
Okay, thank you. I'll proceed to a vote unless somebody has a quick comment that they wanted to make. Okay, so is the motion understandable? If in favor of making that change to our amendment, please, or to our agenda, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition are council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Tricky, and Boyette. And voting in favor, I believe, are the other 5 council members, Neese, Shaw, Cole, Tidswell, and Ripsis. Or Owen, I'm sorry. So we had a 5-5 tie. Motion fails. So what that means for anybody who came this evening to give comment on something that was not on our agenda tonight, you're welcome to do so, but as the agenda normally says, you got to wait till the end of the meeting. And that we don't know when that'll be. So we understand and apologize if you came with a different idea in mind, but that is our agenda. So with that, then we will move ahead to public comment on the things that are on our agenda tonight, but for which there is not going to be a public hearing later. And here I'll just make a comment to our scouts and anybody else who might have come to watch some portion of the beginning of the meeting. You're free to stay or you're free to go. If you need to get up and leave, you're welcome to do so. Just ask that when you do that, you do it quietly, and you're free to leave anytime. Okay, so the items tonight, the public comment is now appropriate for are items 1, 5, 6, and 7. That's the consent agenda, number 1, all the sub-items. Item 5, that's the Station 8 in the Heights proposed contract. Item 6, the low barrier shelter proposals. And item 7, the council committees. If you'd like to be heard on any of those, please come forward. And on low barrier shelter, we had a request from Carrie Boyder on behalf of the Continuum of Care to potentially have more time. If Carrie is monitoring us, we won't stick religiously to the 3 minutes. And I've also mentioned to representatives from the rescue mission that we'll give them that same privilege. But since they're advocates of these proposals, but please keep your comments to no more than about 5 minutes or something like that. Okay. Go ahead, come forward. Anybody like to comment on anything that is on our agenda this evening? Just tell us the item and your name and address.
Mayor, can you ask him to form a line, please?
Yeah, please make a line back there so we know how many people we're looking at.
Mayor, City Council members, Frank Ewald, 2131 Phoebe Drive. And going back to the discussion a little bit earlier, the quick answer is tell DOC we don't need any more. And the other thing is the state has a surplus of 1.5 B is in
Councilman
billion.
Ewald, the catch is you guys got to be related to our agenda.
That's just a side deal. Here's the agenda.
Okay.
The fire station in the Heights. The popular movement in the country right now is get rid of all the history so we don't have to be accountable for it. Well, I don't know if anybody remembers when this station got closed. It was actually 35 years ago, I believe. Some of the people here might not even been born then. But there was 2 main reasons why that station was closed. One was it was a back-end only station, and the traffic was starting to get heavier on Lake Elmo. The other reason was the state was planning on putting the bridge in across Lake Elmo to make Hilltop through to Main Street. And they put the curve in behind the station and cut a bunch of the station property off. So before that happened, they bought land on St. Andrews and Wicks and built the station there and moved everything over. I don't understand why you would buy a station between Station 6 and Station 1 when the growth in the Heights is northwest of Skyview and now into Alkali Creek. That's all Station 6 territory. And sometimes, if the story is too good to be true, it's too good to be true. History is studied for one reason, and that is so you don't repeat the same mistakes twice. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments on item 1, 5, 6, or 7? And again, go ahead and make a line so there's no delay. Terry, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, Terry Todd, 135 Monarch Street, Billings. I'm here to talk about the low barrier shelter, which I know we have hashed out to death. But one thing that I want to bring to your attention is in looking at the chronic utilizers survey. Of the chronic utilizer survey, which I just checked while I was sitting in the back of the room, the list that you received from the MRM with their the list of people staying there, there's one person that's on the chronic utilizer survey that is currently staying at the mission. That means that the other 93 of them, 6 are in jail. I looked that up, and a few are currently in a DOC hold, and a couple have passed away. But most of them are currently on the streets of Billings, and that is a public safety issue. And I believe that if we have a low barrier shelter that does not have a component that takes care of case management, we are just throwing money at something that's not going to be effective. Because the case management is what helps people transition from living on the streets, from living the way that they're living, into doing something different. And so I believe that coordinated care is a very vital part of what you're looking at. And I can tell you that from my agency, We took 7 people off of that list in the last calendar year. That doesn't mean that not everybody else is doing it. I just know that what you have to do is effective, and it has to be a 4-pronged approach. It has to deal with mental illness. It has to deal with drug addiction and alcoholism. It has to deal with homelessness. And then you've got to have follow-up and wraparound care. Because if we don't have those things, we will be talking about the same 94 people in another couple of years. And when you look at what has happened in the city of Billings and the fact that there are people who do not feel safe walking downtown, there are people who do not feel safe going to the grocery store because we have created an environment where those clients are constantly out there utilizing. And, $10 million to taxpayers over the course of a calendar year is a lot of money. And so a small amount of money from the safety mill levy and from the marijuana fund could begin to mitigate some of those effects. That's what I believe, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, if we don't have any other Councilmember or Catherine Card.
I'm
sorry
a
for the
council
insult
member
to
now?
call you a council member.
Run away.
By all seriousness, are there no other commenters? It doesn't look like it because there's no line. So we'll finish, I guess, after Catherine.
When is Carrie gonna comment?
What's that? Go ahead.
Saying, I was wondering when you'd arranged for Carrie to come.
She was going to appear online, but we don't see her. Yeah, I didn't hear that, but Chris.
That's why I'm standing.
Okay.
Trying to work out that technical issue.
This is
Okay.
Catherine Card, and I live at 2815 4th Avenue South. Just an aside on this. Many of us, Carrie is one example, but many of us that spend time and have spent time on these important issues have kids, we're caregivers, and the accessibility of this needs to be open. Carrie has a child, and that should have been worked out to make it accessible. But to the low barrier shelter situation, one of the things that she sent you, did all of you get to read this and her email about this person? Did you all look at it? It's a very interesting story. If you looked at it and saw the complexity, but also the repeated elements of the story that has to do with what Chief St. John said and has to do with low barrier shelter. The COC's low barrier shelter is designed to take care of a person such as this, and one of this person's issues that keeps him out of places like MRM and keeps him out of other places that can help him is that he is incontinent. He's not the only one. And that's a huge problem. And I think that's a piece that we need to consider. If you've read her letter and looked at this, you see that one of the answers for him repeatedly over and over again, if the shelters don't take him, he's sleeping in the doorway. And so then he gets arrested for trespass. He gets arrested for jaywalking. He gets arrested for open container. He gets arrested for peeing in his pants and not being able to function enough to even know where he is at times on a March day when it's freezing cold out there. We need the kind of shelter that is open and functioning and does the guest support, such as Terry mentioned, that helps this kind of person, in his best mode. You can talk to him, he's reasonable, but under these conditions, he's not, and currently he is not being sheltered and won't be. One of the things, like Chief St. John said, and we were talking about, he's been in jail repeatedly for nonviolent crimes. The way I found him was just to look on the jail rolls, and I saw many like him who were in for trespass or even no warrants, who were in for a long time. And that doesn't make sense when we're releasing violent offenders. So the low barrier shelter is one, and guest services, guest support are a way that we can help alleviate that issue and that crunch.
Catherine, the buzzer went off.
Thank you.
Next. Okay. Chris, what's the status with Carrie?
So we do have that functioning. My apologies on our end for our technical challenges, but Carrie can present and she can go through the spreadsheet, which is what she communicated with me she'd like to have the opportunity to do tonight. So whenever you want to turn it over to her, she can speak on behalf of COC.
Okay. We'll do that. Carrie, we're going to hear from you in just a second. I just want to make sure that you'd heard at the beginning of this, because you have a big dog in this fight, and Matt Lundgren is also in line here. I don't want to be too strict about the 3 minutes, but we don't want you to go too long because we got a long meeting ahead of us. Can whatever you have to say be fit within 3 to 5 minutes? Does that work for you?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, go ahead then.
I think, am I able to share my screen here?
Give it a try.
Can you all see this?
Yep, we're seeing the spreadsheet that you sent to the city council this morning.
Yes, so I just wanted to quickly go over this. I'm not going to go over every single thing, but I wanted you all to be able to see what I had pulled together on this, so that you know what all the information is, and kind of point out a few key facts on this, especially given the conversation that happened earlier in the meeting tonight about folks, warrants being served and people being turned away from the jail. So as Catherine mentioned, this is one of our unhoused neighbors in downtown Billings. This person is not actually identified in the chronic high utilizer list from downtown Billings, but as you will see, this is a frequent utilizer of systems engagement, or what we call a fused client. So we really only pulled the data back to November, so about a 2-year period. And what I did is just went through, you can see most of these, he had some open containers, was trespassed from a couple places, and then, was arrested on those trespassing here. But really what ended up happening is, after several incidents, including jaywalking even, he was cited for jaywalking in this time, he was arrested on the 20th of November and taken in for warrants that had been issued for failures to appear on all those previous charges up above. And so you can see in here, it's important to note these officer comments because it does talk about the state of this individual, as officers found him sleeping in entryways, sleeping in the doorway, sleeping in the recessed entryway. So typically they're coming across him when he's sleeping. And it's at some of the same locations over and over. So we had another incidence here, a period of time. You'll see they kind of come in chunks of February 24th, February 25th, February 26th. And you can see first what happened is officers tried to transport him to the hospital. The next day, or the next morning really, a mental health response. So this is not involving criminal activity. This is just our downtown officer responding because he was in a severe state. As you can see, some of the quotes from that officer is that he had an old diaper on with what appeared to be several days worth of urine and feces. That officer had met with this gentleman over 50 times in the past year. You can imagine the amount of time and expense for that. And he was shivering, his pants were frozen down into his boots, and he was not able to pull them up to cover his legs and groin. Sergeant Manser said that this man is bravely disabled and unable to care for himself and unable to protect himself from the elements. So that was a mental health response. And then you can see the next evening, likely not having much other options. This was here at Billings Clinic. So he had stayed at Billings Clinic. They did arrest him and take him to jail. Because they, probably didn't want to put him back out on the streets that night and didn't have a lot of other options. So there you go. He's got these fines again at a higher level than what he had before, because each time you don't appear, it goes up in cost. And of course, this is an unhoused individual who doesn't have money to pay those kinds of fines. So then you see the next big time that we see the interaction is on the 24th of this year, twice, really back to back. It was a criminal trespass as well as a public urination ticket. And then on the 25th, you see again, and that's at 7:31 in the morning, a mental health response there. And then we start seeing again here around July of this year and August, where we're running into this gentleman again. And he's actually arrested once again on the 22nd of July. And now he's got, $7,000 worth of bonds here. And again, you can see the officer comments about the state of this gentleman. On most days, he refuses
And
to
Carrie,
go
here,
out.
I'm just going to remind you, you're 3 minutes into your comments, and I'm sure there's a lot of detail here, but I think you probably want to make a point.
Yep, I'm wrapping up, sir. So the point being that this gentleman, we're still here right now actively. He just has another court appearance on the 6th of October. So we're still dealing with this the same way we've been dealing with it for 2 years. And the point being that we could be sheltering him. Instead of officers having nowhere to take him night after night, repeatedly cycles of this, we could be sheltering this gentleman, getting him help medically, screening him, making sure his needs are being met. The next morning, connecting him with services. All this could be done in the shelter that we could offer, and we are asking for funding for. So that's primarily what I wanted you all to be able to see, how just one person in our system who's not even a chronic high utilizer, the kind of cost to the city of Billings, because these are Billings police officers. These are all city court cases, so they're all city court clerks, municipal judges, records clerks. It's all city time that's being spent here. So this gentleman, just to serve these 22 warrants in these 25 encounters that he had with law enforcement, Billings Police Department solely, was $55,000. Just for the warrants. Again, a citation is more, an arrest is more, a transport to jail, which happened 11 times, is more, a transport to the hospital 4 times that happened is more. And we did not look at the county jail. I do know on the 22nd of July when he went, he was there for 16 days, did not get arraigned through city court because there's
About
such a
6.
backlog there.
Yeah.
And he eventually did bond
Well, no, I got
himself
5.
out with the limited amount of funds that he has through SSDI and the 10% that he could pay through a bondsman. So I just kind of want to give you all a case study as to what happens when we just leave folks on the streets, not just for them and for this gentleman and what was, clearly a pretty sad state, but for our officers who are left without very many options.
Okay, Carrie, I'm gonna interrupt you if you can. We're about 7 minutes in, so if that's sufficient on your end.
Sure. Sorry, I was prepared for a different format for this evening and was told that it would be a presentation with questions, so.
Well, did you have anything else that you really want to make sure that you had for us?
I'm just available to answer questions if you all have it.
Okay, thank you very much. Council will either proceed with, and you can come back with any questions, or if anybody had any, I'm not seeing anybody jumping. So stay tuned, Carrie. We may have questions when we close with other public comment, okay? All right, thank you very much. Next person.
Hi, my name is Eric Peterson. My address is 2214 Greenbrier Road, Billings, Montana. I'm on the board of the Montana Rescue Mission, and I'm here in support of our proposal for additional funds to be given to us. The Montana Rescue Mission has a track record of nearly 7 decades of dealing and helping with these issues that we've been discussing here tonight. We have the holistic services that people are looking for. We have counselors that can help people. We have resources to help people get housing. We have resources to help people get sober and stay sober. We have resources to meet their educational needs and vocational training needs. And we frequently have police officers drop people off at the rescue mission that we're more than happy to take those people in. And some of these individuals that we've been talking about tonight, we have capacity to help them as well. We've been doing the work. We are good at doing the work, and we will put the money to good use if you give it to us. And our goal is always to address homelessness and the unhomed here in Yellowstone County. And we know that we deal with it even from outside of Yellowstone County because people get brought here. So again, I just wanted to show up and show my support for what we've been doing there. Matt Lundgren's done an amazing job of expanding the services and consolidating the services to a centralized location now to help us better serve people, make better use of the funds that we'd be given, efficient use of those funds, and putting it to truly making a difference in this community. And I think our goals are all here the same, and I just think that we've got a proven track record of doing these things, and we would be good stewards of the money that you give us. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, and Manager Kukulski. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Matt Lundgren. I'm the Director of the Montana Rescue Mission. I've stood before you before, and I'm here again tonight just to make some brief comments. Montana Rescue Mission has given you a proposal, which you've seen, for a year-round low-barrier shelter, which we have been doing for decades, and we're going to continue to do. But frankly, we'd like your help. As other people had mentioned, whether it was Terry or Catherine or Carrie, there's a group of people that need help, and we stand ready to help. There's also a group of people in town that don't necessarily want help, and then you find people that are repeatedly interacting with law enforcement. And I wish I had a magic wand I could wave over people to say, you don't want help, you don't want to be sheltered, you don't want anyone to help you, and get them in, because we truly are going out several times a week doing outreach and bringing people in. I have in front of you a petition. So often we in leadership will say, this is what's good for our community. But often I think it's a good governing principle to ask the people we're serving, how can we best serve you? So we did a verbal survey of the folks in the shelter saying, what do you need? What do you want? And overwhelmingly, everyone said, we want the Montana Rescue Mission Low Barrier Shelter to continue. And so they asked us to put together a petition, and we have over 100 names in front of you of people who are currently being served by us. Some in our low barrier shelter, some in our long-term program. But to a person, every one of them says they have a relationship with Montana Rescue Mission, they would like to stay with Montana Rescue Mission, and they would like to continue to be served by us. So whenever we make decisions affecting people, it's always good to ask them. And when the homeless are saying they trust us, they like our track record, and they're getting all the services they need, we have 3 case managers on staff, we have mental health therapists, drug addiction counselors, we have all the services to help. We've recently met with the police and the fire, asking them to bring people to us. We stand ready to receive people. And so to me, if we were to fund another effort, it would be purely a duplication of what we're doing. During the pandemic and since then, with inflation and some other things like housing prices, we have seen our numbers jump dramatically. Before the pandemic, we were averaging around 90. Last night, I believe we had 190. Think about how that's straining our resources. We're not receiving city funding. Now, yes, there's some TIF funding coming after our project is done 2 years later for our building project. This is different funding for operations. We're asking if you could help us with this big bump to get us through the hurdle until our new campus is built and we can serve more efficiently, more effectively. We heard it earlier said that the jail is full. If we can't serve people, I don't think the jail has the capacity for 190 more people tonight. So we're there doing this free of charge for the taxpayers, and we're happy to do it. Ours is a permanent solution that has operated for years, and we would like to continue to operate it. Our shelter guests have told us repeatedly that a temporary solution, having to go somewhere for a few months and then being put out on the street, and that happened twice, if not 3 times, with the last temporary effort that the COC made. Many of our guests came to us feeling like that was too much to be in and out, in and out. They can stay with us. And they do stay with us. And our goal is to get people back on their feet and back into the workforce. There were some comments made about, well, why should we use the public money for this? Well, frankly, the citizens of Billings, myself included, voted for the public safety mill levy because there was a component in there that said, we want to address the unmet mental health and homelessness needs of people downtown and elsewhere. And we're doing it. So if we're going to have a seat at the table, we would like to say, can we also be served some food? Because we're serving last year over 100,000 meals to people free of charge. And so it's my job to advocate for the homeless and the poor and the needy in our community. And I hope the city will be a partner with us in this endeavor because we could certainly use your help as we are stretched to our capacity and we're building a new campus that's really going to help this city long term, just as we've helped the city for over 70 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I just have a question in the staff report from Chris, and hopefully you've seen that, but he has a list of 6 criteria, and I don't know that this is intended to be a complete list. I'm sure it's not, but proper data collection, coordinated entry used, serving all that, unless they belong in jail, emergency room, crisis center, sharing the do not serve list, good faith participation in continuum of care, hours of service being clearly defined. You've probably seen that list, hopefully you have.
I have.
And are those things all things that you can commit to and would commit to?
Those are all things to do, all things that we are currently doing, with the exception of the second one or the third one. We have talked repeatedly about getting involved with the rest of the statewide continuum of care data system. We're willing to go back into that if that's what it takes to have the city as a partner in this endeavor. I think that's the only one where there were some hiccups on that, and we have said clearly that we're willing to do that.
Okay, excuse me? I'll let you ask a question, Councilmember Tidswell, and then Councilmember Neese.
Questions on the low barrier shelter now, because I have many.
Oh, okay. We'll,
Wait till the end?
we'll wait till the end, we'll see if everybody, and then we'll have questions.
Thank
Okay,
you.
Don't leave. Okay, next. Excuse me, Councilman?
Will he stay here till the end?
Well, I guess I'm assuming, council, that during this time period, you're still going to want to have questions during this question period, or?
And when we vote later.
Yeah, I would wait till we
I
get to
want
the
questions
debate.
later.
Okay, all right, so that we'll when we actually get to that item, and Carrie, hopefully you'll be available as well, when we get to item 6 is when we'll follow up with those questions.
Okay.
Unless somebody has any objection to that, and that seems to be the consensus up here, so. Yeah, sorry. Oksana, go ahead.
Okay. Hi there, my name is Oksana Zakharchenko. I'm at 2902 Minnesota Avenue. I just have a couple of quick comments. I'm the program director for Montana Rescue Mission. We have extended our hours for the emergency shelter, or also known as a low barrier shelter, and been operating that successfully now since the beginning of September. We serve now a couple of hundred people per day. The one comment that I want to make is, well, I want to make a lot of comments, but just going to make a couple. I have heard from some of the city council members, I have heard from some of the COC members that they're concerned about some specific individuals who are left out on the street. However, I have not had any of those members reach out to me and call me and say, hey, I have this individual, can I bring this individual to you, or simply bring this individual to the shelter to receive services. So specifically to COC members like Carrie Boyder or Catherine Card, who are saying there are people left out on the street, I recommend that they reach out to me and bring those people to receive services if they are truly that concerned about people who are left out on the street. That's really all I have today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, Mr. Dunn.
Wesley Dunn, Dorothy Lane. So speaking on this low barrier shelter thing, I'm a taxpayer. I do not support this. If we fix the crackhead situation in Billings, the homeless situation will fix itself. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on items 1, 5, 6, or 7? Don't see any, so we'll go ahead and close the public comment period on those items and move ahead with item 1, our consent agenda. Do we have any separations? Councilmember Neese?
I'd like to separate item number G, please.
Item 1D, purchase
G is in George.
amended development agreement with Alkali Timbers. Thank you. Any other separations, Councilmember Boyette?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 1G.
Second.
Fine. I just want to make sure there weren't any other separations. Nobody was raising their hands. I don't think so. Council Member Boyette makes a motion for approval. Councilmember Neese has the second. Discussion on motion for approval of the non-separated items. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll move to the vote. The motion is for approval of the non-separated items. If in favor, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 1G, amended development agreement with Alkali Timbers. Councilmember Neese, did you want to start us off on that?
Yeah, I will. I'm not going to support this. I'm sure it's probably going to pass, but I'm really concerned about how this development changed over time. The idea was to actually put in a trail safe for pedestrians during this time, to have a trail connecting from the Skyway Drive down at least through the development of Alkali Creek. Initially, we had placed the trail inside the development, and they approved a path along with gravel, a rough gravel trail that was going to be in there. It would give those residents who wanted to use the trail system some safety to get a little bit off of Alkali Creek. That changed, and they agreed then, well, that changed to, well, we can't do that. We're not going to do inner trail. We're going to do it along Alkali Creek, but we'll go ahead and pave it along Alkali Creek, and then we'll gravel it, to Skyway Drive, and still give some residents safe to travel down there, being separated off of the higher speed traffic on Alkali Creek. And now they're removing that at this time. And I think this goes to the fact that when we bring developments into the community like this, we need to look at a longer distance in the future as far as how we want to develop some trails throughout the city. And I think we in our planning department needs to take a second look and stop and say, well, listen, if we're developing this, we've already got a trail system here. Maybe what they should have started is development at the corner instead of, way down and where they could actually build the trail system, connecting, developing their trail. Residents can actually use that trail system and then move it along. And so I think that we need to really have a better development plan when we do these bigger developments, and we're going to try and connect them to trails instead of having these hop skip trails that people have to kind of navigate and be outside. So I won't support it for that. I'm sure it's going to pass, and our residents will have to navigate around the fast traffic along Alkali Creek between the developed trail and the non-developed trail to get to the developed trail that goes up Skyway to the dog park and that. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we don't have a motion on the floor yet, but Councilmembers Owen and Councilmember Boyette.
Mayor, I'm just wondering if we could hear a little bit from Debbie about this.
Debbie.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So this amended development agreement is simply the timing. So at the meeting where we approved this, it was to gravel up phases 2 and 3. The process through the Corps of Engineer is a long process, and they're kind of running into a lot of hurdles. So what this basically says is we'll get 1 done when phase 1 is done, and then 2 and 3 will be gravelled as soon as they get that permit. So it just gives them time to get that permit. We've encountered similar issues, so I'm somewhat sympathetic in this case.
Thank you, Councilmember Boyette and Councilmember Joy.
That's what I wanted to do.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I move we approve amended development agreement with Alkali Timbers LLC.
Councilmember Owen. Any discussion? Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I remember very clearly at the time of this discussion that the hurdle was the Army Corps of Engineers and what was going to be necessary in order to do this. And as I've said before, developers put their capital on the line in order to develop housing for us. And I think it's always comes down to a fine balance for us as council to be both concerned about the future and the appropriateness of our planning, and at the same time not create obstacles for housing to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councilmember Bowen.
I just want to recognize my colleagues' advocacy for a good trail system in the Heights and throughout the community. I think it's right to do that, and I appreciate it. For me, this project is really the touchstone to start keying in really quality development along the Inner Belt Loop. And so I think it's just really important that we continue to send signals that along this very complicated corridor, the city of Billings is willing to work with developers and solve these incredibly complicated problems. Obviously, this development isn't exactly on the Inner Belt Loop, but it certainly points to it. So I think it's worth making this exception and trying to find a way to make this project work.
Thank you. Any further discussion? If not, we'll proceed to a vote. Motion is for approval, item 1G. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Voting in opposition, council members Neese and Tidswell. All the other council members voting in favor. Motion passes. That concludes then item 1, the consent agenda. Brings us to the item 2 on our regular agenda. Denise, would you read item 2? And here we've got 2 different SIDs, and I think we're going to have a single presentation by our finance director, but we'll need to have separate votes. So Denise, why don't you read both items 2A and 2B?
Okay, Mayor. Public hearing and resolutions relevying assessments for the following. 2A is SID 1416 at Glen Eagles Boulevard, Sierra Grande Boulevard, and Black Diamond Road area. Item 2B is SID 1418 and the Holiday Avenue area. Staff recommends approval for both of these items.
Okay, Finance Director, you managed to scare away several hundred Boy Scouts who didn't want to hear about
I thought they were all
city
here for this.
assessments for some reason, but that's
I'm glad
okay.
you guys stayed. It's going to get exciting. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I have no formal presentation here to answer questions. What we have here are 2 SIDs. We issue bonds, set assessments based upon engineering estimates, just depending on timing in some cases, and that was the case here. The work's completed, bills are paid. We borrowed more than we needed, so we are going to use those funds to pay down debt, hence the reduction in assessments to property owners within these 2 SIDs. So that's the ask for this evening. That's all I have. A reminder, it's a public hearing, 2 separate votes.
Very good. Before we open it for public hearing, any questions for Andy? Don't see it. Councilmember Shaw?
How much money are we saving people?
Let's see. So I think it's about, SID 1416 is about 6,000 per property. It's a total of 18,000. Not a lot of properties in the SID. And then SID 1418 is a total of 88,000. There it's about $29,000 per property. Again, not a lot of properties in these districts.
Thank you. Don't see any other questions, so we'll proceed to a public hearing on both items, SID 416 and SID 418, items 2A and 2B. If you're here to offer public comment, now's the time to do that. Any public comment on items 2A or 2B? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing on items 2A and 2B. Council, how would you like to proceed? Do we have first item up to A, SID 1416? Council Member Shaw.
Thank you. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve a resolution re-levying and reassessing SID 1416 as recommended by staff.
Thank you, Council Member Tidswell. The second. Discussion. Is there any discussion? Now we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 2A, SID 1416, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Item 2B, is there a motion? Councilmember Gulick.
Yes, having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve resolution re-levying and reassessing SID 1418 as recommended by staff.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Boyette. Discussion. Item 2B. Is there any discussion? Don't see any. We'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item 2B, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. That concludes item 2. Item 3. Denise, would you read item 3?
Public hearing and first reading ordinance for zone change 1017, located generally at the intersection of Santiago Boulevard and Blue Creek Road. The Zoning Commission recommends approval and adoption of the 10 criteria.
Thank you very much. Tonight on this item, we have a presentation by Karen, I think, Karen Hussman. And after the presentation, we'll have any questions for Karen, and then there'll be an opportunity for public comment.
Good evening, and thank you, Mayor and Council. This zone change, there we go. I just want to give a little bit of background. This is a zone change that we've had a lot of conversations, I'll say conversations, the applicant and agent came to staff originally with a proposal for this project to develop as a car wash. And under the current zoning of corridor mixed use 1, it is allowed with a special review. But as we researched the property, we discovered that along with that special review, they would need a minimum of 8 different variances approved with that special review approval in order to develop this property. 5 of those variances would have to be required for any type of development because of the size, dimensions, the topography. There is a floodplain and an easement. And those restrictions are going to be in place for any type of development under this zone district. The corridor mixed use and the heavy commercial districts do have a lot of the same uses that are allowed. I did include in your attachments a matrix of the uses that are different. I tried to pull those out. I know that's a question you usually ask. And I did put that in my staff report for you. One of the main differences for corridor mixed use and the heavy commercial is that the mixed use development allows residential, multifamily. I did want to pull out too, one of the uses that I heard comments about was cannabis use on this site, which is not allowed. In any type of marijuana business must be at least 1,000 feet from a residential zone. So I just wanted to clarify that, so there is no concern about that. Just a couple of the similarities in the districts. The zoning to the north is corridor mixed use as well. The south is the heavy commercial and the existing storage facility. We have CX public to the east, and the N3 zone is approximately 120 feet from that closest edge of the parcel. To the west is an N4 development, which is outside the city limits. The aerial view here shows, I just wanted to point out too, the landscaping for both districts because of the development is pretty similar. Residential might require a little bit more development as far as what their parking lot landscaping would be required, but it's not adjacent to a residential development, so there wouldn't be any buffering requirements. So the landscaping wouldn't be an issue. There was also a comment about the access, and I wanted to point out that Blue Creek Road is actually a highway. It's monitored by MDT. Montana Department of Transportation will not grant them another access. They have an access to the storage facility. They cannot go through their storage facility and get to this parcel. The right-of-way width there, you can see the property line. That's not their property. Montana Department of Transportation will not let them use that to access this parcel. There's also a little driveway that's just on the corner there that's off of Blue Creek Road. That's not a legal access. They cannot use that. They will not be permitted to use that in developing this parcel. I put this slide in so that you can see to the west side of this parcel, the majority of that edge is in the floodplain. They cannot build into the floodplain. There's also an easement there. To the east side, there is a very different topography. I'm going to point that out in some of the photos. This is a subject property. And this is looking south towards those storage units. This is looking south on the northeast side of the storage units. You can see the topography difference for that edge. And it goes pretty much close to Santiago all the way to that existing driveway. This is looking across Santiago. That's the existing water filling station. And this is looking along Blue Creek Road to the gas station that exists and across Blue Creek Road. There were comments made about notification. I just wanted to point out some of the procedural things. Our applicant is responsible for having a pre-application neighborhood meeting prior to submitting for their application. Then they submit their application. Once that's submitted, the application is circulated to our city departments, and our city departments will put in any kind of comments that they have concerns over. That includes fire, police, public works, public utilities. Once we've got those comments in, they will be in our staff report. The applications, the legal ad then goes out, the property is posted, and our surrounding property owner notices are sent out. The staff report is submitted to the zoning commission. The zoning commission holds their public hearing. We pull in all the comments and testimony from that public hearing, and it's brought forth to another staff memo that goes to the city council. And that is where we are tonight at the city council public hearing. If it's approved on first reading through this public hearing, it will go to a second reading. I also wanted to point out that because of the proximity to the city limit line, we have a 1,320 radius property owner notification that went out. So now I'm bringing forward the zoning commission recommendation. It does meet the growth policy. It does meet the criteria that we have to review zone changes. It is compatible with the adjacent zoning. The zone change criteria that we have to determine if this zone change is appropriate for this particular parcel of land. It's not reviewing whether or not this is an appropriate use of the land that they are proposing. It's the zone district. And I just wanted to make sure that that was understood while I'm going through my information. The other thing that I wanted to point out was that you received a protest petition. It's not a valid protest because our requirements are any property owner within 150 feet radius of the subject property would be one of the valid signatures. And we only received one of those signatures of the property owners within that area. There was a lot of people that signed the petition, so that's not been disregarded. But under the criteria that we have for a valid protest, it does not make it a valid protest under the law. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions for Karen? Do we have questions for Karen? Oh, Councilmember Gulick, Councilmember Denise?
Yeah, criterion number 10, whether the new zoning will encourage the most appropriate use of land throughout the city of Billings. I guess that throughout the city of Billings is the part that kind of confuses me a little bit. Can you shed light on what that means?
It's the zone district again. Is this zone district appropriate for this parcel? And because the zone district to the south is exactly the same district, it would encourage the same type of use that is on that district site.
Okay, Councilmember Denise?
Karen, real quick, you made a comment about cannabis 1,000 feet from residential, and I don't, sorry, I'll bring this closer. Can you hear me now? Okay. You made a comment about the cannabis being 1,000 feet from residential, and isn't that door to door, or is that door to the property line? Do you remember? I don't recall.
Actually, it's the door of the use to the property line.
Okay. So depending on where they put their door, are you saying that even if they put their door at the farmost easterly position, it's not near any city residential, they can't get to 1,000, farther than 1,000 feet?
The most easterly property line is not even 400 feet.
400 feet. So our cannabis ordinance would have to change to be under 400 feet before it would actually allow cannabis to go into that
Correct.
location?
And there's still restrictions to the type of use that would be allowed, even if it was.
Okay.
It's within the city limits.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you. I I hear you say that there's opposition, and I hear that there's a protest position received but not valid. So between the time that neighborhood meetings were conducted or the zoning commission hearing was held, has the developer voluntarily made any changes or modifications to address the neighbor's concern? Is there any sort of, I understand, that there can't be requirements, and I know you don't want to talk about the specific use, but humor me if you will.
I can tell you what I know. I know that there was a lot of concern about the traffic. That was the one that I heard the most, the traffic and safety in that intersection. And I know that there have been correspondence between the applicant, agent, and Public Works Engineering about proposals that could possibly be improved at that intersection if the zone change were approved. Those are very preliminary, but they are working with the engineering department to see what they can do, as well as, where their approach would lie on Santiago and how it would line up and those type of things. That's the information that I can provide on it.
So no efforts, for example, to voluntarily do landscaping to mitigate noise or any of that kind of thing? You had seen or heard that?
I would have to defer to the applicant's agent because they are here to comment on that.
Great. And then just one last question. You might not be able to answer this, and that's okay, but I would appreciate it if you'd go back and look if you can't. It seems that there's a lot of interest in car washes. And I'm wondering if there's a reason, because it doesn't seem to me like there's a shortage of car washes in the community. So is there something about our zoning approach or our rules or our regulatory schematic that makes those more lucrative or profitable in specific areas? Or have we really encouraged lots of diverse commercial development, or is there something about what we're doing as a city government that seems to incentivize these car washes kind of popping up everywhere?
Well, I can't tell you as staff that we encourage certain types of items coming to us. A lot of times it's an applicant or an agent coming to us and asking if they can do that type of use. I don't know that we are encouraging or discouraging a car wash.
No, I don't mean people, like how you interact with people. I'm saying the scheme that we've set up, the way we zone, the rules for development, any of our legal or regulatory approaches. Is that creating something that says this type of business is really lucrative and these really aren't?
I can't answer that.
Would you mind looking into it?
I can.
Thank you.
Councilmember Neese, I think you said something. If you don't mind, we'll come back. We'll finish on through. Any other questions for Karen? While we're on the issue of traffic, that's what I was seeing in all of the emails being the predominant concern. So would you just drill into that a little bit further, Karen? And if Debbie Melling, our Public Works Director, could comment as well. Tell us about how this might impact traffic. Traffic is a consideration, zoning criteria 6, I guess it is. What kind of traffic might be generated with a car wash compared to other uses? There is an existing zone here, corridor mixed use. I don't see this becoming residential. It is on a major road, always has been, always will be. But other commercial type developments, how would a car wash compare to that? And then in particular, I know there was concern about queuing up and not, if somebody's making a left on Blue Creek, everybody stacks up. So is there any way to mitigate that? I know you mentioned there was some discussion going on about that.
I am going to defer to the agent and engineering because those specifics are pretty definitely their realm of expertise.
Okay, if Debbie or if you've got traffic engineer or whoever wants to comment from your shop. And maybe you could also mention about sidewalks, because I know there was also discussion about pedestrian traffic along there and the lack of sidewalks.
So again, we don't know what the use is, so we haven't seen a site development plan. We haven't seen a traffic study because we're not to that point yet. So we're talking about a little bit premature ideas here yet on, what we're looking at. But what we can do is widen, and we will require that they widen Santiago to a half street, the full half street. What that'll allow us to do is stripe a left turn lane. So we would have a right, we'd have a left, and then we'd have an in. So it'd be 3 lanes at that intersection. The sidewalk, as long as it can physically be constructed, it will be required.
Okay, thank you. And how about just how much traffic is generated by a car wash?
It depends. I don't know if Taylor, do you have numbers that you want to share? So what he said is 200 to 250 trips per day. Again, it depends. The Mint's really different than the buggy bath car wash or the, do-it-yourself ones, very different. 500, as you'll recall, is that trigger for the traffic study. So 250 wouldn't even trigger a traffic study. That doesn't mean we can't require improvements. So to be clear there.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, Deputy Councilmember Tricky?
Is there a second way in and out of that neighborhood?
No, that is it. That's the only access.
Okay. Is it in the long-term plan?
Not, do you have anything on the long term?
Council members and mayor, if you look at the aerial, and this doesn't show it here, but if you look at the development to the east, there are proposed connections for future subdivision to the south of the existing residential that you see. So there's the potential there eventually to connect through, but at this time, nothing is constructed.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Further questions for staff? We'll come back to Councilmember Neese if there isn't. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. Karen, I don't know if you or Debbie can answer this, but my biggest concern about this property in general, because I don't want to think about it as, a car wash. My concern is how close the entrance to this property is to the busy road, the Blue Creek, because we have lots of intersections where businesses are on busy roads, and yet what we do, in fact, perfect example is Wicks and St. Andrews. And so you have the fire departments, which are fairly far away. They have no trouble coming and going, but then you have other businesses that are right there, and that traffic is always congested. People are always waiting. People are even trying to turn in, but they want to turn left into the business, and it just makes it really congested. So my concern is that there isn't enough distance from Blue Creek Road down Santiago to allow businesses to come in. So I don't know if we leave it as CX, do we have any more tools in our bag to keep those entrances farther away from Blue Creek as if it were changed to CX?
Sorry, I was just talking to the developer's agent. He might be able to answer some of these questions if we give him the chance. But because of the zone, no, the difference between these two, the way that we look at distance back from corners based on the classification of the street. So if it's an arterial, collector, or a local street, they have different distances from the corner. So they're based on street classification, not zoning.
And so how far would this entrance be from Blue Creek then?
In this drawing, it's closer to 100 feet, but there are discussions about moving that further back. There's a driveway on the north side, and we would prefer that line up. So it'll be back to, I think Taylor's thinking maybe 200 feet is about where that would end up. We did ask that they line that up with the other access.
Okay, I think that's helpful. Of course, we can't require that in any of the development unless there's some kind of traffic study that comes out and says there's some kind of congestion there.
We can require accesses where it won't cause traffic problems. So if it's too close to an intersection that we think there's a sight distance issue, or we think queuing or something could cause a problem, we can definitely require those accesses be in certain locations.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to a public hearing? Councilmember Shaw?
Just a question, are we going to hear from the developer's agent now or later?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are we going to hear from the developer's agent now or later?
Good question. Karen, did we have a presentation from the developer? Okay. Yeah, please then, go ahead.
Thank you, Council and Mayor. My name is Taylor Kasperick. I'm with Performance Engineering. We're the agent for the owners on this project. As Karen presented, this was originally contemplated as a special review for the site as a car wash is an allowable use underneath the current zoning of CME1. As can be seen, there's quite a few both physical and topographical constraints for the site. On the west side, you've got the floodplain as well as the sewer easement. And on the north side, you've got a pretty steep hill in relation to trying to push a building up to that hill. One of the main differences between CMU 1 and CX that we were looking at was the build to requirement. So for instance, on this lot, you'd be required to build to the corner, since it's on a corner lot. And given the floodplain, the easement, as well as the anticipated or the intended use as a car wash, that wouldn't quite be feasible with this proposed plan. So we did look at the special review process, but given all of those variances, thought that a zone change was more applicable. In relation to questions and concerns that have been raised, so throughout this whole process, we have been coordinating with MDT, both in regards to comments as far as utilizing the access to Blue Creek Storage, which is directly to the south, as well as an access off of Blue Creek Road. Given that it is MDT's right-of-way, they did not want to allow or would not allow quote-unquote frontage access coming off of Blue Creek Storage's existing driveway to this site. And given the distance, so when we're talking about distance of that approach away from the intersection, if we were to put one on the west side of this property coming off of Blue Creek, it would only be about 95 feet from the intersection to that approach. So similar concerns, and especially on a main highway such as Blue Creek, trying to limit those number of approaches as you're going down the road. In regards to traffic at the site, as Debbie referenced, we're anticipating about 200 to 250 trips per day. And to Councilmember Owen's point, why are there so many car washes? Typically for car washes, they're considered pass-by destinations. In essence, you know, somebody from the Heights likely isn't going to pass by the Mint car wash to go to Blue Creek Road. In general, people aren't going to travel farther away from where their immediate radius is to go to a destination such as a car wash. They're going to utilize the ones that are close to their house or where they're at. In regards to noise, I know that was also brought up. Based on the equipment that's being planned at the point of the vacuum or the blower, it's about 94 decibels. And as you work away from that, given that where we're planning them, basically in the middle of the site there, the closest property line residential, and not just the building, but the closest property line of a residence is about 300 feet away. Based on that distance, you'd be looking about 35 decibels by the time it reaches the property line. Now, that's equivalent to about a refrigerator hum. I don't know if you've seen the graphs previously where it gives you like airplane flying overhead all the way down to like a whisper. That would be equivalent to about a refrigerator hum. As Debbie referenced, and Karen referenced, this is a very preliminary step in this development plan. When we would go to submit for a building permit application, then the analysis would be taken, well, is this over or under 500 trips per day? Does it need a traffic study? Right now, we're anticipating less than 500 trips per day, at 200 to 250. With any use such as this, we are doing a queuing analysis to show that during the peak hour, we could fit the number of vehicles in the site without backing up traffic onto Santiago. So that is prepared and would be planned to submit with the building permit application as well. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions as well.
Thank you, Councilmember Tidswell.
Did you just say that the closest residence to this is 300 feet away?
Yes, from the point of use that we're planning. So the blowers on the automatic bay there, as shown, from that point to the closest residential property line would be approximately 300 feet.
And Karen, did you say that you only sent out 150 radius on that thing? 150 foot radius? 1320, thank you, okay, all right, I misunderstood, thank you.
I think the reference of 150 feet is from the edge of the property line, whereas I'm discussing 300 feet from the point where
Gotcha.
the actual machine would be.
Tell me what about, is there a school bus stop somewhere in this radius as well? Okay. So what's that look like at 4 o'clock when the kids are getting dropped off?
Yeah, I believe the bus stop is down at Casey's Corner. As Debbie referenced, on properties such as this in city boundaries, if the road is not up to city standards, the developer is typically required to improve that their frontage of the road to city standards.
All right,
So-
and then Debbie said that was going to be required, a sidewalk is going to be required through there, Deb? Thank you. All right, I'm good, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for Taylor? Don't see any, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. Now we'll open up for public comment. Well, are there options? Council, how do you want to proceed? My inclination is to get the public comment in. For members of the public, we typically take a break at about 7:30, and that's kind of where we're at. So I apologize. There'll probably be a bit of a break at some point soon. It might cause a little bit of a disruption in this, but we'll do what we can. So go ahead, tell us your name. Just ask you to tell us your name, address, and keep your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Well, my name is Lyndon Shivak. I'm an attorney here in Billings, Montana. I focus in criminal law, such as all the way from misdemeanors to felonies. I also do zoning. I do a lot of real property, personal injury. Just looking at the aerial view, the liability, the DOT, Department of Transportation, said, no, we don't want to do this. There's too much traffic flow. What they're doing to you guys is shifting the blame to you. So if there's ever a car accident between getting in and out of a one area access, what do you think the attorney's going to go after? I'm going to go after you guys on liability. Now, as you know, as I represent Jenny Farnsworth, one of the individuals that's contesting this, this zoning. This zoning itself, but I think I speak for other people here. There's all these people in this community. Now, Karen mentioned earlier about, well, it's outside the 150 feet mark. Well, if you look at that board right there, there's one access point going in and out of that. Question you should ask her, how many people live in that community alone? Another gentleman stated that, well, there's a possibility in the future there's going to be more subdivisions, but at this point we have no idea if there's going to be another access point. There's one access point going in and out of this. Now, the members in that community over there are here to voice their opinion now. What they're concerned about is the increased traffic flow, but also they're worried about the safety of that community. Now, I know it was mentioned earlier that this is this is a busy highway. There's a high traffic flow, high density. The question you should be asking the engineering department over there is, when was the last time there was a traffic flow study? I believe it was over a decade ago. I couldn't find one that was 10 years ago, 12 years ago. There needs to be a study. Now, there's also mentioned by the board, is there a school located in that area? Yeah, it's just south. It's just down the street. Kids walk up and down that area. And you mentioned if there's a sidewalk. That's just a sidewalk on that parcel. On that little portion by Casey's Corner where that storage unit and the proposed car wash is going to be at. Why do you think the DOT said no? There's a reason for this. Liability is huge for you guys. There's no sidewalks, just in that area where they're proposing. The majority of it's not going to be any sidewalks whatsoever. There's shoulder on it. There's not a big shoulder on it. It is a main highway, but there's not large shoulders where people can walk up and down. People get hit on that highway constantly going in and out of that road. That will just increase the liability that the city of Billings will have. Now,
if you can wrap up.
Well, I do appreciate it. Now, according to the section 17-1604, the neighborhood meeting it's required, but on the criteria. Now, the criteria is extremely important. Now, it goes on to number 4. It comes to the water, the transportation, the water, the sewage, the schools. You're going to hear from testimony from this community that the water around in that area hardly works, and they're going to be using more water of it. They're going to be using their water. Not only that, there's the public safety and general welfare, which is, again, the liability for you guys. Now, I don't like suing, Mayor Cole all the time, but when it comes to that stuff, this is huge. This is extremely important. Now, when I wrap up, now again, there's also case law on the United Residents of East Billings versus Yellowstone County.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask you to truly wrap up as opposed to go on to new points.
Well, thank you for letting me finish. Yeah. So, again, I ask that you guys deny their application or ask them to voluntarily dismiss the petition and let them go through the DOT first get the approval, and then you guys make the change. In doing so, that decreases your liability on anything, and the DOT, with the approval, helps you guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Any further public comment?
Hi. Good evening. My name is Wendy Stiff. I'm a real estate lender. My address is on Bowman Drive. I'm requesting a no on proposed zoning change 1017 and requesting a special review of the proposed project. I'd like to start with a quote. Some people make things happen. Some people watch while things happen. And some people say, what happened? I'd like to draw your attention to a couple items on the 10 zone change criteria, if that's possible. First, number 8, which states whether the new zoning considers the character of the district and the particular suitability of the property for particular uses. Briarwood, Reberg Ranch, Copper Ridge, Josephine Crossing, Annafeld, and Cedar Park. What do these subdivisions have in common? Maybe because they're all outlying properties, all within city limits? Can you picture in your mind a car wash at the entrance of Josephine Crossing or Briarwood? I can't. So I ask you, why is this project being allowed to proceed at the base of Cedar Park subdivision? In short, character was not considered. Secondly, let's review criteria number 3, which states whether the new zoning will promote health, public safety, and general welfare. Santiago Boulevard is the only entrance and exit for our Cedar Park subdivision, as mentioned. The proposed driveway from Santiago into this car wash is less than 100 feet, as it sits right now, from the T intersection of Santiago and Blue Creek Road. The additional traffic from this project will drastically overwhelm our intersection. They mentioned 200 extra cars a day, and therefore threaten public health and public safety. Even more so when considering traffic from the proposed coffee hut seen on the drawing schematic EXA from Performance Engineering. What else will be added to this property in addition to the coffee hut? Public safety concerns were already raised by Blue Creek Volunteer Fire Department Chief Rick Cortez. His letter should have been received by the Planning Department. Safety concerns were voiced by Public School Transportation Director Keith Adams. Several students do use Santiago Boulevard to walk to and from the bus stop at Casey's Corner. In short, health, safety, and welfare will not be promoted with this zone change. If given more time, our neighborhood could provide additional evidence of bias and flaws in the builder's letter of the 10 zone change criteria. Thus far, discriminatory practices have favored these builders and developers over the taxpayers' community needs. As mentioned by a previous speaker, procedural false presence prevented residents an opportunity to voice our opposition during the September 6th public meeting. For additional evidence of our opposition, please note 115 signatures collected on our petition in less than a week's time. I'll finish. If allowed to proceed, access would definitely be better suited onto Blue Creek Road, which this developer should give more effort to pursue, instead of dumping his traffic onto our unmarked county road. Neighborhoods like Josephine Crossing has its place in our city, but Cedar Park does too. And just a side note, we do have some other neighbors trying to log on online, and they're not able to access the, they had comments to add to, so if we can figure out what the password is, that'd be great.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jandy Farnsworth. I'm up in Bowman Drive as well. I'm a resident in Cedar Park. And I just wanted to touch base on the criteria for zoning, number 3, the public health, public safety, and general welfare. If you look at the pictures that Karen showed, we are underdeveloped. We do not have sidewalks, lighting, things of that sort. And that is a huge issue going forward in this development for commercial property. Our children use that road coming up and down from the bus, and at this point, there has been nothing presented in plans that is underdeveloped for them. So voting on this going forward, if we don't have a secure plan for our children's safety, we need to recognize that here in this meeting, because there are future generations, and we need to make sure that going forward, how much this will affect us if this changes. We were annexed into the city over 10 years ago. So these roads that are in there currently are what we paid for as residents up there under the county. And there hasn't been no future plans and to change those or to add sidewalks, lighting, things of that sort. So we want to be sure that if that is in the plans, if it is the developer that is going to be responsible for that, or who is. And also I wanted to make note on, for next month, they're going to be putting out the Safety Routes for Kids program, and that is in October. And we want to know how that plan is going to be orchestrated into the scheme of things, because at this point it doesn't meet that standard for the safety routes. And with that being said, the criteria for development should be part of the first phase and not after they're already approved for this. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, come on. And when we're done with public comment, Debbie, if you can just try to add your mental list. We had some specific questions that were about how lighting might go and who'd be responsible for it, and safe routes to school, whether it's Wyeth or you, how that might play into this in the future with that study. Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sherry Danielson. My husband and I own property in Quanta subdivision, which is across the highway. A couple of points. There were to be signatures on that petition within 150 feet of the property. There are no homes within 100 feet of the property. This is a floodplain. So we could never build there. There's no homes there. I've lived on the creek for 41 years. I've watched it develop. I've watched Cedar Park develop. Briarwood was a thought when I moved in there. The traffic has increased immensely. And one of my concerns is if the highway department says, nah, we better not put another entrance onto Blue Creek here, how does it calculate that it's different if it's coming off of Santiago? We've still got that little tiny area there that is congested. Add the landfill to this, which is just at the end of my subdivision is Jellison Road. So now you've got the water haulers, you've got the garbage trucks, you've got all the residents of all three, and then they've also built all of that up at Hilltop, Stratton Lane. All of that is really developed. There's an area up above Blue Creek School that has added tremendously to our traffic. There's a car wash on Maloney Lane that's brand new. There's another one on the other end at the Holiday gas station that's not that old. I don't see the need. Silly me, I don't understand why we'd have to have another one. And I can't see people darting in and out to grab coffees in the morning. McDonald's sells really good coffee. Just go there, and they've got easy access. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? And please make a line there so we know exactly who else is coming.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jackie Kitson. I'm 2105 Santiago. I have a couple comments from neighbors that could not make it. If I may share their comments, Carol Block at 2101 Santiago Boulevard. She said, we do not feel extra traffic on Santiago would be safe for anyone. The street is too narrow for cars and pedestrians. There's no room for our school children walking to and from the bus. The extra traffic would back up on Blue Creek Road. I also have one more from Toby and Jessica. They live at 4540 San Fernando Drive, right behind me. Excuse me. There says they won't be able to make it. They're against the commercialization of our little neighborhood street. It is going to add a lot more traffic. Not only will it put the children at risk, but just regular residents that try to walk along Santiago. We have a beautiful, quiet neighborhood, which is still rural with some city amenities. This is just not a good placement for this location. It seems like a better fit off of King Avenue East by Wendy's or Domino's. We also signed the petition. And then personally, I would like to note, I am an optimist here in Billings, and it's all about the kids. I don't have children of my own, but to watch those kids, I know those neighbor kids. They go by my house. I am the third house you come to. If you saw the news, I'm the one with the flag on my front porch. Right now, I can stand in my driveway or have my windows open in my living room, and I can hear their refrigerated boxcars running at the storage units. The paper shredder machines, whatever they've got going. And I'm sorry, I do not believe that a car wash is gonna sound like a refrigerator. So every one of my windows faces down that hill. I sent an email to a lot of you. I do have a copy of it. It's 2 pages. I know I'm eating into my 3 minutes, but right now we are already dealing with the traffic, the people that fill their waters, the trucks, the trailers. Jeff Essman owns that No Cash water station. Every one of them is turning left. So now not only will we have those people turning left, we'll have the car wash people turning left. After the hill climbs get over with, you don't think they're gonna come at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night and use the car wash? There are so many reasons why this is a bad idea. So it's a 2-page letter, and I know my time is about up, but please consider, would you want your kids walking down the street? Sorry, I am so mad. I can't even think of all my points, but thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next.
Michelle Johnson, 2705 Blue Creek Road. Visualize this. You know King's Hat? Are you all familiar with King's Hat? Visualize King's Hat on a highway, 60 mile per hour, trucks going back and forth, kids getting off the bus, and now we're adding a car wash to that. I mean, that's what the backup is going to look like. So while I'm talking to you, visualize that. And that's a huge liability for those kids. They've got so many things to watch when they're going across that highway. We're adding even more to that. I'm asking you guys to deny the zone change for the following reasons. First, the notice was defective in the first place. It had the wrong time and the wrong date and the wrong time. People did not have enough time to attend the zone change and have their voices heard. I think that needs to be corrected as one, because procedural law was not followed. This car wash design does not meet the requirements of the existing mixed use, which you've already heard. They have 8 variances that they need to do in a special review. The developer does not want to do that. I don't blame him. I wouldn't either. But that's the way it is set up. The zoning department does these zoning requirements for a reason. If variances are necessary for this, they're there. He needs to follow that. MDT has denied an access point from Blue Creek Road. Under the growth policy heading transportation, it states, accesses need to be thoughtful and shared and to the greatest extent possible. Fast tracking this zone change and skipping these procedures is only benefiting the developer. It's not benefiting anybody else. It's not benefiting the community, the kids, anybody else traveling on that road. It's a dangerous road the way it is. I travel it lots. I can tell you all kinds of stories. I could bore you to death with it. But let's see, the growth, as far as growth policy stuff, prosperity, a car wash does not add prosperity. It doesn't add any jobs. It doesn't do any of that jobs or workforce stuff that it all entails. The other thing is they're expected and anticipated 250 people that they anticipate. Anticipate is just a guess. That's not a guarantee that we're going to be under 500. That's just them telling you, yeah, it might be this. I anticipate it might be 501. That doesn't mean anything. So what they say as expected and anticipated means nothing. I'm just asking you to deny it on these grounds.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. Cecil Irvin, 4511 Shasta Lane. An earlier comment by the engineering agent or representative, I don't know his function, indicated that people don't drive to a car wash, that to some extent it serves the local community. There's maybe 120 homes in the Cedar Park subdivision, which would require every one of us to wash our car at that facility every day to keep it afloat. I don't know where the rest of the business is going to come from. I don't wash my car every day and wouldn't expect to, even if it was conveniently located at the bottom of that street. So I know that you have the authority to change the zoning on it, but just because you can doesn't mean you should. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Roxy Shalonik, 4431 Bowman Drive. I live up on the top of the hill. It's not in the picture. You go up Santiago, and then you go up Bowman. I think there's 67 houses up there and maybe 4 empty lots. We are one road in, one road out. This construction is going to halt any ambulance, any fire truck, any police car, because they're going to go do their construction off of Santiago. They never finished what they started. The Blue Creek storage unit, if you go back to her pictures and you look in the back, she showed you a picture. It's a V. She pointed out how it's a V. There used to be a road there. There's power poles back there that our power company can't get to. If our power goes out, we're going to have to wait a couple days while they bulldoze it flat again. They were supposed to put up a fence, a 6-foot vinyl fence on the back of the storage units that faces the residence. I have a residence on the back, so I should have a 6-foot vinyl fence on the west side of my property. I don't. They never followed through with it. Our children walk from our houses in the dark, no sidewalks, no streetlights, and it's this all the way down. It is a great exercise tool. If you want to come out and exercise, just don't get run over. They walk down to the store, they get on the bus, they get off the bus, they walk back up. When the bus is stopped, you can't see the end of the traffic back to Briarwood. It's a dead stop. And then add in 3 or 4 water fill trucks. And then let's remind you, look back at the pictures, the water that's coming out of those water fill trucks. When they come down the hill, they lose all that water. They're at the stop sign. They pull out onto a highway, and that's a heavy load. And on that highway, you can see the water in one of their pictures. Now let's add campers, trucks, boats, cars. As you leave a car wash, you leave water. So now it's all 250. They say 250. Well, that's 500. That's 250 in, and that's 250 out on Santiago. I want you to picture that, all that water that's going to come out. We are city. Nobody from the city has maintained our roads since we got annexed. We've been annexed 15, 20 years. Nobody's been there. You've done nothing. And I want you to think about this. What other subdivision in Billings, Montana, anywhere, has one road in and one road out, the same road, no sidewalks, drop off in the ditch, that has a business, not let alone 2 businesses at their entrance? Let's think about that for a minute. You're putting us all in danger. That road has gotten so out of control and the highway department says no more traffic. That means no more traffic. You guys gotta help us. I'm begging you, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name is Sherry Mueller. I live right behind it. Our house butts up against the storage units, and I just want to voice my opinion. I agree with everybody who's talked, so I was just voicing my opinion.
Thank you very much.
Excuse
Any
me,
other
Mayor?
public comment?
Mayor?
Councilmember Dees?
Can we take a break and then try to get the?
I'd like to finish her up if we can, because I don't see
Well,
anybody coming.
Well, I'd like
here.
to take a break so we can get the code, because they said there was other people trying to get online. And if we can fix the code during the break, we can allow people to access.
People, you got word that people are trying to appear by Zoom? When you say code?
One of the testimonies here was they had heard from neighbors trying to get online and they couldn't because the code was not working.
Okay. Is there anybody present here that would like to comment before we address that issue? Okay, go ahead. Chris, I don't know if you can be prepared to comment on that to the extent you know.
I'm Janelle, and I live off of Quanta there, and we have lived there for 10 years. We moved in from the Bull Mountains up in Roundup Highway, pretty dangerous, the reason I moved to town. There was someone hit on that road the day I moved in, just flat and killed. There's accidents on that highway, on that road, every single weekend out towards the Briarwood. There's always fire engines. When there is an accident, there closes down that entire area. Now, how are we supposed to get in and out there, even if they do put some kind of subdivision or some kind of turn light there? We're still not going to be able to get in and out. Anything in that area is a bad idea. I don't care if it's a car wash, a cannabis store, another water station, whatever it is a bad idea, and people are going to get injured. There's not enough control. You add the landfill into that, which maybe one person brought up, but we deal with that landfill all the time. The trucks coming down, accidents. It's not safe. It is not a safe idea for anything, not only a car wash, but anything over there. So please, don't let it go through.
Okay, thank you very much. We just want to clarify if there's anybody here. Chris, do you know what our situation is online? Because I'd like to wrap this up and be done with the public comment before taking a break if we can.
Yes, apologies. We did jump the gun and provided information on our website for October as far as accessing the system. So anyone who is trying to get in, we were ahead of ourselves. So that has been fixed. Denise, as the information here of the webinar code and the passcode, do I just state that was out for folks who are trying to get in, or how can they best?
Either that or they can go back online now and hit the Zoom codes that they were looking at where they were trying to access that information.
So if they go back out to our website, and I'll verbalize it right now, the passcode is 503950. Again, the passcode is 503950. So my apologies, we had the website had been set up for the next meeting before we started this evening.
Okay, it sounds like there might be some confusion, so we'll conclude this part of the public hearing for people present. We'll come back, we'll see if there's anybody who has online comment. Chris, would you mind giving out your phone number in case anybody had a problem and they wanted to contact somebody?
Happy to. It's on my business cards. I work for all of you. So the cell number is 406-581-7026. 406-581-7026.
Call Chris if you're still having any problems, but that connection should be working now. If you go to the website and click on it, is that correct? That's set up now?
Yes.
Okay, so you shouldn't have any problems, but you never know. Councilmember Bernice.
So those in the audience who heard from members in the neighbor who couldn't get in, make sure you text them or call them and tell them it's 503950 is the code to now get in, and they should get on. Hopefully we can hear them after a break.
Okay, we'll do that. Just to make sure there wasn't any other comment here, because we'll only be taking online comments when we come back. Was there anybody else who wanted to make a comment here? Okay, then we will take a break. It is 7:55. We'll come back as close to 8 o'clock as we can. All back, okay. All right, welcome back, everybody. It's 8:04. Sorry for the delay in getting back here. We left off, we'd closed the public hearing here in the room, but there was a glitch earlier on about access. My understanding that has been fixed, and people can now use the correct access code, that 503950 number. I don't see anybody on the screen, but if there is anybody and they would like to comment, please use your little yellow hand so that we know that you would like to comment.
We have Charles Stiff who would like to comment.
Thank you very much. And what was that name again, Charles?
Stiff.
Okay, Charles, go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yes, hi, good evening. Thank you for your patience this evening. I have been listening along with the public comment, and I'm grateful that you guys have given us the opportunity to be here tonight. I wanted to start, my name is Charles Stiff. I live up off of Bowman Drive in Billings, Montana. My wife and I have enjoyed the past 8 years here at our current address. My profession is as a commercial truck driver. In the million miles I've traveled and over 10 plus years of driving, I have seen many things, and some things you wish you could unsee. Reading the 2009 Billings Transportation Study, I was stunned to find out that by 2030, it says that our road from Midland to Jellison will have 13,500 vehicles per day traveling on it. That's a lot of cars. What was also staggering was that when you went to the next section to Hillcrest, 5,000 of those vehicles would turn off. So that is giving input to 5,000 trucks are actually using this truck mostly for commercial traffic in that 13.5. That is roughly 1,000 cars per hour in a 12-hour period. I'm not including the peaks and the lows. I'm just averaging it. Cedar Park has roughly just under 100 homes. In my expert opinion, there is too much commercial traffic on the road as is. Then you throw in the heavy commercial rezoning with the no turn lanes for traffic onto a 2-lane country road. Are you still with me?
Yep, we're still hearing you.
I apologize. This plan, in my opinion, is not very well thought out. There just happens to be a school bus zone right down on Highway 416. A car wash and a coffee shop, and who knows what else is, in my opinion, a recipe for accidents, especially when you see that the state has already said no, and you don't see the state and the city working together to come up with any solutions to bring this highway up to current standards. I oppose the rezoning for the following reason. It does not follow the character of our subdivision or our area. Number two, it does not increase traffic safety or add to the needs of our area. 1017, the rezoning plan needs to go back for further public comment. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you so much, and thanks for getting the link to work again.
Okay, thank you very much for your patience. Very good, thank you. Anybody else online? If you do, again, use your little yellow hand.
I don't see anyone else with a raised hand.
Okay, no sign of anybody else, and we'll close the public comment period on item number 3. Come back to council. Council, further questions, comments, motions, et cetera. I saw Councilmember Gulick, Joy, and Owen.
All right, well, we're going to kick off this discussion here. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken public testimony, I vote to deny first reading ordinance for zone change 17 as it is not consistent with criteria number 10 and number 8.
Is there a second? Councilmember Tidswell. Okay, the motion is for denial. Discussion, I guess the obvious discussion is, we'll have to come back to your findings of fact on that. Councilmember Joy?
Thank you. A lot of people have said that there are children that have to get on the bus. What school is that? First student, is that school district 2? Which school are they going to? I'm sorry, I didn't answer that.
Okay, can somebody
Thank
from,
you.
did you get that?
Riverside,
Okay,
School
okay.
District
All
2.
right.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, it was from the audience, for anybody who could not hear that, references to Riverside, Blue Creek School, Senior, or some of them were mentioned. I guess I have a question for staff. Wyeth, there was a lot of discussion about services and infrastructure. I try to get us back in my own mental banks. I remember when Cedar Park was annexed, and my recollection is it occurred the same year that Briarwood and what is it?
Reberg Ranch.
Maybe Reberg, but also Ironwood happened. There's a whole series, and the size of our city increased about 10% in 1 year. But my recollection of that was it was by petition. The owners out there asked to be annexed because they were having water problems, supply issues, I think probably. They must have had individual septics maybe. So the question is this lack of sidewalks within the subdivision, down Santiago, lack of intersection improvements at Blue Creek Road and Santiago. Normally, we would require the neighbors to contribute into a fund to address those issues as a condition for annexation. Did we not do that? And if we didn't, any reason we can't do that now? I mean, they can come to us. They want these things, obviously. Presumably, they'll pay for them. So we can create an SID to address those things. Do you remember what the history was?
Mayor and council, so it was 2002, and Cedar Park and Briarwood were annexed at the same time. And you're describing, Mayor, correctly, that it had to do with the water issues for those areas. So those were both county developments that were brought into the city at that time and were already developed. One of the conditions was for execution of a development agreement or a subdivision improvement agreement, but I have been unable to, in short time here, to find information about that. But yeah, correct, the standard, the way it's developed now is county standard. That's why there aren't sidewalks and other improvements in that neighborhood. And it would be at this point, potentially an SID process to go in and do some of those improvements at this time. But that's all. Like I said, I don't see anything else history-wise there. So.
Okay, thank you very much for that background. Councilmember Owen?
I have two questions. One I think is really quick, and I'm not sure who can answer it, and the other's just a little bit longer. I don't know if this is a Debbie question or a Wyeth question, but with a facility that would use water like this and have potential runoff like this, is there going to be a need for a retention pond? And is there space on the site for that?
So this site will have to meet site development requirements, which includes our stormwater management manual. So yes, they will have to have the 50-year storm retained on site before they discharge to any kind of facility that we would have.
And is there space in the plan as you see it?
There will have to be. We're really preliminary. A lot of places that are site constrained, they'll do it underground. We have quite a few that actually have underground storage. So yeah, the tight ones are a little more expensive, but they do it.
Okay. Then my slightly longer question, I don't think you have to answer this one. This might be Wyeth. I think we're doing better on getting data into findings because that's been a consistent concern of mine. However, what I've heard in public comment tonight really worries me. I want to see good data. I want us to have a good basis for the findings we're being asked to make. The recommended findings here says there's really no anticipated transportation impact, but we have no record on accident data. It says there's no school impact, but I'm hearing in public comment that the school does in fact oppose, and yet I don't see that in our packet of information. Same thing on fire. I understand BPD doesn't have fire concerns, but it sounds like the volunteer fire department does. I don't see that in our packet. The growth policy compliance says we comply with the value of having better landscaping on rights of way, but I asked about landscaping and was told the developer doesn't intend to do any sort of significant landscaping. So I'm wondering, even though we're doing better on data, why don't we have these pieces of data if they exist in our packet? And does the developer think, after having listened to all of this, that a 30-day delay would allow you to address any of these sort of deficiencies that have been raised? So I throw that out to either Karen or Wyeth, and then the developer as well. I'm really concerned that we just don't have all the data here in front of us tonight.
Councilmember Owen and Mayor and Council. I guess you listed a lot of things really fast. And I think the other thing is that some of it gets, I don't want to get into the weeds too much. I guess just as an example, the fire comment. So the city fire department has jurisdiction on this property, reviewed this, and didn't have any concerns.
Yeah.
If Blue Creek Fire has a concern, that's fine, but city fire department is the one that reviews these and makes comments and tells us if there's concern. So just as an example, that's kind of a confusing one because it's the city fire department that's.
And same on Blue Creek School, right? Independent school, and you're talking to school district too. I'm with you on that.
Well,
but if you have it, and maybe you don't, but if it exists, why is it not in our packet? That's what I want to understand.
You mean if the city fire department's comments?
The Blue Creek Fire Departments. If those exist and have been sent to the city, why don't we have that?
Oh, so we just received that, was it today or this afternoon?
Okay.
Yeah, we just received that.
But that didn't
in the
make
last.
the ex parte communication list, right?
Correct, because that information, I think, is after 3 o'clock this afternoon. So our rules are anticipating you all are looking at your emails right up until that, which frankly isn't all that realistic, but that is what our rules are. So the ex parte communication is what comes in after 3, so essentially between 3 and 5:30.
Anyway, yeah, so we did receive that very late, so I apologize if that didn't make it to you, but it didn't make the cutoff, but it also didn't make it to you. But that was very late. So we didn't have that to include or provide after we received the comment. Anyway, so that's just one situation. I guess certainly, again, we provide this information out to the school district. The information that was shared here today, again, regarding Keith Adams at the transportation director, that wasn't information that we received until it was shared here now. And correct, there's 2 different schools that are in, they're busing District 2, and then there's students that attend Blue Creek, but it's the District 2 comments that we just got. So that wasn't provided when we sent that originally for them to comment at that point. So certainly, yes, we want to make sure we're providing the information that we can. We're also tied to asking these departments, and more specifically outside agencies, because we get very good response from the departments, for comments or concerns. And when they say they don't have any concerns, that's what we end up working with. And so in some of these cases, things are coming in later or they're responding in different ways that I guess it makes it difficult to manage on some of that. So, but certainly, yeah, we want to continue to improve and provide that input. Again, in the case of the traffic situation, we have MDT that has jurisdiction on Blue Creek Road, and then we have the city that obviously is going to have jurisdiction on the site development for this property. So again, making sure we're getting input from both.
Well, I would sure appreciate seeing accident data when it's relevant, particularly if it gets raised at a neighborhood meeting or at a zone change meeting. If we can get that accident data or other third-party information, I think it matters. But then I guess, thank you, Wyatt. Then I would just ask, I don't know if the developer agent left or not, or if he thinks a 30-day delay would allow him to address any of the neighbor concerns that have come up tonight. Thank you, Wyatt.
And Wyeth, while Taylor's coming up, I just want to make sure that our record tonight is clear. So when Taylor is done, anything that was not received by the council, but that the city received, albeit at the last minute, could I ask you to summarize that or tell us what those were specifically? In particular, Blue Creek Fire Department objections, what was that? If it's a short letter, you could perhaps even read it into the record, I suppose. Taylor, back to the issue of potential delay.
Yes, and thank you for posing that. I know you posed a question in relation to specifically comments that you made as far as has the developer considered, additional landscaping or whatnot for the site. I think if it came down to denial or an additional 30 days. Obviously, the developer would prefer to take the 30 days to retool that. I would state that there are still landscaping requirements with CX as opposed to CMU1. So at a minimum, they would have to meet those requirements going through the building permit review. If I recall right, and maybe Karen or Wyeth are better knowledge on this than me, but I think they are similar based on, they lay out the number of trees that need to go at a certain distance between properties and things like that, and it's similar between those two based on the surrounding zoning. So between CMU1 and CX, if this property is either one of those, the surrounding properties are gonna be the same, so the requirements would be similar between those two.
And are you or the developer that you represent, are you familiar with the accident data or the fire department concerns or the school concerns?
I am not familiar with the accident data. Similar to what Wyeth said, this application is submitted to the departments. And I'm not familiar with Blue Creek Fire's concerns with it. I don't think they're the fire department that would serve this site. And then I also would just clarify that the 200 to 250 trips per day, that's estimated based off of ITE's trip generation manual, which Institute of Transportation Engineers. So there is background on how these estimates came to be, not just random statistics. So appreciate the opportunity to clarify a few of those items.
Okay, thank you very much. Wyeth, I don't know if you can enlighten us on anything that we might not have seen.
Mayor and council, yeah, I guess the two items that we're aware of that came in late, the very late one was the information from the school district, and that was today. We have at 3:41 p.m. So that one was right on the border there with your ex parte. And you, that was recognized earlier. The information from Blue Creek Fire Chief Rick Cortez came in last night about 4:30. So that was, we did circulate that internally, but that was our mistake for not then getting that to you after we initially internally had been looking at the comments. It's completely up to you if you'd like. It's not a very long email. If you'd like me to read it.
My inclination is go ahead and read it. So please, let's have a complete record.
Okay. So it says, to whom it may concern, I am writing to express opposition to zone change 1017 Santiago Boulevard, Blue Creek Road. Additional zone changes on this property in question will most certainly have adverse effects on the subdivision around it. The traffic congestion at the intersection of Santiago Boulevard and Blue Creek Road is already of major concern due to traffic bottlenecks here currently. This will only make this area worse for first responders in case of an emergency. This intersection is not designed for this type of additional commercial traffic. With the MDT already denying an additional approach off of Blue Creek Road for access to this proposed commercial site is evident of the traffic impact it will have in this area. Thank you for your time on this matter, Chief Cortez, and that's Rick Cortez, Blue Creek Volunteer Fire Department. Chief.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll continue then. Councilor Gillick, this was your motion. Councilor Shaw, Joy, Rupsis.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Cole. I think the reason I think the proposed, the heavy commercial is just fundamentally incompatible in form and scale with this area. I mean, I think the city has it right now for being CMU1. I think there could be a commercial development that is appropriate for this. That could be a community neighborhood center that actually serves the neighborhood in terms of a gathering place that has, rather than something that's more regional, that's bringing in traffic from outside. So I just, that's why I made this motion. So I also think that even if there was additional landscaping or something to that effect, that in my mind does not ameliorate the incompatibility. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. That's a very helpful perspective. I appreciate that. Debbie, I've got a question for you about traffic, if you don't mind. So we've heard a lot about this. Obviously, the one point of access is a huge problem. As we very briefly discussed during the break, it's because this was built in the county, was annexed into the city. We didn't make them change that, I guess, at whatever point that happened. Can you help me understand the traffic differences that are expected between CMU1 and CX? Are there, because something's going to go in here, you know, I mean, something will go in here. So I'm just trying to understand what's kind of the difference there? Do you expect a lot more traffic for CX? Is that really a big issue? And then the second part of that question is there anything that can be done about the one access?
Okay. If you guys can pull up the different uses there, I'll answer the second one first while they get the uses. I do know, for instance, a fast food restaurant is, with a drive-through, is allowed in this current zoning. So that would obviously have significantly more. So I have one example, but they'll have to pull those up and we can look at them. The second thing is we can do a traffic study at this location, even though it's a state highway and even though they maintain the street, Blue Creek, we can look at whether Santiago has enough traffic to warrant a signal. I just checked, we haven't done a traffic study out there. We haven't had a lot of calls, so we usually do those kind of on a responsive basis. So we haven't done a study to look at signal warrants there, but we can do a signal warrant for sure. And part of this will be looking at the impact. As the site comes in, we'll look at their percentage of impact to the intersections as well.
So for the traffic study, just a follow-up question, would you need us to initiate that? Or is that something Public Works, is there a certain threshold at which you say, okay, we've heard enough comments from the neighborhood?
Yeah, we do it. So we know what intersections are a concern. And so we have those on a list that we study every few years and look at whether they warrant a new signal or protected left or something like that. We also have intersections that we do based on concerned calls. So if we get a handful of calls, or even a couple calls, we'll usually do a warrant study to see if it warrants, like I said, a signal or something. The process is a little less straightforward being on a state highway, but it would still be something we would start. So no, it doesn't have to be initiated with council.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Joy, the Ripsis, and Nice.
Thank you. Director Melling, this question, I think you have this answer for this. Briarwood has a second road, and each year we set an assessment for the maintenance of that road. Could we order in a road for this area so that they have a second way out in the same way that we have done that for Briarwood? Thank you.
Oh, I'm going to probably look at Gina there. Subdivision regulations are usually enforced at the time of subdivision. And that's when that second access came in, was the subdivision regulation. So Briarwood was similar when it came in. It was in the county and we had it as was. But as it continued to develop to future phases, we required that access. I don't believe you can require a second access to an existing neighborhood, but I'm hoping that Gina or Wyeth, I'm not sure we could force it in. Could we build it and assess the neighborhood? Absolutely. Could we force it? I don't know.
Okay. I don't see anybody jumping to disagree with that conclusion, so, okay. Councilor Ripsis and Nice?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple quick questions and then a comment. I think probably Karen or Wyeth, there was some testimony about the notice of the public meeting being improper. Do we have any evidence of that or any comment on that?
Yes, actually, the notices were sent out to the 1230? 1320.
1300, yeah.
Radius area. What they're talking about is we have a postcard, and included on that postcard is the information for the applicant. And this one I had their agent's email, their agent's phone number. It says what it is, which was the city zone change 1017, and what they were requesting, and when it was. And in this case, what they're talking about is I had just done my county mailing, and it says public hearing County Zoning Commission Monday, September 6th. Well, September 6th was a Tuesday. It also said 4 p.m. and it was supposed to be 4:30. So some showed up early. So, but that was our postcard notice. It also has 3 other city planning phone numbers and another city email number on this postcard. And it also has our little scan code so that you can go to the website and pull up all of the other information, including the site plan and all the details, which was correct. Our public hearing notices that were published in the newspaper were correct. So that little item, I understand was a concern, but they also found their way to the meeting, and it was the correct date. And I did check with my supervisors, I have a few, to make sure that I was appropriate in not sending out a second notice because all of our other information was correct.
All right, thank you. And then there was another comment about the storage unit was supposed to have some vinyl fencing along the east side. Was that part of the development agreement, or was that there? It's the same owner between the two lots, so I think it's probably relevant.
I can touch briefly on that. I wasn't part of that project, and I did not review that site plan for commercial development. The person that did is no longer reviewing those, and he did review it and approve it without that fence along that. I'm not sure what the repercussions, I was still investigating that before we left today with Nicole Cromwell to see what we could do to resolve that.
Okay, thank you.
Karen, before you sit down, I just want to make sure I understand on the notice issue. The notice that we sent out, the postcard, said 4, when it was actually 4:30. And it said county zone change instead of city zone change?
Well, it said city zone change 1017, but then under the when it said city zoning commission and Monday. But
Okay.
it was actually, the date, September 6th, was correct.
Okay, I believe they said the location was wrong. Is that correct?
No,
So the location was correct, just the characterization about city, county, and,
and it also had
time.
the city council hearing. This hearing date and time and location was correct.
okay.
It was Monday and the time of 4 o'clock that was incorrect.
Say that more loudly.
It was the day of the week, Monday, which we have since resolved. We won't put that on anymore to avoid error. And the time of 4 o'clock instead of 4:30.
Okay. Monday versus the actual day, which was Tuesday.
Right.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, Mayor. And just to clarify, I'm going to throw this to Gina. These minor changes where the day of the week was wrong, but the date was correct, and the hour, it was 4:30 instead of, I'm sorry, it was 4 instead of 4:30. Is that that's not material enough to cause a problem with the notice, is it?
In my opinion, it's not. And also when you consider all the other places we have posted notice and the additional measures that they take for the postcards, the date was correct, and the time, while the time was incorrect, it doesn't necessarily work against us that it was a half an hour early. I mean,
Okay.
4 as opposed to 4:30.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify that, and I didn't have an issue with it, and I'd hate to have to reissue this and go over this all over again. Mayor, if I don't mind, I'm going to speak to the motion. I think early on, you may have saw the email that I received from a constituent asking about this. I sent it off to Wyeth asking, and as I said before, my major concern about this was the intersection congestion. I think I've been through enough of these that I don't necessarily concerned what's going to be there, because we can't in zoning changes. We have to look at what potentially can be there, what, traffic study is. I'm very confident that our Public Works Department is going to do a traffic study that needs to be done to make sure the traffic issues are alleviated. And so traffic is never an issue, that we don't have a policy to bring traffic studies before these are approved, and it would be very costly to do and then to have projects done. So in the traffic issue, I'd be confident that if this were approved, Public Works would do due diligence to make sure traffic was handled. Again, my biggest concern was the intersection, but as Debbie mentioned, whether it's CX or CMU1, there's no difference. I think we probably should review that policy to make sure that we have busy intersections like this and major arterials that we maybe have to put some farther distances away to make sure on those particular intersections we don't have any kind of buildup of traffic when there is a lot of busy roads going from arterials to collectors to developments like this or anywhere around city. But as I looked at this, I thought, what's wrong with a car wash on the site? And there was a lot wrong with it because of the way they had so many variances they have to do. And so they obviously didn't think that would work, so they came to do the CX. But when I look at this neighborhood, and you look at the way neighborhoods should develop, at least the way I believe neighborhoods should develop, is you have your neighborhood, but you have some community services as you come and go from your neighborhood. You may have an arterial with it's just more of a highway, and yes, you'll have some commercial highway along that where there is no really residential homes. But I think that you need to make sure you develop the neighborhoods and the entrances and access properly. And so I don't believe this project is consistent with criteria 1 as far as the growth policy. One of the things that really, and we've talked about this many times when we talk about development, is we want to see transitions between zones. And here we're going right from a CX into residential and loading up CX along an entrance into a residential zone. And I don't think it actually promotes the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. So I don't think it fits criteria 3. When I look at criteria 7, will the zoning be compatible with urban growth in the vicinity of our towns? Again, I don't think it's incompatible with the growth. To change this to CX, regardless of whether it's a car wash or a gas station or a storage facility, we got to look at what's really needs to be for this community on the corner. And I also, does the new zoning consider character of the district? And I don't believe it does that. So I think it doesn't really, in my opinion, as the zoning criteria is absent, I don't think it fits the zoning criteria. And so I will support the motion to deny this based upon those positions and any other positions that someone else so deems. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further, Councilmember Joy, Councilmember Treacy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I am not going to support the motion because I can see right here heavy commercial. Is there someone saying that restaurants with drive-through isn't going to make a congested intersection? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So, or corridor mixed use, either one. All of these uses, hotels are going to have a tremendous amount of, there aren't any allowed uses in this zone that aren't going to add a tremendous amount of traffic. So I don't think that a hotel is not going to add traffic. All of these uses add traffic. It's next to a highway. Things that are next to highways have higher traffic. We find all of our hotels along highways. I don't think I'm going to support it because I don't think, even though the only reason we're talking about this is because of the ask for a zone change. If they hadn't asked for a zone change and gone through the variance process, they wouldn't be here this evening. And how many cars are going to use that area? Consistent with an interstate, it's going to be a lot of cars. I really don't think that there would be multifamily housing up to 9 units. That's going to create a lot of traffic in itself. So I don't see denying this is really going to put this neighborhood in a position of being able to choose something different for that development that isn't going to put more traffic in their area. I really am concerned, and I do hope that we have something come to council that says streetlights and sidewalks. We shouldn't have anything without sidewalks. We should not be without traffic, without streetlights. If a second street or a second exit is really important, I would expect that the residents would continue to come back to us and ask for that. That's what they're saying is the problem. They can come to us and ask for that, and we can make that happen. The same with the sidewalks and the lights. So I think maybe the zone change has brought to light, or kind of brought to the surface, a lot of things that the residents in this neighborhood don't feel really brings them to city standards. And I would agree. Sidewalks are city standards. You need to have them. You need to come back to us, or Public Works come to us and put them in. That's what city standard is. So I think this zone change brought to light some things that you really feel need to be changed, that need to be improved in your neighborhood, and that I really appreciate. And I do hear the concerns about safety. I do know that School District 2, in another instance, worked with the first student and made some changes so that students would be safer. I think that's quite possible in this situation too, depending on what happens. It really sounds like, regardless of this zone change, kids in that neighborhood need to have a safer way to get on their bus. And maybe no one really thought about it until a zone change came forward and everyone said, oh my goodness, look at this situation. So I think there are a lot of issues that the neighborhood has found, pointed out, and really feel are important to them. And I appreciate and I really do hear your concerns. I just don't think that denying this zone change will put you in a position of being able to have a developer come in and choose a project that's not going to add traffic. So I won't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tricky and Ripsis?
I totally agree that you guys have a problem. I totally agree that there is way more development that's happening along Blue Creek Road and the roads are not keeping up with it. Unfortunately, that is the way our current system is designed to do it. We do not address roads until the traffic becomes so bad that it becomes dangerous. That's just the way the system is currently set up. As I've said to a few of you, I encourage you to go to the long-range transportation planning meeting that's happening next week. I encourage you to get really deeply involved in what's going on with the city, the state, and the county in terms of the roads there. But I will say this about the zone change. You can't stop progress by trying to control one single zone change. You have to control an entire area. And not changing this zone isn't going to help you guys in the short term or the long run. You're going to need to address the traffic problems that are going on along Blue Creek Road and further down. As more and more people move into and put more businesses down the road, that problem is just going to continue to get worse and worse. I will say this. And the reason that I think it's a good idea to support the zone change at this point is that you know what you're going to get with this zone change. It's going to be a car wash, and it's not going to be as much traffic as a lot of things that could go in there without a zone change, in which none of us would have a voice about it. It is totally up to the developer about what they could put in there. And CM1 certainly allows by right a whole bunch of different things that could put a whole bunch more traffic in here. So yes, I'm really glad you guys showed up here. I'm really glad that you're getting engaged in what's going on in your neighborhood. And I really plead with you to focus very much on getting these roads up to safe standards.
Thank you very much. Councilor Ripsis?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm going to disagree with Councilmember Chiriki there a little bit. As of tonight, we think with this zone change, we're getting a car wash. If with this passes, tomorrow it could be anything in the CX zone. So I'm going to take Karen's advice here and focus not on the specific use, because obviously we wouldn't be here tonight if it weren't for a very specific use. They didn't fit the CMU1 variances. And so they wanted to go to CX to just kind of get this in, which I totally understand from a business perspective. But when we look at the CX zone, we see all kinds of things that are not necessarily compatible with a neighborhood entrance, up to and including livestock auction yards. The CX zone is not designed to be at an entrance to a neighborhood. So I'm going to support the motion to deny it. I understand that it sounds like we're getting a car wash, but we're pretty well instructed to think about all potential uses of a zone before we make that change. And to me, that's very different, a very difficult question. I think I understand your all's concerns about the traffic in and out of that neighborhood, but everybody's up here is right when they say not getting this zone change isn't going to solve that. Fast food drive-through restaurant can go in there and probably get more traffic than a car wash would get. So the answer to your problem is not to kill this zone change. I think it's up to you I'm not sure if it's up to the city or up to you, but together you probably should bring forward an SID to improve the entrance to your neighborhood, improve roads up to, at least a certain point into your neighborhood so that you have those better developed roads. I think I see a city property there that's on the east, just north of Santiago. Perhaps there could be a sidewalk there going along that city driveway and down through to Casey's Corner. I'm sure you could probably work with them to put a route there for kids to get to that bus stop down there. I think you need to think creatively about how you improve that access to your neighborhood, because honestly, the state is right to not allow a second access into or onto Blue Creek there within 100 feet of where there already is a road. That's just asking for more trouble. So it's a very difficult question, but like I said, I come back to the point that it's not about the specific use. It's about everything that this zone could be, and to me, that CX zone does not fit an entrance to the neighborhood. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Member Shaw, did you comment earlier? Okay, I'm going to just give everybody a chance, but we'll come back to you. I will just comment. I will not support the motion to deny. I would support a motion to delay this for 30 days, kind of beef up the findings of fact, or a motion actually to approve for a lot of the reasons we've heard before. I think the most telling public comment came from Janelle. Sorry we didn't get your last name at the very end, who said, no development on this site is okay. Or something like that. And I think that is certainly how the neighborhood feels, and that is not an option for us. These people own this property, and they invested a lot of money. People who built it in Cedar Park, everybody knew they had one way in when they bought. No mysteries there. This is on a major highway. It was going to be some sort of commercial development. So what we have to look at is the alternative, specifically between the CMU and the CX. Councilmember Rips's point is well taken in theory, but when we're talking about 250 trips, and yeah, that may not be exactly accurate, but that comes out to about 13 per hour trips, many of which are already on the road on Blue Creek. Most of them are probably already on Blue Creek. People probably are not too many going to come across the river. But it certainly would add pressure on Santiago. But anything is going to add pressure on Santiago because the Montana Department of Transportation is not going to allow an access on Blue Creek. The city engineering department is not going to allow a direct access onto Blue Creek. So unless it's just left vacant and the neighborhood gets together and buys the property, which is always a possibility, I suppose, there's going to be something. And a car wash, which theoretically might not occur, but actually is probably on the spectrum relatively light in traffic flow. So it's might be an evil, but it's the lesser of other evils. So that's the world in which we kind of have to live with, and that's my thinking. But again, I do see a need to beef up where there's this much opposition findings, and so if there were an alternate substitute motion, I would support the 30 delay for that purpose. But those are my thoughts. Was there anybody who hasn't commented at all before I go back to Councilmember Shaw and Owen? Councilmember, okay, Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually completely concur. My preference would be a 30-day delay to try to address some of these findings that I think are deficient and for which I lack information to rectify them. So specifically, I have concerns about finding 4 and 6 because I think there's some missing data gaps that I'd like to see addressed. I'd also like to give the developer a chance to review this meeting and think about it and see if there's some way to meet the neighbors part way. I do think that any development on this site is likely to result in some improvement to the intersection and sidewalks, and I think that's important. I do not want to be an anti-development council. I don't. I believe in this community developing. I believe in property rights, and I want people to have their right to develop it. But I also really want to encourage, and I want developers to hear, let's try to work with the neighbors. Let's see if we can collaborate and try to solve some of these problems. So my preference tonight would be a 30-day delay. I don't know, Councilmember Gulick, if that's something you're open to, modifying your own motion. But I think we need to address some of these deficiencies in the data and just have a chance to reflect tonight on the discussion that's been had. So that like you, Mayor, that would be my preference tonight.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Gulick?
Thank you, Mayor. I think, I too am not anti-development. In fact, I think this property is prime for, be something that could be really good for that neighborhood. There is a fundamental difference between heavy commercial and CMU1 that's not just about uses. It's actually about form. It's about, is it going to, what kind of setbacks does it have? Is it going to engender slowing down traffic going by because it creates a more walkable district? I think it can be developed in a way that actually slows traffic, that will also reduce the amount of traffic that has to leave the neighborhood because they have services in the neighborhood, which means they don't need to leave. This could actually be developed in a way that reduces traffic problems. So I think there could be a solution. Again, this is a could, and I realize we can't control how it gets developed, but we can control what kind of form is developed there. CMU1 would make it safer, more likely to serve the community, more likely to have better placemaking, and more likely to be better for the tax base. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other comments before we proceed to a vote? Councilmember Shaw.
I should have clarified. I asked questions earlier. I didn't comment, so I'll make a comment now. But gosh, what a tough one. I mean, on the one hand, I think the traffic, it's true. It's probably going to be a wash either way. So I hear the concerns. They're legitimate. But where do we really fall on that? I think for me, the piece, and I am going to support the motion after listening to all of this discussion, I would also prefer a 30-day delay. But absent that, I'm a lot more comfortable with moving forward with this proposed development through the special review process, leaving it in CMU1. I think that makes a lot of sense for a neighborhood entrance, that option is still available. The developer can come back to us. What I like about that is that council can attach conditions to a special review. We cannot to a zone change, but we could to a special review and try and articulate how that would need to be laid out or whatever. So I think for me, that's a more appropriate process for what's trying to be done, but I hear both sides, and I do want to emphasize I'm not trying to be anti-development. I think this needs to be developed. It's just a question of what this body can do to try and mitigate some of those things. I think we would have a lot more control and ability to achieve some of the things that the neighborhood is asking for with a different process. Thanks.
Thank you. And here I'm just going to ask staff to comment, whether it be Gina or Wyeth or both, on consequences of, or options here. You have the option for approval. You have the option for denial, which I believe requires then a 1-year delay on coming back on that zone change, or voluntary delay. Can you remind us of what those options are? And then Councilmember Owen had her hand up.
Council or Mayor and Council. So yeah, I think you described it correctly. You can you can approve the zone change. You can deny the zone change, and several of you are voicing the criteria, which is really important. If you're going to do that you specify what those are. So you're doing that, and you're correct. If it's denied, then a similar zone change for like this district could not come back for that 12-month period. And then certainly a delay is always also an option that you can consider for 30 days and bring it back to the council.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Owen.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a substitute motion, an amendment to the motion to delay action on zone change 1017 for up to 30 days.
Second.
Okay, motion made, second by Councilmember Joy. Up to 30 days being, well, it depends, I guess, when our meeting would be, but something less than 30 days, but correct. As close to 30 days as possible that meets with our meeting schedule, I assume. Okay. Okay, and discussion, now, that's an amendment, that's not really an amendment. It seems like that's really a substitute because it would do away with the underlying one. Okay. Okay, so that's just the substitute motion before us. Debate is now on that substitute motion. You want to speak to your motion?
Just very briefly, I just really do want to encourage us, first of all, for council members like myself who have concerns about insufficient information, to work with the planning department. I certainly will, to get those findings addressed. But really, for the developer to hear that we're not trying to shut down a particular use, but there's neighbor concerns, and I am hopeful and optimistic that if we have another conversation, perhaps some of them can get addressed. So this is not some sort of, in my opinion, at least from my perspective, I offer this not to sort of passively deny it or hint at a denial, but to really just say, let's look at the data deficiencies and let's see if there's anything that can be done. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Further discussion on the substitute motion, Councilor Ripsis and Councilmember Neese?
Thank you. I think I'm going to have to oppose it just because the nature of my concern about this is that CX doesn't fit this particular location. So I don't see how having more data is going to help me with that. So for that reason, I'll oppose.
Councilmember Neese.
Yes, I agree with Councilmember Ripsis. I'm going to oppose this substitute motion because, as I stated, in fact, it was interesting, the questions you had regarding some of the criteria was not any issues I had with. But it's the other issues that I don't believe this zone, whether it's now or 30 days from now, I still wouldn't support that because I don't believe this is CX property. I think it needs to be CMU1 as an entrance into the neighborhood. And I think we need to really think about that throughout the whole city when we're developing these neighborhoods, that we have that nice neighborhood entrance that we can develop different things. And the properties is, if the property was much larger, sure, maybe a hotel could go there, but they're going to need a very large space for that. And again, a little taco shop goes in there and you have a lot more traffic. I mean, people said this before, I'm not concerned about the traffic because whatever goes in there, the Public Works is going to do what their job needs to do to make sure the traffic is flowing as much as it can. And so you may get something worse than this car wash, but I have to look at this as, what's a good use for the neighborhood? And my belief is that CMU1 today, and it'll be CMU1, I think, in 30 days. So I'll oppose the substitute motion. Thank you for making it.
Thank you very much. Further discussion on the motion, Councilmember Tricky.
Question. So if the developer chose to withdraw the zone change and go back to doing the variances, would that be considered a significant, would that be allowed if we denied it? Or would we have to give them this amount of time in order to do it?
If you can comment, I guess it's my assumption that that would be a completely different animal. It's not the zone change, so they could come back as soon as possible on the special review, but that's my guess. Gina or Wyeth, you want to comment on whether denial would bar a special review application?
No. So Mayor and Council, no. So a withdrawal, we're trying to verify that withdrawing still at this point, you can still do that. It looks like that is an option. So if that were the case, then that would basically kind of reset in terms of coming back with a different application in less than the year. If that's what you're asking, about.
Well, no, I think it was if there were denial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Would that 1 year bar apply to a new application in CMU for special review?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. No, that would be separate. No, that would not be different than if you denied this zone change and then they decided to develop under CMU1 and were subject to whatever requirements for that. That would not be a 1 year bar. No, you'd be able to come back and do the special review sooner.
Okay, thank you. But you were raising another important point, which I guess I should have added in my list of options, which is if the developer or the developer's agent back there walked up to the podium and said, we don't want to take the risk of a 1 year bar, we're withdrawing the zoning application, we'll come back in 2 weeks or 2 months or 6 months with something completely different. They could do that as well, right?
That's what, yeah, we were trying to verify. I mean, it was highly unusual, and maybe Gina can chime in, but to be doing it that late, but the potential to do it before the denial is an option.
So that is another
Normally,
option.
yeah.
And I'm not putting words in your mouth, Taylor, but I'm just letting you, I don't want this to suddenly go to a vote and you be surprised.
Yes, no, I appreciate that. And just to confirm, I heard correctly, if it was denied, it wouldn't set a 1-year time frame on coming back with a special review application?
No, it does not.
Okay.
Right. Yeah, you're still under CMU.
Okay, so I guess just so we're all clear, my understanding would be that if it were to be denied, since it would be a special review under CMU 1, there wouldn't be a 1-year waiting period, so there wouldn't
That's what we've been told, and that's what makes sense.
There wouldn't be a need to withdraw.
Right. You would need to come back with a real application, of course.
Right,
But,
yeah, for a special review.
yeah. Okay, if the procedure is clear, hopefully what we're talking about. Again, what's still before us, though, is the substitute motion for a 12-month, or I'm sorry, for a up to 30-day delay, but still on this application. Okay, any further discussion before we go to a vote on the 30-day delay issue? Okay, we're ready to vote. We'll do it by hand call, because I'm sure it'll be close. Again, the motion is the substitute motion for the up to 30-day delay of the application that's now before us. Is the motion clear for everybody? I'll first ask for yays, those in favor of the 30-day delay, and then I'll ask for those opposed. So if in favor of the motion, which is for the 30-day delay, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Owen, Joy, Cole, Chiriki. Okay, if voting in opposition, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Tidswell, Boyette, and Rupsis. So that motion fails. Brings us back to the underlying motion, which was a motion for denial. Further discussion on the underlying motion. Is there any further discussion on the underlying motion before we proceed to a vote? Don't see any. So if in favor of the motion, which is for denial, please raise your hand. Voting in favor of that motion is Councilmember Shaw, Gulick, Neese, Owen, Tidswell, Boyette, and whatever your name is down at the end, Councilmember Ripsis. If voting against that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in opposition, council members Joy, Cole, and Chiriki. The ayes on that have it, which is for denial. So that's where we're at, and I think that concludes. Okay, and there were no written alternate findings of fact proposed by the proponents of the motion. So I guess for findings, council or staff, you're dependent upon. There was a set of written alternate findings for substituting denial. Okay, yeah, so I'm just going to, there was no written findings proposed, but so you'll have to cobble that together from the oral testimony. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate the public's patience and the staff's patience and council's patience. That concludes item number 3, brings us to item number 4. Denise, would you read item number 4?
Yes, Mayor, just one moment. Okay, so this is a public hearing and first reading ordinance amending section 6-205 of the Billings, Montana City Code, Building Code Board of Appeals. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Jessica will be our presenter, and we will have an opportunity for public hearing on this as well. Jessica, when you're ready, I know you've got to bring up your PowerPoint or a copy of the ordinance.
right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here to discuss the Board of Appeals ordinance. We were at a work session about a month and a half ago and went through it at length in terms of what the Board of Appeals does and what the proposed changes were. So we took your direction and made some adjustments, and now we are ready to change that ordinance. So just talking about what the Board of Appeals is. The building division is required by Montana Code Annotated to establish an appeals process by ordinance or resolution. The State Building Code Section 113 establishes that board, and the board's purpose is to rule on building code interpretation appeals. The board cannot waive building code requirements. However, if someone disagrees with the way that a certain code is being interpreted, that's what they can bring to the board for a decision. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the building code, this is the section that establishes that Board of Appeals and how it is intended to work, what the authority is, what the qualifications of the board members, and then that it is a binding action that then the building official has to take. So the changes that we made, we reduced the number of voting members from 6 to 5. We removed the building official who was on the board as an ex officio member. And instead, we're directing the city administrator to appoint a staff person to assist the board and act as secretary when they do meet. We removed the specific qualification requirements for members. If you'll recall, we had electrician, plumber, architect, very specific requirements. Now, it just says that members must have knowledge and experience related to building construction and codes. And then removing the section that referred to the county jurisdictional area. That was more of a housekeeping edit since the city no longer has jurisdiction over that area. And I think that's all I had for slides. I can pull up the actual ordinance if you'd like.
We should have it in our packets, but if anybody needs to refer to it, it'll be available. Questions for Jessica? Are there any questions for Jessica? Okay, we'll open up for public comment. Public hearing on this first reading. Is there any public reading on the proposed change to our Board of Appeals ordinance? Don't see anybody coming forward. I assume there is nobody online.
No hands online.
Okay, so our public hearing is closed. Back to council. Any further questions, comments, or motions? Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Having conducted a public hearing, considered written and spoken testimony, I move to approve the first reading ordinance amending Section 6-205 BMCC as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Shaw. Discussion. Any discussion before we proceed to a vote? Do not see any. So if in favor of the motion, which is for approval, item number 4, please say aye.
Aye.
If opposed, nay. Motion passes unanimously. Next item, item number 5. Denise, would you read item number 5?
Buy-sell agreement to purchase a fire station number 8 located at 760 Lake Alma Drive. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you very much. Gee, long time no see.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm here to talk about an opportunity to purchase a new old fire station. So this is the general outline. The fire department is here to assist. They're going to talk about the history of the station, the history of the heights, and then also some information about the call volume in the heights and why this proposed location is a good fit. And then I'll come back up and talk more about the land, the actual property purchasing process. So.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and thank you for listening to us tonight about our proposal we bring to you. I'm going to try to be a historian tonight. Out of respect for former council person Ewalt, there is a little more history than what he had brought forward, and I want to bring that forward to you all so you can understand it a little bit more. Obviously, the original property was built by the city back in 1977, but due to the expansion of some of the heights, the fire station was located further north at that time. It was determined that we did not need 2 fire stations in the heights at that time, so we decided to sell the old Fire Station 6 that we'll be talking about tonight. Uh-oh. There we go. All right. Here's just some bullet points I want to talk about. Population of the heights in 1970 was 5,500 people. So we kind of go back and think about that. The station was constructed in 1977 to serve an increasing population. So it wasn't 5,500 at the time that we built it, but it was increasing significantly at that time. The population in 1980 kind of describes that population increased to 15,726 by 1980. Between 1980 and 2000, there was another population increase, which went to 19,713. So we can see this progression of the heights starting to build up. The biggest expansion in that population happened when we annexed a large portion of the heights. So that was kind of where it was tipped over, and we needed to move that station. We expanded a lot to the north, as former councilperson Ewalt described. So in 1984, that large annexation took place. A lot happened around that. Due to that annexation, it was decided that we would build the new Station 6 in 1988, so about 11 years later. That's not typical for us to move a station 11 years after. However, I'm not a proponent of repeating bad history, but I don't think that we anticipated happening in the heights what happened after that annexation. So I am a proponent of, addressing things that we didn't think were going to happen. So that's why we're here tonight. Like it states there, due to that annexation, we built that station in 1988. The location that was decided was more centrally located with the geographic area. It didn't take into account a lot of the population and density. So that's what another thing that's going to be a factor tonight as we talk about this other station. As we all know, the current population, we always say 30,000 in a lot of our presentations, and we brought this up from the current census, 2020. The population in the heights was 29,542.
60,000 people.
Well, now. All right.
Sorry.
No more interruptions. So we talk about timing and location. This is something that came upon us, so we want to talk to you tonight about why now. It's obvious that the Heights area Billings is in need of an additional fire station. We can debate when that's going to happen. It's not if, it's when. But due to the population coverage, size, call volume, and a lot of other infrastructure that's coming in. Fiscal year 23 budget includes about $2 million for us to purchase what we thought was going to be a piece of property to eventually build on when we decided to build that station and occupy it. While we were doing that, what we'll talk about tonight happened. Staff has been investigating options for the Heights Fire Station, which we believed would involve a new facility, which with today's building prices could be up to $6-7 million. Why here? So we're going back to the location of where the old station existed. There's a need for a second Heights Fire Station. Like I said, we'll talk about when. It's not if, but when, based on a multitude of factors. We do have a lot going on right now. I'm confident that the results of the data that will come in with our new MRTs and whatnot, eventually that fire station would need to be occupied. The property is strategically located within 5 blocks. If you can go back, if anybody is familiar with the ESCI study that happened, it was more of a long-range master plan than the study that was conducted by CPSM. They gave us 3 different options in that, and I'll show you on the next slide what the least expensive option was, but did have significant impact. The location on Lake Elmo, and it is supported by call data over the last 5 years. Our next presenter will talk about that call data and what it means to you and what that mapping shows and what we found through our data. He's our resident expert in NIFRS, which is the National Fire Incident Reporting System. Patrick Landry is our administrative support for the fire department. He will talk about that. He's become very well versed in that as he handles everything data that has to do with the fire department. I talked about the ESC study. We've seen this map, or at least I've presented on this map several times since 2018. But the two areas that they suggested, least impact, there was another option where we build more fire stations, relocate fire stations, a whole lot. This was the most financially responsible in my opinion, but it shows the area of Hilltop and Topaz for that Heights fire station. That's 5 blocks away from where we're proposing that we buy the property that we came across most recently. So next up, we will have Patrick Landry, who, like I said, is the fire department's administrative support, but also handles everything data for the fire department.
Patrick.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. My name is Patrick Landry. I'm the secretary for the fire department. I'm also the NFIRS program manager, and so I work with auditing all of the incident reports and ensuring a quality data to create information. I'm going to be sharing some illustrated maps with you, so if you could please follow. We conducted a 5-year call volume study in the boundaries of Station 6's response area. Oversimplification, the Heights. Total area is 19.29 square miles of response area. City limits, it's 10.01 square miles, and the BUFSA is 9.28 square miles. The numbers in front of you, it shows the call volume per year and the daily average. So currently, last year we were about 7.42 calls within Station 6's area. Okay, so a challenge was to find an equal division of the Heights if a second station is placed. So looking at the map pages, traditionally this is something that's in a big book. You open to a certain map page, it tells you more specific drilling down where addresses are. We're looking at very broadly of 1 square mile blocks that can also be created into quadrants. So the challenge was many ways were explored, horizontal and vertical lines creating north and south, east, west. Like we were trying to look at different even grids that are up there. But looking at the call frequency in high chronic volume areas, the most frequented map quadrants, this S was created. And it goes top of Mary and then just keeps jutting southwest. And so you can see where Station 6 is located currently. That's the top building. And then the proposed Station 8 is the bottom one. Okay. So on the map slide 3, when placing the 1.5 mile radius per the ISO, this is saying that ideally within that circle it will be up to a guideline of a 4-minute response. From the time they say, hey, we're on our way, to when they arrive, ideally that is supposed to be within 4 minutes. And so placing the 1.5 mile radius circles over each station, the call volume shows that an overlap within that, that it shows what has occurred each year and the percentage of calls of Station 6 area that fall within this overlap. Consistently, over 60% of the call volume fell within that football. So looking at it as if it was a Venn diagram, the most covered area of Station 6's response area would be covered now by 2 stations. On this next slide, the study looked at map pages of Billings, 1 square mile grids divisible in quarters. And so here is illustrated the top 10% of those quarters that were most frequented and which side of the S the volume occurs. Of the top 10% areas, predominantly on the south side and conveniently clustered around Station 8. The yellow circles are just stating that this is south of that border. The blue crosses are just the north. All of this is the top 10 map pages that are most frequented over the last 5 years. 31.88% are south of the S, and then 16.38% are north of the S. So to continue further, placing the overlap with the top 10% most frequented areas shown, there are 18 of these markers. There are 25 markers up on the map there. So 18 of these markers lie within that football. Over 70% of these most frequented areas fall within there. And so you can see even looking at the top 10%, which is taking up still 61% of the call volume, is now covered by 2 stations effectively, because if you notice at the BUFSA, which is all county, majority of what is within that overlap is city limits. And so with the proposed in that location, it's most ideal of what the 5-year study is showing. Thank you.
All right, so there's a photo of our station, the new old one. So just going through a couple of the advantages, timeline. Obviously, it's a lot shorter timeline to utilize an existing building versus building an entirely new building. We're estimating for the build out, we would do some extensive remodeling inside of the building. That would be about 6 to 8 months, possibly up to 2 years if we're looking at doing a new station. Cost, purchasing this property and renovating it would cost millions of dollars less than building a new station. And then location, as Patrick said, the property is in an ideal location for the call volumes that they have up in the Heights. So a couple challenges. It is a small property. There is limited area for expansion. It's a sloped site. It's from Hanson Lane down to Lake Elmo Drive. It slopes pretty considerably. There have been questions about the traffic on Lake Elmo Drive. We have been working with Public Works to figure out solutions to that. It's not something that they have said, no, you can't do it. It's how do we do it safely? And how do we make sure that any traffic considerations are taken and dealt with properly? And then this station is a smaller footprint than other stations. So we did look at other options. Like we said initially, we were first looking for land. And when we looked at land, these were the options that came up. So we had different locations that weren't as ideal to the north there. If we look close, so number 9, that's where our station is. 2 and 7 were on the east side of Maine, but there wasn't really any property available right in the same area where that station 8 is that we're looking at. So these were some comparables that we had looked at in the Heights. So I put our data for our building larger over there on the side, so you can see it's just under 4,000 square feet. It's about 0.53 acres, and the proposed price that we have the buy-sell for is $575,000. That comes out to $148 a square foot, and if you look at the comparables, they're at $152, $170, $150, $147. So we're really right in that range compared to the other commercial properties that were looked at. And then looking at project costs, the proposed agreement, as I said, is for $575,000. We would have inspections and appraisals done. Then we have design and permitting for doing the interior remodel. This is one difference from your staff memo. After we went and did a site visit last week, I did adjust up the remodel costs because after talking to the fire department and some of the conversations we had on site, there was a need for greater renovation than what we had initially. And I will say not necessarily a need, it was a desire to make sure that this facility really is serving the fire department in the best way that it can. So the remodel costs were adjusted up to account for that. So the total estimated cost is just under 1.2 million is what we're anticipating. And then signaling or any traffic control costs for Lake Elmo Drive at this point are unknown. We have talked to engineering about it, and we will, work with them on getting a good estimate of what that cost would be. So just looking as a comparison, if we were to buy land, I took the average per square foot cost for the land that was available, and then just took some estimated numbers in terms of if we had a raw site, what sort of infrastructure would we need, what sort of design costs, what would that building be? I used the exact same square footage of what the actual building is, estimated at $450 a square foot for a masonry public building. That came out to about 1.7 million for a total estimated project cost of 3.2. And I just want to note this is for the same size of building and size of lot, where if we were building a new station, we would likely build it larger to be more in line with the other station sizes. So then that cost would go up from there. And then I want to go to our property purchase flow chart. So we did the negotiations with the seller. Both parties agreed on, well, I'll say staff and the seller agreed on the price, but no signed agreement. We do have, the seller did sign it. So that's where step 2 is, where we have the signed buy sell with the contingencies in place. Those include the appraisal, funding contingencies, due diligence findings, and then city council approval. And that is one difference from the agreement that was attached to the staff memo, is that we did add a specific contingency for final council approval. So we are on step 3, where we're presenting it to council. And then if approved, the mayor would sign the buy-sell agreement, and then we would move forward with the due diligence phase, which would be those appraisals, inspections, and that would be 60 days. And then if there's anything that staff would find from that due diligence phase that we would be concerned about, or that we would feel needed to be further negotiated with the seller, we would do that before we bring it back to council. So with that, if you have any questions for any of us, that concludes the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. There will not be a public hearing on this item. Council, questions for Jessica or any other staff or Chief Hoppel? Councilmember Shaw?
I have just a really quick question. I saw that the property zoned neighborhood office. Are we going to have to rezone it?
So Mayor and Council, the zoning, that is a good question. Councilmember Shaw. As you know, the city has the ability to do land use contrary to zoning. So we could always go through and do a zone change, or the city could do contrary to zoning.
Okay, to be determined, I guess. Councilmember Neese?
Thank you, Mayor. I have quite a few questions, so I'll try to only ask one or two and come back. I guess this is mainly for the fire chief. First of all, I got to steal Jennifer's thunder because this is so exciting. Because it is. It actually is nice to see this coming up there. But Chief, I see the need now as far as, the maps and stuff like that. And it was actually on the, I think it was the ECSI is what this came out. And if I remember, that study was never adopted by the council. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, all right. It was done, but it was just never adopted. Okay. And then, so how are you, as the chief now, planning? This is good here covering what we need, but how is this going to affect our planning? Because we got the inner belt loop that's going to be developed, and we have a lot of development going to the north. We got the bypass coming in. There's a lot happening up in the heights. How do you see this impacting that type of, maybe a third fire station in the heights?
Absolutely. Great question, Mayor and Council. The biggest thing that we're trying to achieve here is to take care of, quite simply, the south end of the heights to fill in a gap between stations 1 and 6 that we have right now. One of the biggest challenges we have is a geographical issue, which we call the funnel, trying to get through the metro area. traffic backup are some of our biggest issues there. Tons of traffic accidents like that. So what we're trying to do is to relieve Station 6 by putting a strategically placed unit there. And then 6 can then focus on the north end of it for the time being. You are right, we may need to look at this at a later date, but right now I think this would absolutely serve that purpose to relieve 6 so that they can focus on the skyways, the inner belt loops, and the northeast part once that bridge is opened up.
Okay, great, thank you. And Mayor, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
So when I was out there looking at the facility, which, by the way, it's in really good condition from what I saw. Now, I'm not an expert, but it was really impressive to see the building in such good condition. You mentioned that for now it's going to house the MRTs. And so, and I think Jessica said this too, is we may actually need not have a fire station that covers that area for another 2 years. But because as I understand that fire station there is going to help, like you said, relieve some of the pressure from downtown. The maps didn't really show us how much of the downtown it covers, but it would kind of nice to have seen that. Can you give us some indication of, since we won't have a full-fledged fire station, there's just maybe one MRT for now, maybe 2 later on. As I heard, this supposed to be mobile anyway. How is that going to help with that, the coverage that you're talking about?
So what we're seeing with the statistics that Patrick came up with, roughly 80% of that call volume is medical. And that's why we think that once the remodel is done, we could possibly house an MRT there, which would basically serve this almost the same function as an engine to take care of those calls. And then another thing for us is not only is this good for just the Heights, but it's good for the whole community. And the reason why I say that is because whenever engine 6 is unavailable, whenever any one of our people are taken off the engine to ride in to the hospital, it's now unavailable. If they have to go to fleet maintenance, it's unavailable. If they have to go to training, it's unavailable. So it creates tremendous pressure on our battalion chiefs to make sure that all the chess pieces are moved across the city to backfill that area. This mobile response team, to start out with, will help alleviate that issue because most of the calls, what we're seeing right now, are medical up in that area.
Great, and I think that's exciting to have that type of ability up in the Heights to address some of that. So, and I can hold my questions, or I've got one more question. This is a quick
Go
one.
ahead, and I'll come back on that topic.
Former council member Ewald mentioned that this is the only back-end fire station in the city. And I think when we were out there talking, you said there was one other one.
There's actually two. Station 1, we have to back in off of, and then also Station 2, we have to back in off of. What I can tell you is our Fire Station 3 almost has the same setup off of 17th and Park Hill, where it sits on an intersection and there is a light there, which we could anticipate happening down the road by putting a light in that intersection on Lake Elmo and Hanson.
Right.
We did have to have, due to maintenance issues, that particular engine had to back in off of that street for several months and wasn't too much of a headache for us. And I would venture to say that 17th is busier than Lake Elmo.
Right, all right, thank you very much.
You bet.
Okay, and I apologize, Councilor, we'll go to you, but just on while you're standing there on that issue, the I thought the medical response teams, or I'm sorry, the mobile response teams are supposed to be mobile.
They are.
And not be in any place and just kind of wandering about. And is there a disadvantage to having them in a fixed location that's not smack dab in the middle of the city?
So what we're trying to achieve, you're absolutely right, they will be mobile, but we also need a place to house them as well. And we're pretty tight on space in all of our fire stations. And what we're looking at doing is, like I said, they will be mobile, but also we anticipate these units to run hard, quite simply. And they're going to need, after so many runs, they're going to need an opportunity to go out of service to get caught up on their medical reports that are vital to our operations. And so they can go back up to that station and make sure that they get their reports done. And that's why we feel that this would be a great way to call it a soft opening, if you will, to get that station once the remodeling is done, I guess, pseudo in service, if you will, to work out any kinks before we put a full crew in there.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rowan?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I've told you, and I've told Kevin, who I think worked very diligently on this with you all, that I really want to dislike this project, but I don't. We've talked a little bit about the potential traffic issues on Lake Elmo. Candidly, they concern me less. I think that regardless of where this fire station is, we have to address traffic issues at Lake Elmo and Hanson. I think we're going to see Debbie come in with some recommendations on Lake Elmo safety in general. And I'm convinced after listening to your team that because you have multiple access points to major arteries and collectors, you can get through the Heights okay. But I would just like you to talk us through a little bit about crossing Main, because of course I would have liked to see a fire station on the other side of Main. I do worry that we're making wrong assumptions about how the bypass will develop, but I'd just like to hear you talk us through getting across Main, if you would.
Sure. So physically going across Main, there's many options. I mean, they can make an absolute hard right to go up the hill to get on Hilltop. They can go down Hanson and make a left there to access Hilltop to get across. And then they can either shoot up Main or Yellowstone River Road or Bench. This is an access nirvana for us, if you will. It's you couldn't ask for a better location, honestly. Does that answer your question? I mean, it has all the access points we need.
No, I get the
to back
geography.
up 6.
I'm a little more concerned about just congestion and getting people out of your way and rush hour and those sorts of things.
So Station 6 has been what we call the lone wolf fire station up there for a mighty long time, and they have dealt with traffic issues and have been able to do a decent job of getting through.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Mayor, I don't want to cut off conversation, but I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're ready to hear it. Oh, let's do it. I make a motion to approve the buy-sell agreement to purchase the building located at 760 Lake Elmo Drive for Fire Station 8 as recommended by staff.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any further discussion? Same thing. Councilor Treek, Councilor Boyette.
A couple more questions. So I'm assuming that the data that we saw reflects the changes in the priority call.
Yes, that is correct. Yeah.
Cool. And I noticed that we didn't see a comparison to the data on the west side at this point. I assumed that was something that you considered when you made this decision and still felt that this was the best location.
Yes, absolutely. We've always maintained that the reason why for us that the Heights needed to be priority was of density issues up there, traffic congestion and so forth. And the west end for us right now is time and distance.
Okay, thank you. And one last question for Jessica. I probably shouldn't say this in public. Do we have our eyes on the property to the north?
Yeah, should we not say that? I think that was a thought of most people on site last week.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Boyette.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been saying this for 2.5 years. Let's do something. Let's go ahead and vote now. Let's approve this and get it done. This is what you need. And the Heights is the 6th or 7th largest city in the state of Montana. I looked it up today, but I think it was 6, but it needs 2 fire departments. So let's vote yes on this, please.
Okay.
If I could speak to my motion.
Sure, Councilmember Owen.
I just briefly wanted to speak, especially because I appreciate Councilmember Tricky bringing it up. Between Roy and I, no one's going to fight harder for the Heights, and I love having a second fire station in the Heights. However, I think it's important that we also think about our fire system as a system. So it's not great for anybody in the community when Station 1 or Station 2 or Station 3 has to be in the Heights all the time. And so what I particularly love about this is how far under budget it comes. Council's already set aside $1.5 million last year, $500,000 this year, and has budgeted at least to do $500,000 for the next 2 years. By coming under this far under budget, even assuming things might go over, or we might have roof problems or whatever, I think we accelerate the path to Station 9, which is in the best interest of the whole community. So as much as I wanted to advocate for brand new, shiny, and on the other side of Maine, the tax savings here and the overall ability to address systemic deficiencies that put the whole community in jeopardy makes this a strong win for me. So I appreciate the hard work of the staff, and I hope that this is the first of multiple investments we make in our fire infrastructure.
Thank you. Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor. And I agree with Jennifer on this, and I think it's great to see. I wish it was about 200 feet to the north. It'd then be in Ward 2 instead of Ward 1, but that's okay. It is serving the Heights in general and helping the downtown and things like that. So I think it's really good. My biggest concern about this is the budget and the estimate. The budget and the estimate on this is anytime we see an estimate like this, you were looking at this City Hall now, Stillwater, how it's growing, the water plant, it's growing. I'm concerned it's going to be over budget. I really would like to see it come under budget, or at least give us an estimate that's a little bit more accurate somehow. But it's one of those things where it makes me really concerned that we're budgeting a lot, although it is much less than building new. And so there's a lot to be said about that. And again, the building that I saw was in great condition. So the only other consideration I have is I think when we're going into this real estate market, higher interest rates, the market is not going to be great for office buildings right now anyway. And so I still think as they're looking at the comps, they were older. Again, I'm not the professional. You hired the NIA professional. I just think it's a little high priced, but that's my opinion. But anyway, I think I'm going to look forward to this. I look forward to the appraisal actually coming in lower so we can actually get this a little better deal than we're getting now. So thank you.
Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. Huge fan. For sure we'll support it. I just wanted to double down on what Councilmember Owen said, that this is about the whole fire system, and technically it is in Ward 1, so we let you Heights people have it, but this is going to be good for the whole city and the downtown in particular. I think it will really make a big difference, so thank you.
Thank you. My only comment, certainly will support this, but I just want to reinforce, having a station does not mean we've got this manned, and we're not going to anytime soon. I just want to be unambiguous about that from my perspective. Chris?
Mayor, and if I could just add, I too, like Jennifer Owen, frankly, didn't want to like this idea. I do think, though, the value of it makes it a smart investment. I say that for the record because the data may show us years down the road that this was a wise midterm solution. I think, though, the value of it is so good that it's a wise midterm solution for sure, and it may be a smart long-term solution for the overall system. So we're not abandoning our CPSM recommendations on efficiency. We're not abandoning that approach, but I was very surprised, frankly, when we all were as a staff, when it came open. I think the value makes it a wise thing for us to take advantage of now as we continue to analyze data over the next 18 to 24 months, decide if and now it is when. We don't know, it's not an if, but when that 8th station needs to be staffed 24/7. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor, are we ready to vote? Yes. Okay, so the motion is for approval, consistent with staff recommendation, item number 5. If in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, say nay. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item number 6, I'm sure this one shouldn't take more than a couple minutes.
Did we take a break first?
Yeah, council, we're now a little after 9:30. I apologize for everybody who's been with us, but let's do it, and we'll be back going certainly no later than 9:50. Item number 6.
Yes, Mayor. Low barrier shelter grant decision.
Simple title, not so simple topic. Chris, this is your staff report, so I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will keep it brief. You were clear in your direction. You wanted to see this subject on each agenda until we got to a decision point. I have been, I believe, clear with those who were involved, predominantly. I'm a whole bunch of folks with Continuum of Care and with MRM, that just because it's on the agenda tonight doesn't mean we have to make a decision tonight. That being said, we all understand it's getting colder at night. And so I'm not going to apologize for the reality of what we face, which is these issues are complex, they're complicated, and this is our first year getting into this area. We made a commitment to our taxpayers with the public safety levy that we were going to work on the upstream issues related to contributions of crime and inefficiency or ineffectiveness of our police department and other criminal justice system. So you didn't see a lot of new information in the memo as it was due, 10 days ago. I didn't have a lot of new information. Lots of conversations have been had and meetings and tours of facilities. And that list that, Mayor, you referred to early, that it is in the memo, it is not intended to be ironclad, but it did come out of the 6 items, did come out of conversations between myself, the police department, and Continuum of Care, and a conversation with MRM, asking all of them, what do you feel, what am I missing, where do we need to go? And I'm not going to say there's full agreement, yes, we're okay with all of those, but I thought they were important that you see where the conversation is going relative to there are expectations of trying to get our head and get this system working. Frankly, specifically for this winter, for those who've been working at this for years or decades, I appreciate their frustration and I appreciate their heart and dedication to solving these problems. I do think the reality is we're not in a position to make long-term commitments, meaning for years. But I think we have to get to making some decisions about this winter. And so the intent was to give you the opportunity, and I wanted the agenda to be clear. If you wanted to make a decision tonight, you're in a position to make a decision tonight. If you want to continue to get more information for the October 10 meeting, that's our next meeting where this would be on the agenda. With that, I know Carrie Boyder, who is on there, she's looking forward to, I'm sure, the opportunity to answer questions, as well as MRM or anyone else who came and spoke tonight during the public comment. So I think I'll wrap it up at that point, and thank you.
Okay, let's, to the extent we have factual questions, and Carrie is on Zoom, and we also have Matt Lundgren and Oksana in the audience as well for any questions. Chris, I just want to start with some kind of factual questions on your part. We know that we've got between public safety mill levy money and marijuana tax money, this $865,000 or so. Could you help us to pin down a little bit how much money of that needs to go for things other than low barrier shelter? Specifically, my top priority, those crisis response units. The staff report says $250,000. How confident are we in that number? And then second, the issue that I've raised in the past is marijuana impact mitigation money. Whatever those might be, staff training, dogs, equipment, lobbying on potency. We heard from Karen in a conversation I had with her today that I was party to about a problem with what's the other derivative that doesn't have the THC supposedly?
Oh, CB.
Yes, yes. That apparently does have some THC issues. So anyway, can you just comment on the CRU cost?
Sure.
And marijuana impact?
So I'm going to stick with my 250 number. I'm going to tell you the good news is this is the week. The proposals are due later this week, and the smart people in finance and fire who helped create this have a system of which questions you needed to kind of give us a heads up that you're going to respond to the RFP and get your questions in writing, and there's a strong indication we're going to get 3 proposals. I will not know until we open them up what they look like, but I think that's good news. That's multiple entities in our community. But I think that $250,000 is a safe number for tonight's conversation. I don't have a number on the cost of the impact of marijuana. The mayor and I talked about this. It is true. We communicated, I think quite confidently, but we didn't know for sure, that the actual cost of legalization of marijuana in Montana and the issues that our criminal justice system will face will far outweigh the $400 and some thousand that we're anticipated to get for revenue. I still think that that's very highly likely the case, but I can't sit here and tell you as of yet, only months into this, as to what our costs are. What are the impacts? Anecdotally, as we've been talking to law enforcement about it, some components, they will say, Chris, people have been smoking marijuana in this town for a lot more than 9 months. We are not seeing an overwhelming impact, but there are direct costs related to DUIs and other things that I think we owe the public. Here's what we speculated. Where are we experiencing the cost? Unfortunately, tonight, I can't tell you what it'll be or where it is. So I think that $250,000 for the CRUs, I think would be very wise to be not to spend till we open those up. And candidly, I've drank the Kool-Aid relative to prevention. And yes, I do not think that investing a couple $100,000 immediately and maybe up to a third of this midterm for the Nurse Family Partnership is going to make everything better. But I do think we need to be a catalyst for true prevention as well, to draw attention to it for our community so that our community gets serious about the 12 to 15 nurses that it takes, not the 3 or 4, as an example on true prevention. So I think you got somewhere, if my advice is, you got about a third, and a third of this pot. A third of it in CRUs, a third of it in this area of housing, and I'd be candidly careful just for this year in us to do a stronger job, frankly, of coordinating with the county and those dollars that are going this space, and a third on prevention. And I know some of you, really aren't into that prevention side because you want to see immediate things, and I respect that. At the end of the day, it's your guys' call.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Rupsis, Shaw, Gulick.
Well, I think it makes sense to take it in components like that, right? So I want to start things off by making a motion. I move to allocate $210,000 to the COC's low barrier shelter, seasonal shelter for this winter, with no long-term strings attached, just to get us through to the point where we have long-term low barrier shelter services available, hopefully for next year.
Okay.
If I could.
Sure, then I'll have you address it, and just to clarify, that was Councilmember Shaw at the second.
Yeah.
Okay, if you'd like to address it again, it doesn't address anything other than the low barrier shelter component.
Just So, I think these funds, I very much don't want to get into the point where we're making long-term commitments right now, because I don't feel like we really have a strategy set out for how we want to go about addressing public safety. I mean, we've got some really good programs here, But there are, countless others that could also fit in this space, and I don't think we've even begun scratching the surface of what they are. So I want to take a very kind of short-term approach this particular year. And I don't want to get into funding long-term headcount. And I know this is going to be an issue when we come up with the nurse-family partnerships. How much of that should we lock up for what should be a long-term commitment? And I'm not quite comfortable with that yet, even though I recognize all the values of the program and fully support it. Our pot of money is so small that I think we just have to be very intentional about where we're placing those, and I'm not yet ready to commit to long-term headcounts on that. For the same reason, that's why I only included the 210 for the COC's seasonal barrier shelter and not the case management services. I don't want to be in the position of funding headcount right now, knowing that that's a long-term need. I think we need to work with COC and identify those funding sources that can get those case management services in place. They are critical. We've got to have them. Again, I just don't think that we have the funds to hire staff, essentially. And the same thing with the MRM's proposal. The majority of that money was to hire headcount. And I just don't think that we're in a position to do that right now. I'm encouraged when Matt stood up today and said he supports those 6 things. I hope that a year from now, we can really see that, we've come a long way. We're participating coordinated entry and coordinated case management and working well with the COC and rebuilding some of those bridges. I think there's a lot of benefit to our community if we can make that happen. So I would like to encourage that to happen. But for right now, that's why I focus on just specifically the seasonal shelter for this particular year. Thank you.
Councilor Repsis, can I ask you to clarify your motion? Maybe this was presumed, but it should be clear if it was. This would have to be memorialized in some way. So is the expectation that these funds would be made available contingent upon a written agreement acceptable to the council that would come back to the council at some point? Or we just, if this passes, we send a check to somebody?
I think it's perfectly reasonable to have a written agreement between the COC and the city with this kind of funds exchange. So yes, but I don't want to delay the implementation of this any further because I think we're reaching a point right now where it's going to be November before they can open that up and we're under a time crunch. So I don't want to delay moving forward, but I would expect that we can get a written agreement hammered out pretty quickly.
And would that be approved by the council or staff or?
I would be fine either way on Chris's determination of what has to be approved. Yes, let's approve it.
And who was that? So you said literally the determination of the city administrator or the council?
Well, we can have council approve the agreement if you think that's appropriate.
Okay, and is that consistent with the second? Okay, that kind of friendly clarification, I guess we call it. Okay, further discussion. We have a motion or on other topics. The second, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to this too. I look at this as just the baseline of what we really desperately have to do to keep people from freezing to death on the streets this winter. We've pushed this off onto our downtown community for years. They've cobbled together different options for many different years that's looked very differently. I appreciate where MRM's coming from, I do. But there were some comments made like, we've already been, doing this low barrier shelter for decades, but we still have people that are not being served. And so that's really, there's a gap there that I feel like is not fully being realized, I think, that there's a population that is not being served right now. And we have lots of evidence of that. I can't be responsible. I can't, sit here and say that I think we should go into another winter without the city participating and actually coming up with a solution for this. But I certainly agree with Councilmember Repsis that I'm very trepidatious is the word I would use of entering right now into funding salaries without having some kind of a permanent plan in place. So my hope would be that this amount can get us through this winter. I think if people have different amendments they want to make to add to this proposal, that's great. that's why I like it. We could vote on those amendments separately. I look at this as the baseline, but I would really encourage us to move forward with this tonight because we need to get this up and running before the snow hits.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dees?
Well, thank you, Mayor. I actually had some questions. Thought we were going to have a few more questions before we came up with, you're laughing at my, yes, I have questions. So actually, this is for Matt, if you don't mind. If I understand correctly, and I would like you, if you don't mind, addressing this gap thing, as I understand over COVID, you guys, your hours were 10 o'clock at night, right? And so if someone came to your shelter at 10 and they were inebriated or, they just, you had to turn them away because you didn't open your shelter for those people in that condition until 10 p.m. Do I understand that correctly?
So our emergency shelter at that time was, I believe our hours were 10? Yeah, 10 till 6, that's correct.
Okay. And so that's where a lot of times, of course, by that time, by 10 o'clock at night, some of them may have found shelter elsewhere, or they off the streets, or some of those that actually were being temporarily set up throughout the time.
Yeah, we asked them to stay outside until we have children and women and families inside. We asked them to stay outside until we put everyone else to bed, and then we'd allow them in.
Okay. And you changed it a few weeks ago to now, what, 5:30? 4:30?
4:30 until 7 a.m.
Okay, and you're seeing people come in from 4:30 all the way past, and also,
Correct.
Are you seeing more officers bringing people to you as well?
I should really have Oksana standing next to me. She runs operations, if you don't mind, Councilman Neese, because she can answer some of these.
Well, okay, yeah, that would be fine.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sure.
I'm just going to have to keep turning to her, so.
Okay.
Yes, we're seeing more people. And
And
yes, we're
officers?
seeing people coming in at all hours. And yes, the officers, after I attended their briefings, are starting to bring more people or refer more people, depending on the situation.
Okay, are you continuing to attend those briefings or work with Chris, do you know if they're actually continuing to work to kind of educate the police on how to do that?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Oksana.
I've attended all of their meetings, and I'm still in touch with them on a regular basis to make sure that there are no issues or concerns. They all have my direct number. If they have any type of issue with a referral or anything like that, so they can reach out to me via email or via my direct number.
Okay. Okay, I have one more question. I'm not sure who to address this to, but this is Matt, I think it was when you gave a presentation, you mentioned you had housed 100 people. I think you said 100 people over a period of time. I think it was 3 months or something like that. But we also heard, I think from the COC, who talked about how there was only 60 people housed over that same time period, if I understood that correctly. Maybe I didn't understand it correctly, but my concern is if we are housing people, whether it's through you or through the COC, and we're not coordinating the data, we may be losing out on federal or state funding because we're not getting all the information and they're not able to fund us because we don't have this, all the information. So what is the right number? Do we know? Are the numbers that you're housing, are you eventually putting them in the COC, the system, whatever that state system is?
Great question. So just a clarification, we talked about housing over the last quarter, and I think we had somewhere around 300 people that we housed over the last quarter.
Okay.
And I think the COC said that they had housed 40 or something like that. So it's just a matter of scale, right? And so we're in touch with the state COC. Oksana is regularly on the phone with them and giving them the data that they request. Frankly, if I can speak candidly, I appreciate the motion, I appreciate the discussion, but we've been providing this service already. And if people choose not to come in, that's on them. We can't literally drag people into the Montana Rescue Mission. So we've been providing this service for years. We're continuing to provide this service. And while I appreciate council saying, yeah, let's fund a different effort for the winter for a few months and then stop it, it doesn't make sense to me why you wouldn't fund what we're already doing and that we're going to continue to do, unless it's for a reason that's unbeknownst to me or unless it's for, the reason that no one's talking about. But the reality is we're doing this already. We're providing those services. We talk about it's going to get cold. Yeah, well, last night we had 50 people in our emergency shelter. So people can come in now. There's no need for something else if we're already doing it. It seems to be a waste of taxpayer money.
And just, Mayor, one last question, I think, is this idea that you're doing it now. If you don't get the funding from us tonight, you're going to continue to do it.
We're continuing to do it as our budget allows, as our donations allow. It would sure help to have some baseline funding from the city to continue to do this.
Right, so we're going to have two, I wouldn't say maybe competing, but two organizations out there looking to house the homeless over the
That's
9
right.
hours. Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
And, you know, and Mayor earlier said, who bears the cost, of marijuana? Who bears the cost of increased people? Well, we do, because our numbers have doubled since since the legalization of marijuana. So we bear the cost without, the aid of city baseline funding.
Thank you.
Matt, on that topic, you may be caring for people, but you're not using the coordinated entry system. And we've had that discussion, and there's some benefits to the community at large. If I were to, or somebody else were to make an amendment to this motion to, say, allocate $50,000 of additional dollars to Rescue Mission on condition of coming up with some agreement to work out the details of your participation in the coordinated entry system, which might generate more HUD dollars, I guess. I don't understand the whole system. Would that be sufficient carrot for you to defray your costs, which you explained at our last meeting, which would be substantial, to participate in that system for, call it a year?
Yeah. No, I don't feel the $50,000 would be sufficient to hire a person, get them trained, enter data, just because of the sheer volume of numbers that we're serving. If we're serving 200 people a day, there's multiple entries for each of those people. And so one staff person may not even be sufficient to do that because we're open 24/7, 365. So we might need 1.2, or 1.5 FTE just to keep up with the load of that data.
Okay, thank you very much.
Can I make a comment?
Sure, please.
So since we started doing outreach there, a few weeks ago, we went from less than 10 people and now close to 60 people in our emergency shelter. So, Councilmember Shaw, when you said that, all these people are out on the streets, it's now 50 people less out on the streets. And it's people that have walkers and wheelchairs and health issues and all kinds of other things. So I'm really shocked that I'm standing here and I'm hearing all these things from council members saying that there are all these people out in the streets instead of telling COC to then go and bring these people to our MRM then. I don't see any council members, I don't see any COC members bringing people to MRM when we're extending these services to the community. So I don't understand how the city cannot support MRM in this effort and just support some random request by COC to temporarily fund something. So should I bring all those 60 people and drop them off right here and have them be housed by the city?
Okay, all right, thank you. Councilmember Brown? Councilmember Boyette?
I've been struggling with this for a long time. This is not an easy question for all of us. I've always been a believer in why reinvent the wheel? If the wheel was already there, why not use what we have? I've talked to people from San Francisco to Portland to Missoula. I don't want to be in the housing business because it doesn't work. They just keep coming and coming. And so we have to have some mechanism if we do house people to try to break the cycle through education, training, some guidance. So, the idea of housing them for the winter is great, but we haven't really solved the problem. That's my real concern. I do like the idea that if we give money to someone, there's just more than housing, that you move the up steps. And I donate to a lot of charities, and I see, like for Family Promise, one of the things is they try to help the person up, not just to hand out. So I don't want to just be giving money to be giving money. I don't know how to say it, but I like the idea of helping a handout, and I talk to people every single day. You wouldn't believe how many people I've talked with, and I've come to the conclusion there's probably a third of the people I can help. The other 2/3, either they don't want to help or I can't help them, but I want to help the third that I think we can help. But we need more than just giving them a place to sleep. We need the rest of the story after that. The training, why are you here? Where are you going? And I'm usually not the one that talks a lot like the rest of everyone, so.
But when you talk, we listen, just like E.F. Hutton. For those of us who are old enough to remember who that was.
Councilman Pearson and I went off the street when they had that, and we met a couple that were healthy, they could work, they were from California, and I said, why are you here in Billings, Montana? And they said, well, California told us that Billings was giving away free money. That was their story, and we actually went to the rescue mission, and they were offered a job, and I don't know that they took it. So I was very disappointed in these people that they were here because they couldn't think past what they were doing, but they were offered a job, and I don't know that they took it, but I understand what the Councilman Rupsis is doing, and I'd also like to make a motion to give MRM some money because I'd like to try it out. They already have the wheel. They have the ability. If they follow through, I don't want to give them all the money up front. I want to do this in increments. But if they don't work, then after a quarter or 2 quarters, I know it doesn't work. Rather than just give somebody $200,000 and say, here's the money. I don't want to do that at all, regardless of what we do. I think we need to do this like on a quarterly basis so we can monitor what's happening. Regardless of what happens, I think we have to say that as well.
Is that a motion?
So I'd like to, MRM, pick a number. It's just numbers, and that's the problem. It's just numbers. Give them the $210,000.
I'll second that.
Wait, Claire, is this a
It's
substitute
really a
motion?
substitute
Okay.
motion is what you're
Substitute
making?
motion.
Okay. Same terms as the previous motion, but with the recipient being different.
And regardless of what happens, all of us, I think we need to do it in quarterlies money so that we can monitor whoever we give money to or don't give money to. Because rather than just give somebody a bunch of money and say, here you go, we need to watch how that works. Thank you.
Okay, similar terms, but different recipient and quarterly payments. Did I miss anything else? Okay. So that's the substitute motion, and that was made by Councilmember Boyette with a second by Councilmember Neese. Okay. Councilmember Neese, did you want to speak to your second, and then we'll go to Councilmember Owen and Gulick and Joy.
Sure, I think what Councilmember Boyd has said is true. I mean, we've already got something in place with counseling, they help them with services, and this is going to really just take what we have to help them, but also require accountability. Because I agree, if they're not pulling their weight in the quarter and they're not doing what they need to do, then we pull the money and do something different. But I think it's important that we use the services we have here. I did have a question, though.
Okay.
But I'll wait on the question.
Okay. I think Councilmember Owen, Gulick, and Joy.
Chris, I just had a couple questions for you. I know you've worked really hard since we were last here to try to come up with compromises and solutions and to gather more data and gather more information. You sort of alluded to that in your opening comments, but you didn't actually tell us what you learned. So I'm wondering if over the last few weeks of the work you've done, if you have discovered anything, learned anything, or had any experiences that you think council needs to know about before making a decision tonight.
So in fairness to all those, as you were aware, I had the opportunity to be gone all of last week. And I did get to listen in on some other cities around our country. So that doesn't answer your question direct, but in fairness, my conversations for the past literally 8 days, 9 days have all been about better understanding what's going on around the nation and how it fits to what we're dealing with here. So mine really, the conversations for the most part stopped when I sent the memo and jumped on a plane. I think nearly everybody faces this frustration in this conversation relative to what MRM has done more recently, whether it's for staffing. They have staffing capacity as part of what's been explained to me that they didn't have prior, but to really expand access to their emergency shelter in the short, here recently. And had those services been available for whatever reason over these past 12, 18 months, that maybe this conversation would be a lot easier. And yet I have to fully recognize, wouldn't the whole world be a lot easier if we didn't go through a pandemic and suffer all the things we suffered for those 18 months? So as your administrator, I struggle that the continuum of care, there are a lot of really smart, good people doing work there, sharing, collaborating, doing their best, I think, to be working with each other. And for whatever reason, MRM, that has been a struggle for them. And I can't explain why that has been the case, but that's a continuation. I think we've been clear, and it's been clearly communicated to me, that the building that MRM is using for the emergency shelter is a facility that Continuum of Care looked at using about a year ago. So we have made it very clear to make sure that MRM and the fire marshal's office are working together to make sure that we limit surprises that could happen, you know, through this winter or something. So I feel like that's an important thing to make sure you're aware of. They are working together. It's been communicated to me by both MRM and the fire marshal's, fire chief's office, that our fire department is working with them and doesn't have conclusions as of tonight as to whether their facility, how well that facility is going to be able to serve that need. But I cautionally say that because it's not off the table or fully approved to be used in that capacity. Hopeful that whatever barriers we would run into, we, of course, all of us concerned about the safety of wherever we house people in the situation. And that we don't find ourselves, when it's 20 below zero instead of 85 tomorrow, finding out new information. But that's part of making sure that's that collaboration and communication that's going on between MRM, COC, and our fire department to make sure that the facility that's being looked at, being used, meets the minimum standards so that they can follow through on the plans that they're presenting.
If I could just follow up, I'm not sure I'm totally understanding what you're saying. You've toured various buildings, I understand. Are you saying that the MRM is currently operating an emergency shelter in a building that may not meet zoning or code requirements? Or are you saying they're proposing to operate it if given money by the city in a building that may not meet zoning or code requirements?
So I don't know that believe that there's a zoning problem or challenges. I could be wrong there, but they've not been brought to my attention. We're making sure, and they're making sure, they being MRM, that the facility that they're using for the emergency shelter, that they make whatever adjustments they need to make.
The one they're using now?
The one they're using now.
May not be code compliant.
And please correct me if I'm wrong, MRM, but Building 21, as I understand it, to make sure that that facility they make the adjustments to it so that it can and will be safe. I could be mistaken as to where they're housing people right now, but that's my understanding is temporary.
And then as a part of your investigation, and Mayor, this is my last question, did you visit with any of our downtown officers who are interacting with a lot of high users on a regular basis about low barrier shelter?
Yes.
And what did they share with you?
Frankly, that list of 6 things came straight out of that first conversation I had with an officer who does work in that space. And then I got a consistent feedback from my conversations with COC that those were reasonable, components of conditions for money. And I MRM was a part of those conversations as well, and me asking MRM, do you see anything here that's a deal breaker or that we should be looking at differently? So I'm comfortable that those 6 items are in the range of what they need to be, including law enforcement and the conversations that they've had since MRM came and presented at, I call it shift change, but during those conversations, to be clear of what the service opportunities are at MRM. I have not gotten a chance to follow up to say, okay, you've been working this for a few weeks now. What are you seeing?
But so that I understand it, these 6 things you put here in our memo, our officers said to you right now, we need to make sure that services are offered in good faith. We need to make sure that data collection is happening because those things weren't. Is that a fair read of what you're telling us?
I think it's a fair read to say there are important things to include tied to dollars. And I'm sorry if I could add one other piece for efficiency for everybody. Back to the question for Councilman Rupsis with his motion. Rather than the notion that we're going to be back here again in 2 weeks or 30 days with all the details for you to approve, frankly, it would be more effective for you to be clear about what your conditions are, and then Gina and I and the staff will work an agreement to accomplish that. And if we can't, we'll be back in front of you. But I think we don't want to keep us coming back here wondering if we're going to get solutions to problems long term. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Gulick and Joy.
Thank you, Mayor. It seems that the Montana Rescue Mission has served many people over its 75 years and is very well set up to assist people who already have enough stability in their lives to address addictions and be seeking work. As they noted in the questionnaire that was sent out, they have been and will continue to provide their emergency shelter. But if they had a record of successfully serving, there's a very challenging population that's not being addressed. And we wouldn't even be having this conversation if they had been able to serve that one. For whatever reason, whether it's people deciding that they don't want to go to a Montana Rescue Mission, that there isn't a population that's being served that is an issue in downtown, especially, maybe in other parts of our community. And I think that's what people were asking for when they voted for the public safety mill levy, is to address this very challenging. I mean, I understand why people wouldn't want to have to address them. They're very challenging. Here comes the question. Ms. Boyder, what do you believe would differentiate the approach that the COC would take? Why would you be more successful in reaching this challenging population?
I think there are a few reasons. One, we do have the coordinated entry system with 17 different providers that provide no wrong door, so people can enter from more than one location. We also, the goal of the HUD model, which we're implementing, is housing first, which means removing barriers. Primarily, those barriers for this population are sobriety, as well as disabilities, and then the cycle in and out of crisis. So for example, someone like individual A, who it was brought to my attention actually at the Citizen Police Advisory Board by Chief St. John, that this person had been arrested. So this person would be able to be sheltered by us, be reviewed medically by the crisis center every day to be sure that they're safe and stable to stay in our shelter. And then the next morning or throughout the process of the assessment as part of coordinated entry would be directly connected with services. And in addition to right there on site, we have those 17 partners within that model. There would also then be the follow-up on the by name list, for example, for that, as well as then the referral process in the case conferencing part of that. So we know that these really complex, frequent utilizers of systems engagement, having no wrong door, multiple entry points is important, removing the barriers once they get there is important, and then connecting them to services when they're ready for those services is very important. And then I do just want to clarify that since it was brought to my attention, the arrest of individual A by Chief St. John, I did actually suggest that he might take that individual over, or that his officers might take that individual over to MRM to see if they would be able to get into shelter. I don't know what the results of that were, but I did actually specifically ask for the Billings Police Department to take that individual to MRM because, you know, that might be a place that we had at that time that, you know, we don't have right now with a seasonal shelter that would be opening in the future. So I can't personally transport that person, but with the officers that have had all those interactions in the last several months, I did, you know, all the way to Chief St. John ask, please connect that person with services at MRM if that's at all possible.
Okay. If you're done, Councilmember Joy?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I almost forgot my question. I should have wrote it down. No, I remember it. The substitute motion to fund MRM is based on a quarterly installment of payments. How would it be possible to hire people to do what additional services and I haven't even, I'm sorry, but I looked through the proposals, but I'm not even sure MRM's proposal was for operations. So I'm not sure exactly what that money goes to. If it were to go to hiring people, how would you possibly do that on a quarterly basis if you decide that at some point you don't like the result and you just yank the funding? I mean, that to me sounds like the worst kind of scenario you would set up, because if you're, and I'm not saying one huge lump sum of money, here you go, do what you want, but if you were to yank that after a quarter, what would that look like? So I'm really not hearing, it's still not in my mind really clear how we're really addressing this. If we don't want to fund the wraparound services from the COC, then we're not addressing maybe some of those issues about case management or whatever. So it seems like we want this council is not quite clear what it wants. It's really very unclear that we can not commit to any more than one quarter and expect anyone, COC or anyone, to be able to use that money and make it work so that after a quarter we can say success, failure, pull the money, keep it going. That's my issue and what I'm hearing in this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie, can I ask you a couple questions? My understanding is, in the case of the continuum of care, the city would need to contract with First Congregational Church and the Crisis Center. What's their insurance to cover things if they go south, both of those?
So actually what we would have you do is just contract directly with the Crisis Center, and then the Crisis Center would compensate First Church for its costs. So First Church has an insurance policy for its building, and then the Crisis Center has an insurance policy for its staff and its building. And then what we would do is also require our contracted security staff to carry a $1 million general liability policy, much like what was done for our sheltering at off the streets in the motel.
Okay, so $1 million limits for both those parties? I
don't know what the limits are for the Crisis Center or the First Church. They already have policies that cover, you know,
okay.
Crisis Centers covers that screening component, and then the First Church has insurance for the building, and then they did carry whatever necessary was required to have overnight occupancy for the 3-month period at the beginning of this year. So if there was anything required, they did that with their insurance carrier, but they both have their own independent policies for their buildings and their staffs. And then we would require an additional through that contracted security, just to be sure we're kind of triple covered.
Okay. I'm sure the city would want to be named as an additional named insured on those policies. Second, I'm concerned about location. I think that when people voted for the public safety mill levy, they really wanted to see the transients on the street problem addressed. The rescue mission is saying that they've gone a long ways in going into the streets and being more proactive and bringing them into the rescue mission, which is great. We want to make sure that continues. But the First Congregational Church is smack dab in the middle of, well, it's a block from Sky Point. Are we going to have a number of homeless hanging around the church and in the middle of town that will make that problem much worse than it is today? And if not, give us the explanation for why not.
No more than you currently have. First Church has been an excellent neighbor with these populations for several years. We have evidence of that. We have evidence of them having sheltered people for 3 months over the winter. You can look at the calls from police in the area. Chief St. John has said himself that whether it was in a motel or it was at First Church, that we were reducing the calls in the area and reducing the impact on police and actually having a positive impact for them. So I'd encourage you to talk to him about that. But the First Church is already, serving a lot of these different populations through the various nonprofits that they have in that building already. So this is just really providing a safe place for them to be at night so that they're not on the streets in the morning when people are coming to work, so that your officers aren't having to move them out of doorways. They'd already be at First Church.
What's the difference in numbers that we're looking at between last winter's experience and this winter potentially?
I think that we may see an increase. I can't say for sure, but based just on what we saw in Q2 and the numbers of unique individuals served when it was warmer out, I don't anticipate we would see a decrease. Even if Montana Rescue Mission continued their services, I think we would still see the same numbers of people, around 40, who are not sober, in and out of crisis, possibly disabled. We have shifted the model to where we would potentially provide the shelter on the first floor of First Church so that we can use the ramps to get in and out and be able to bring wheelchairs, walkers, accessibility devices in. So we think that we've improved from what we were able to set up on an emergency basis over the New Year's weekend for setting up this year. But also, if there was some reason we were not able to use First Church, we have put into the budget an amount so that we could find an alternative location if that was absolutely necessary.
Is that a real possibility that First Church would not be a acceptable location? And I'm going to ask Chris to whether we know of any code issues there. At least the rescue mission is doing it now.
Much like the rescue mission, we actually proactively would seek the approval of the fire marshals before we put any people into shelter in that building. The only reason that we sheltered people prior to the marshals coming in, and they did so within a week of us operating there, was because it was such an emergency, dire basis with sub-zero temperatures over a holiday weekend. But the very first thing we did was contact not just the fire marshals, the building inspectors, to come in, tell us exactly what we needed to do, and we made those modifications. It was also a temporary usage permit. So we would be looking at a different space at First Church that's much easier to get in and out of than our previous space, and we're committed to doing whatever would be needed to bring that into, whatever modifications may be required, although we already have the lighted exit signs and everything like that there from last winter. We're committed to that in advance. That's part of why it would take us a month to have the space ready, is we want to have enough time that if we needed modifications, we could get crews in to make those prior to ever sheltering people in that space.
Okay, thank you. Additional questions, comments? Councilmember Bowen.
I think like a lot of us struggling tonight with this. I am not happy with either proposal that is in front of us. I don't think either of them solve our problems. However, Chris, you asked for specific contingencies. So regardless of the way the vote goes, here is what I would suggest as contingencies in any agreement. That funds be provided on a reimbursement basis, which I think is what Councilmember Boyette was saying. I have run nonprofits, people in COC have, certainly the Rescue Mission has. That is not unusual. You get an award amount, $210,000 it appears in this case, but yet once a month you submit for reimbursement based on documented costs, receipts, evidence, and that sort of thing. I think asking a nonprofit to float costs and being reimbursed quarterly is too long. So I would suggest that they be reimbursed for actual expenditures on a monthly basis. And I think that's a very standard contracting mechanism that is not hard for a nonprofit to manage. I think that any entity who gets money from the city for homeless services or sheltering must be fully compliant in the homeless management information system as it exists today, and that those entries need to be made on a timely basis. I think any staff working on that I don't care who the entity is who gets money, needs to be trained by our local coordinated entry system coordinator. And I think that when data is submitted to the city or when receipts for reimbursement are submitted to the city, it should be reviewed and approved by our local CES coordinator as accurate, right? As a full record. I don't want people ending up arguing about, did you provide this service or not? That's not what I'm interested in. I'm talking about a full record. We can't just put in name and gender and call it compliance with HIMAS. We need to know the full content of that. And I think we need to have good faith participation in the COC. That's our frustration, right? A continuum of care should be every homelessness provider in the community working together on a shared plan and a shared set of goals that is coordinated at state and federal levels. That's evidently not what we're able to have today, which is a constant frustration and disappointment. Nonetheless, I think money needs to be contingent on participation, good faith, as is suggested here in the memo in the COC and coordinated entry system. And then last, I still believe that the crisis center should be the primary front door for entry into homelessness services in the community. People need to be able to walk up to the door and get services, whether that's at at the rescue mission, at YWCA, wherever. But for our police officers to have to run around town and make phone calls to figure out where to take people is nonsense. They should be able to take them to the crisis center, let the crisis center review, stabilize, and then refer out. We should have a single front door, at least for the purposes of law enforcement. Not saying we create barriers to people simply walking up and seeking services, but if people are not willing to work with the crisis center for review, evaluation, and referral, then I don't think they should have taxpayer dollars. Those would be some of the things that I would suggest as contingencies, but I still note I don't like any of where we are right now.
Councilmember Troy, Councilmember Nice.
Thank you. Councilmember Owen, you have a very deep background in this area, which I really appreciate. I do not. And I get frustrated after way shorter period of time than you do. Anyway, sorry. What I would really, one of the things that, it's our motto. This city serves everyone. And one of my experience, quite a few of my experiences have been people who have told me of their experiences where they were not welcome. And that's just the fact of the matter. They ended up being sent back to another state where they were closer to family. They did not feel welcome or treated the same, and that's just a fact. So if taxpayer money doesn't go for everyone and everyone doesn't feel welcome, I don't know what taxpayer money is for then. And so that's a really big concern. And so if that, I really do think, and I know Mr. Lundgren has come before council. I have asked him previous years about this issue, and Mr. Lundgren has assured me that MRM is following best practices. I've never seen those policies, and I'm just assuming that they are there and that they are followed. But I'd really like to know that our taxpayer money is really being utilized in a way that everyone is welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'd recognize Councilmember Bernice, and we'll need to actually make a Councilmember Tree.
So here's my question to you, Chris. I know looks like we're spending $250,000 for the crisis response units. That's a done deal. What about the nurse family partnership? Did we come to a conclusion on that?
No, I have focused here, and we're going to get working on that prevention side, but I don't have anything more for you on that beyond what we talked about, what we presented to you several weeks ago.
But you're recommending here $200,000 for that program. So if we spend $210 for the MRM, how much is left for the nurse practitioner or nurse family partnership?
What, 250 and 210 is 460? 860 minus 460, I think leaves you 400.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, am I adding that up right?
400,000?
So I think,
But
yeah,
didn't we give away,
just using those, the 210 number.
Did we already give $200,000 away?
Say that again?
No, okay. So there's 400,000 left after that?
Yep.
Okay. So regardless of what we do on the low barrier shelter, there's enough money to work on the nurse-family partnership?
Unless you go,
really high.
600 or something like that on this. So yes, I think you still, that prevention discussion, you don't close the door to that prevention discussion as we've all talked generally about short-term things as we work towards longer-term solutions.
Thank you. I just want to make sure this discussion doesn't harm that, so it doesn't sound like it is, so thank you.
Okay, Councilor Tricky, you had your hand up?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support either one of the motions that have been proposed so far tonight for a number of different reasons. I'm not going to go into all of them, but at a very basic level, I would say that if we were providing the money for the caseworkers of it, then at least these people would have a chance of getting through it. If we are just providing money for shelter, then yes, we are helping people get through the winter, but we're not necessarily solving any problems whatsoever, other than keeping the headline off of the front page that someone died on a sidewalk, somebody died because they were in a, they were in a dumpster or something like that. And I know that if any of that happens now, since we've had this debate, we will see that headline and it will dominate the conversation, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I mean, honestly, we need to come up with a community solution. And that is why I've said that's why I proposed on Friday, let's the city get behind organizing a response to this stuff. Let's put our money behind, fundraising. Let's put our money behind, coming up with a plan. I get it. My heart bleeds for people who are out there on the street. But I don't think we're not going to solve the problem. We're not going to come anywhere near solving the problem with $865,000. And this is not a good, it is not a good spend of $210,000 simply to provide shelter. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Repsis?
Last comment. I totally agree with that. We're not permanently solving anything. I struggle with this because honestly, if 8 to 12 months ago, MRM had been at the table productively with COC, we would have our community solution for this. We had, 16 out of 18 people vote, or providers in the space vote. And MRM got the last 2 votes. It's very frustrating because whatever we do out of this, we've got to have MRM as a productive, collaborative partner at the table at COC. And I know there's a lot of history there, and there's probably more than enough blame to go around. But if you want to know what it is we're not saying, this is it. This is the reason we're having this conversation now, why it's so hard. Is because there's just a trust deficit right now, and we have to get past that. Our community needs it. So I'm very hopeful that, we can move forward, and regardless of how this vote goes, we can get MRM working collaboratively with COC. And so those meetings that I've been attending, you're there. And when you're there, you're participating positively and productively and collaboratively with all the other partners that are on there. And I know it's frustrating, but we need you to be leaders. We need you to step up and participate in that group collaboratively. Because we've sat on those meetings and they have not been good, right? And we expect conflict, as Catherine reminds us, we do. Conflict is good, but it's got to be productive conflict. And so, I wish that 8 to 12 months ago, we'd started this conversation and that, MRM's emergency shelter hadn't just sprung up out of the blue on September 1st. Because they've been talking about this for a year. How are we going to make this happen? And MRM wasn't at the table to say, you know what, this is what we can do. And it can happen because we're here. And we can do this. Let's work together on this. We'd be in a very different situation today. And I know that's frustrating for you to hear right now, but I'm sorry. It's not a question. I mean, that is just where we are right now, and it's unfortunate. It makes this conversation very hard. But even last week, when we were touring the emergency shelter, MRM made representations to us that everything was clear on the fire department side, that they had already had those things.
I think it'd be productive to address.
Yes. So obviously, I'm not supporting the current motion. I wish we were in a different space, and I hope we are a year from now in a different space. But that's why I'm not supporting this one and supporting the COC.
Okay. Any further discussion? I feel I need to comment because everybody else has, and I appreciate their thoughts. I agree. Ideally, we would have a continuum of care proposal, in my mind, that revolved around MRM. They're the experts in there. They've really got the expertise, the experience. Others are gaining it, but they've got great resources, a better location. I'm very concerned about this location at First Church, so close to the core of downtown. So in my book, kind of the default would have been to MRM. But the problem we have is that we said from the beginning that we were going to rely upon our partners in how we were going to spend these public safety dollars, because we're not experts. We said that repeatedly, and we're not experts, and this discussion surely shows it. At least I'm not. And the reality is that MRM has lost the confidence of our continuum of care, and those are key partners in our hospitals and people who occupy the space who are experts, and that's really unfortunate. I'm thrilled by the changes that MRM has undertaken. And like Councilmember Rupp says, I would hope that if this vote goes in favor of continuum of care, and I'm not sure we've got a majority for any of these options, frankly, which will be interesting because then we'll just have to continue the discussion. But then I would hope that we could continue to work with MRM for the next year. I also have some concern that MRM has kind of said all or nothing. The $510,000. I know Matt also said, "Hey, I'll take anything," and so that's also on the table there. But I'm not quite sure how they would handle the 210. Exactly what we would be getting of these services. I guess all of the services, even at the lower price, because they're saying they're going to do it anyway. But as Councilmember Owen said, I really don't like either proposal because they're not very specific for me. We've had a lot of discussion, but in my perfect world, we'd have two very detailed contracts being proposed to us. This is exactly what we're promising to do, and we'd choose between them. That's a lot to expect given our lack of commitment to these organizations for money, and that takes time and effort to put together those contracts. But my understanding of this vote is it's still contingent on a deal. And so even if I vote in favor of one, and probably the continuum of care option here, it is going to be contingent on that agreement. And I could very well say a pox on both your houses and not agree to approval of that contract. And I just want it to be clear about that. It depends, in my mind, about what that agreement would say. I also would be open to amending a continuum of care option to include some money for MRM for two reasons. One, I think it's really important to encourage their participation in the coordinated entry system. And I think they deserve to be rewarded for the changes that they have made. Problem is there's not a lot of money to do that. I threw out the $50,000 number. They would not have to accept that, but if they were still interested in that, I would think it would be wise if we could have an agreement that would motivate their participation in the coordinated entry system, and maybe even a higher number. I don't know. That it shouldn't be less than that, that's for sure. So anyway, those are just some thoughts. For any further discussion before we proceed with the motion that's in front of us, which is the substitute motion of funding for MRM. Further discussion, Councilmember Neese.
I guess the only other thought would be is, I agree, it would be great if we were having one unified plan for from a COC. And the only thought I would have is to table it till the next business session and ask the COC to the MRM to work something out and bring it back to us. And just let them figure it out, and if they can't figure it out, then I guess we just, I don't know, unless we've been asking them, have we been asking them already to come together on something? I mean, have you said, hey, listen, we just want a unified plan?
Sure, we've certainly communicated that would be the ideal. I mean, let's face it, that's not, I think the probability of that happening within days or weeks is challenging. I never want to slam the door on hope, that under this pressure, maybe it happens, but I have made sure that I've invited both sides to the discussion. I've tried, though I'm sure not perfectly, to not make this an us versus them. Similarly, I want to be clear for the record that some text from the fire marshal's office is that First Church is not, as a facility, isn't all signed off as a facility either. So the bottom line is we're going to have facility challenges as a community to deal with this winter. So I guess that says, please don't make your decision based on my comments about Building 21 or First Church, because they both probably will have requirements to meet what has to happen, and our community, I expect, will step up. So just to put it out there, the professionalism or lack thereof, just candidly.
Okay.
With Substance Abuse Connect, we expect that board voted that they're going to respond to our behavioral health RFP. And other entities at that table said they're going to respond too. But there's not an anxiety or an angst in the room like this is a battle and it's a zero-sum game, and if you win, I lose. But that tone, that's not what we have yet at our full service provider in this area, and that's what we all want at the end of the day. So whatever mechanisms you can help us to get there, that's where we are all saying clearly we need to get.
Okay. Councilor Rupsis, I hate to, I don't want to belabor this, but I just, I guess my interpretation of your, well, I guess the substitute motion, Councilor Boyette, is not really to write a check. Again, it is to negotiate with MRM for a payment to them of $210,000, taking into account these various contingencies. Is that correct? I'm just nervous about us approving an allocation of dollars without having a contract.
In business, we don't, you give money for an expectation.
Turn his mic on and give it to him. Sorry.
So in business, you give money for an expectation. I agree with Councilman Owen that, they can bill us monthly, quarterly. There has to be some mechanism that hasn't been reinvented. Why reinvent that wheel? Contracts are contracts. I think it's easy to work that out with the staff. That I just don't want to give someone $210,000 and then walk away. We have to have some way, regardless of who we give the money to determine how that money is spent. Is it getting it? And no, after the first quarter, you don't turn it off. That's part of the contract. You say after the first month, 2 months, we will reevaluate, see how that works, and if you're not performing, you need to fix this, and then you move on. But the thing is, we have to ultimately, the only carrot and stick we have is the money. If they don't perform, they can't have the money, regardless of who it is.
Okay, and measuring that performance is kind of a complicated process.
Yes, it is. It's not easy.
So I just don't want somebody to say, hey, you approved on September 26th giving us X.
Right.
We relied on that. We had a deal.
Right.
Give us our money.
Right.
What we're saying is that we are going to move ahead in that direction solely with that party, be it MRM or Continuum of Care, to develop a contract. That's the substance of your
Correct.
motion. Okay. Okay, council, are we ready to vote on the proposed substitute motion? Okay, the proposed substitute motion is, again, in favor of Montana Rescue Mission for $210,000 to move in negotiation for that contract, as complicated as it might be, with them, consistent with the discussion that we've had, the 6 points that are in the staff report. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm just trying to clarify this motion. Chris, it looks like you want to say something about.
My advice, frankly, is that you vote this up or down, but that you take another vote, which is about the 6 things, so that there's clarity there. Because, all due respect, right, Councilmember Owen outlined some things, other people outlined some things, and just to say we outlined some things, I would follow this motion, if a determination is made, with another motion that says, what are the high-level contingencies that we expect staff to put the agreement together around? And be careful that it does, you don't have to get super deep in the weeds, but enough to color the policy things that you think are critical for us to make progress on this, meaningful progress.
Councilmember Boyette.
Could I include the 6 items under the low barrier shelter services? Would that help, that are already included in the staff memo? And say that's part of the deal?
You could, it's only a question whether there's other things that you want to separate this out.
But we should start with these.
Okay, and Chris was saying, have a vote to establish the party and the amount, and then come back with a second motion with the detailed contingencies. I don't care, but I do think we want to pin those down.
I think we should decide if we're going to spend the money first.
Okay, so the motion at this point is recipient and amount, with the understanding that if one emerges with a majority, we will come back and try to add contingencies. Is that the motion then? Okay, so this is a motion on recipient and amount, with the understanding that there would be, that would not be the conclusion of the discussion, but we would come back with adding some contingencies on that. Is that then clear? Okay. Okay, with that, then first recipient, MRM, dollar amount $210,000. I'm just going to make a note, and we'll do a hand raise. If in favor of that, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Neese, Tidswell, and Boyette. Voting in opposition, all the other council members, Shaw, Gulick, Owen, Joy, Cole, Cherokee, and Rupsis. So that fails. That brings us back then to the primary, or the original motion in favor of continuum of care. The original movements were Councilmember Rupsis.
Yeah, and party and dollar amount is just fine. That's okay with party and dollar amount is just fine. COC, yeah.
Okay. Okay. So now it'll be continuum of care, also at the $210,000, with later motion to pin down elements of that contract. If in favor, is that motion clear? Okay. If in favor of that motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor, council members Shaw, Gulick, Joy, Rupsis, and Cole. So that's 5. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Are the other 5 council members, as I predicted, Niso and Cherokee, Tidswell, and Boyette? So neither of those are successful. Councilmember Owen.
Let's take another run at this if we can. I'm going to make a motion to award contingent to negotiation $210,000 for winter sheltering to the continuum of care and $50,000 to the rescue mission to support data entry into the homeless management information system, contingent on agreements with some council member specifications.
Okay. It's similar to the previous motion that just failed, with the exception that it includes $50,000 for MRM that would be contingent on an agreement that had their participation in the coordinated entry system. And that's consistent with the staff. Discussion now, that's the only motion on the floor. Councilmember Owen, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yeah, so I still have deep misgivings about where we are here. But the mayor's made some points. We did indicate that we would rely on our partners. And the truth of the matter is the Continuum of Care sat down and wrote a strategic plan to comprehensively address homelessness in this community. To the rescue mission's credit, they have developed a comprehensive unified campus plan to address homelessness in this community. What I've heard, from all providers, I think the only point of unanimity among, I think, council members and our providers is we have to have the rescue mission at the table and we have to have their data in the homeless management information system. So while I'm not thrilled with where we're at, I do think we have a gap in services that needs to be addressed. I think we could do better than where we are now, but I would hope that we can address part of it in some contracts, and I hope we can address part of it as showing at least that the city's willing to be a partner at the table and invest in some services. We have a long, long way to go to be where I think we are a good use of taxpayer dollars. But we said we'd rely on our partners. The Coalition of Homeless Providers has recommended a winter shelter. And the Coalition of Homeless Providers has asked that we do everything we can to try to improve the quality of homelessness data that we have. So reluctantly, I think this motion might get us a little bit closer.
Further discussion? Councilmember Neese and Boyette.
Yeah, I know you requested, just said 50,000, but their plan indicates that it would be 76,700 just for their admin and data entry.
So I guess what I see there is data admin and overhead. So that strikes me as a category beyond just data input, but perhaps some other costs as well. So that's why the mayor had suggested 50. 50 seems altogether reasonable to me. I heard what the MRM said that that's not enough. But without parsing out that data more, it seemed like 50 was a reasonable number.
Councilmember Boyette, you had your hand up.
I was just looking at the 76,700 and saying, if you're going to give them 50, give them 76. I mean, in for a penny, out for a pound.
Yeah, that's not a hill I want to die on. I wasn't excited about funding other admin and other overhead costs.
So would you take a friendly amendment to raise it up to 76,700?
Yep.
Okay.
The exact amount was 76,700. Okay, that's a friendly amendment approved by, well, how about the second on that was Councilor Ripsis? Sure. Okay, so, all right, discussion on that now, friendly amended motion. Councilmember Neese, I think I'd recognize you, and Councilmember Shaw.
Are we still going to discuss the conditions after this?
That was part of the proposal, yes. Well, I don't know if it was. I appreciate you clarifying that, but that's Councilmember Ripsis and Owen, yeah.
I tried to make that motion
Okay.
subject.
Okay. Okay, Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I wish we left it at 50,000. I'm not going to die on this hill, don't worry, but I will support the motion. I'm really struggling with getting into this business of the city funding a position at a nonprofit to bring us the data that we need.
That other nonprofits already do.
That other nonprofits already do. I would feel a lot more comfortable with that position being a city hire versus putting that money out. And maybe that's something that can be fleshed out, I don't know, in these MOUs. But anyway, I just wanted to state that for the record, that I'm uncomfortable with it for that reason of I don't want nonprofits coming to the city saying, we want you to fund our administration because you're asking for this data that other people already participate in, and we have chosen not to. I think that that's a problem, but I won't die on this hill. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Shaw. I understand your point. I'll just make the point that as long as the MRM continues to do what it's doing now, they'll be doing what the proposed Continuum of Care shelter is doing, and I think they should be rewarded. So they're doing a lot more than just data entry at their cost. So I think I can sleep at night knowing that. Now, whether we want to do that for years, that's a whole nother matter. But I feel good about rewarding their changed practice. Councilmember Boyette.
That's one thing I don't know that we've talked about. This money is only for 1 year we have to make sure that we say that this doesn't go on forever, regardless of who we give money to. It's 1 year at a time that we have to come back.
Okay, any further discussion on the only motion that's on the floor? Chris?
Sorry, would I add potentially 3 words? Not to exceed.
So not to exceed 210,000 and not to exceed 76,700.
Yep. And it's not because the plan is to get into a big negotiation here, but I think there needs to be, the 210 got to a number based on months and timeframes, and we've got to work through some of those things. So I think that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, all right. That's in part of the motion. Any further discussion before we proceed to the vote? Okay, again, the vote. MRM 76,700, continuum of care 210. We'll have another motion about clarifying conditions, not to exceed those amounts. If there's no questions about the motion, we'll proceed to a vote. If in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Voting in favor are council members Shaw, Gulick, Owen, Joy, Cole, Boyette, and Rupsis. If voting in opposition, raise your hand. Voting in opposition are council members Neese, Cheriki, and Tidswell. Okay, so that has passed. Let's address the motions. Councilmember Owen, since you had the underlying one, would you put a list of contingencies on there?
Yeah.
And I recommend that we clarify that it not be an exclusive list, but that staff have some discretion to add to the list.
So, thank you, Mayor. From my perspective, I think what we have here, these 6 are okay. But I think some of them, I mean, they're a little loosey-goosey for me.
Yep.
So when we talk about proper data collection and reporting, I think that means that they are, that any entity receiving money, and in this case, both entities, must be fully compliant in HIMIS, in the Homeless Management Information System, that data is entered in a timely manner, that any staff at any organization receiving money from the city is trained by our local CES coordinator. There is a person who is funded to do this, and that person needs to be the keeper of the data. And that when receipts are submitted for reimbursement, I mean, the city should be able to see aggregated data out of HMIS, right? That's the point. I want to know that that data has been reviewed by the local CES coordinator for accuracy and correctness. Again, in entry, not in the accuracy of services, but in the entry. Any entity who's receiving money from the city must participate in good faith in both the coordinated care system and the continuum of care and coordinated entry. I think that's 5, but I would just add coordinated entry system to that. And any entity receiving money needs to treat the crisis center as the front door for entry to the community services. That doesn't mean that they can bar people who just walk up to their door. But our police, our CRU, our police officers should not have to drive all around town to figure out where to take people. Take them to the crisis center, let the crisis center refer. MRM, YWCA, emergency room, wherever. But from our city purposes, our personnel should be able to go to the crisis center and know that entities getting money from us will accept those referrals from the crisis center. So again, that would typically be what you'd call good faith participation in the COC. So I would say those 6, as expanded on as I've articulated, would be my motion, Mayor. I backed into that motion, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. So I was not making adequate notes. So of the 6 that are in this,
And we got to record.
in the staff report, those are in substance still all part of your motion.
Yes.
You added to that the Billings Police Department would always be able to have a single drop off with the crisis center.
And the CRUs as well.
And the CRUs. And of the 6, if you could summarize quickly, what were the changes to any of those 6?
So I defined proper data collection and reporting by fleshing out what goes into homeless management system, who reviews it, and who trains the people, which is number 1.
Okay.
And I defined what good faith participation in the COC and coordinated entry system would mean to me, which is number 5. And then the only other thing that I would add, because I just happened to look at him, is what Councilmember Boyette has suggested, which is that funds be available, a grant award is made, but funds be available on a monthly reimbursement basis, subject to proper documentation.
In arrears, so.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, and staff might want to go back and listen to some more discussion to kind of flesh out all of that. Okay, so there's a base motion, the second by Councilmember Rupsis. Discussion on that and either addition of additional ones or subtraction. Councilmember Rupsis.
I just wanted to ask, so correct me if I'm wrong, there is a weekly coordinated case conferencing?
Case conferencing
meeting?
system, yes.
Is that, are you including that under the coordinated entry participation?
Correct.
Or is that something that we should call out
the
separately?
The case conferencing is a part of the coordinated entry system, getting people on the by name list, getting people off the by name list.
That's all
That should
covered
all
under
be under the
coordinated
heading of the
entry.
CES. And I think if providers come to Chris and say, Jennifer Owen has no idea what she's talking about, then that's okay. But I think you know where we're trying to go here.
All right, very good, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Neese, Councilmember Joy.
I like how you're defining these, and I'll support that. But I do have a question, because we've heard several times that the police would take people directly to the mission. So now are we saying that they can't take people to the mission? Can you explain? Maybe I don't understand how the whole system works.
What I've heard from Chief St. John is he doesn't want his officers running around the community guessing. So does this place have openings? Does this place have openings? The crisis center can be a single drop-off point for referral to any service in the community, including to stay at the crisis center, go to jail, or go to the ER or go to other services. So no, I wouldn't say that they would be, our police would be required to, but I'm telling you it's their preference to have one place to go and let the providers sort it out afterwards. The important contingency to me is that I don't want to bar a person, a homeless person who's seeking services. If they just want to go to the mission, go. If they just want to go to St. Vincent de Paul, go. But I don't want our staff, our tax dollars being spent by people driving around trying to figure out where to take someone. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. Thank you.
Okay, further additions or clarifications on any of that? I would assume we'd have insurance provisions. What was suggested by Carrie Boyder is our only party that would be contracting with is the crisis center, who would then subcontract with First Church. I'm assuming that's okay. If anybody has any concern about that, though, that would be a topic we could talk about. Councilmember Joy.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. And just to be clear, question 23, do you have a diversity, equity, and inclusion policy of any kind? If not, will you commit to serving people regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, or cultural background? And the answer is yes. That is a baseline that all of this builds on. Thank you.
Okay, and also just to clarify, we're talking about an agreement with the continuum of care. We'll need to come back to have a discussion about the $76,000 that would go to MRM.
No, I would make these equal.
Okay.
So perhaps not the insurance requirements.
Yeah,
but-
okay,
But
okay.
the substance, I think, the substantive would apply
So
equally.
they would be
to both.
very.
That would be my
Okay.
recommendation, Mayor.
As similar to each other as possible.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Further discussion. Okay. We have not engaged Carrie or Matt in this part of the conversation, so I imagine when we do, and it'd be easier to do it if it weren't 20 after 11. But we may need to have some further discussion, certainly with staff, once they get into the details. Okay, are we prepared to vote on this element of it? Okay, and staff feel okay at this point? Okay, if in favor of that list of contingencies, that motion describing those contingencies, please say aye. Aye. If opposed, nay. Okay, that part passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Is there anything else on item number 6 that staff or council wants to address before we move to item number 7?
The rest of the problem?
Yeah, yeah.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilmember.
I'm being poked by Councilmember Neese here, but I appreciate the work, Chris, that you're doing on prevention. I hope that we come back soon to the nurse-family partnership. I think it really matters. I think there's been some concern and confusion about Medicaid and about committing dollars long-term. It's my understanding it's not currently reimbursable by Medicaid, but there's a work towards getting it reimbursable, which I think gives some of us peace that this would not be a permanent funding issue. I've asked for it to be placed on, and I think you did as well, the agenda for the October 20th joint meeting, so we can resolve some of those partnership issues. So I hope we keep talking about prevention generally and nurse-family partnerships specifically. And then I think I'm done with 6.
Okay, thank you. And also, Chris, we had some discussion on this, the marijuana issue, so that we have a better idea of our budget, what we could spend on anything in the future. Is it your intent to work with staff to try to pin down how much money should be held in reserve for that general subject matter?
So the first quarterly report due to me and then on to you guys from our public safety team is data through the end of this month. So in the October, when we come and present in October how this first quarter went, we'll include in that, I don't know to what depth, but I will have a conversation with the team about what are we seeing and reporting out on cost we're experiencing, whether it's just the categories or we actually think we can plug some dollars to them of the cost in the criminal justice system relative to the legalization of marijuana so far. Happy to have that a part of that report out to you guys and to the community, which I'm just weeks away from receiving and ultimately presenting to you and the public.
Okay, and the other thing I would add to that is if they could project forward too.
Yeah,
not just
anticipated.
Looking
Sure.
backwards. Okay. Okay, are we done on item 6? All right, then we'll move on to item number 7. Thank you, everybody, for your participation on item number 6. Denise, would you read item number 7?
Yes, Mayor. Sorry about that. Resolution establishing council committees. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, Gina, I guess you're our presenter.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, I don't have a presentation, and I was actually going to place this on consent, but then thought that I wasn't sure if you all wanted to have a discussion about actually appointing council members at this point. Other than that, there really isn't anything for staff to present. We've already discussed everything. The draft has been thoroughly reviewed, I believe. So with that, I really don't have anything to present.
Okay, council, I'll just acknowledge I've gotten some emails with preferences for these assignments. That's great, keep them coming. Councilmember Shaw.
Thank you. I move to approve a resolution establishing council committees as recommended by staff.
Second by Councilmember Owen.
If I could quickly speak to it, there's nothing substantive that was changed here. Basically, we just went through our lists over email with Gina of what we'd heard at the meeting, changed it. I don't know if you want to add anything, Jennifer, but it's all the same stuff we discussed.
Okay, any further discussion? Councilmember Denise?
Thank you, staff, for getting this done so quickly and back to us.
Yes, thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. The motion is for approval as proposed. If in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Okay, motion passes with the exception of Councilmember Tricky, who voted in the opposition. That concludes item number 7, and then brings us to public comment on non-agenda items. Let's start with Dorothy Lane. You guys get the award for perseverance.
Council, Chris, thank you. Thank you for the 5-on-5 vote tonight. I enjoyed it. I worked for the city for about 7 years, and I came to several of these meetings back then.
And just to clarify, Wesley Dunn,
Wesley
address
Dunn,
on
yes,
Dorothy.
sir, Dorothy Lane, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And I came to several of these. And I enjoyed them. I enjoyed watching, learning a little bit. Kind of intrigued me a little bit. So tonight was an educational session for me. Jennifer, great job. Thank you. Thank you. Couple that I haven't never really heard from. What was your name? Mike, thank you. And what was your first name? Kendra. So I've gotten to know a lot of the council members tonight just by being here. Behind me, though, you're probably about to see some Atlanta come out, and my wife, she's not too happy. But myself, like I said, I appreciate it, the 5-on-5. So with that, city government. This is a question to the council. So we elect you. You hire him. He's the boss over every department in the city of Billings. That means St. John answers to him. Scott Emmerich answers to you. Derek Miller answers to you. I can go on and on who answers to you. The fire chief back there earlier today. So with that being said, I mean, if I'm ignorant to this, y'all can, and educate me a little bit. But y'all work for me. Okay. He works pretty much directly under you, in a sense. Okay. So if that's clear, I'm glad I know that now. So now I know who to report to. Now I know who to go after. The 5-on-5 boat, that told me who's with me and who's against me. Who's trying to paint a picture. I seen the picture of what you tried to paint with the 5-on-5 boat. I can read between the lines. I've been here 16 years. I can read Billings people pretty well. I've learned how to do that. And I'm also learning as I go with what's going on with me right now. So with that being said, I'll say, I got 15 seconds. 73 times, Chris. I'll say it again, 73 times. OP, clearinghouse, @gmail.com. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And just for any members of the council who didn't see it, or members of the public who wouldn't have seen this, and I don't want to take up Mrs. Dunn's time, so I'll bring this to everybody's attention. We did get a status report from Scott Twito today on what was happening with the DC 719. That's the drug possession with intent to distribute charge against Robert Morris on Dorothy Lane. That was set for a pretrial conference earlier today. And County Attorney Twito reported that, I'm quoting here, at the court appearance for Mr. Morris today, the judge moved his revocation on DC 15-0172, so that's an old charge from 2015, until October 24th. That, by the way, is about to expire his sentence on that in November. So even if he's revoked, they're only going to have jurisdiction over him for a short period of time, a matter of a few weeks. But anyway, he continues. Additionally, in some part, because of moving the revocation hearing, the judge also moved his trial date in DC 22-719 from October 17 to November 14, 2022. So again, that trial date is off about almost a month. The trial status hearing was also moved until October 26, 2022, so they'll have another trial conference on October 26. So that is the status of that matter. I just want everybody to know so that we don't have to invest your time. Go ahead.
Amber Dunn, Dorothy Lane. First, I'd like to say we would have taken 12 minutes. We're sticking to your 3 minutes, 12 minutes. Almost 6 hours. I've got a teenager at home who is expecting us to come home for dinner. You changed up things without even a warning. We all have kids at home. Making us sit here for 6 hours for 12 minutes of talk is ridiculous. You didn't want everybody in here to hear everything that's going on. That's not on us. That's on the city. I had a few things I wanted to discuss tonight, but again, I feel the need to speak on something else. Chris, I'd like to say I don't only blame St. John for what was wrote. I also blame you. You gave this to the public knowing that it was not what was asked for by these fine people sitting up here. They did not ask you for an account of our actions on our personal lives. They did not ask about our personal information or St. John's personal opinion or his assumptions or fraudulent information, but you posted it. You gave it publicly out there to everyone to write about us, to have my child come up here and speak on how it made her feel for St. John to call her a liar. So you put that out there. I blame you just as much as I blame him. You gave us to the public knowing that it was not what was asked for in the first place, knowing that he wrote something that wasn't something that was needed to be made public. At least it was not involving the problem. At least it should not have been published if it was not involving the problem next door. Knowing our personal business was in that call log that had nothing to do with the topic at hand, how dare you, sir? How dare you allow these things to go on under you? Was he held accountable for his actions? I haven't seen he was. How about you? I believe you should be held accountable for your part in all of this. You published that fraudulent, slander, and personal information letter that St. John wrote himself, and you put it out there knowing that it wasn't what was asked for. I hope, as any boss would do, that your bosses remember that you allowed and you will let this happen to citizens in this town, and that when you have your next evaluation, they remember that you allowed something like that to go down and you had your hand in the basket with him. How dare you? You don't know me. You don't know my child, and you don't know the situation we've been living through, but you publicly put it out there even though it was not factual information, nor was it relevant to the situation at hand. I keep hearing St. John's sorry and all these people are sorry. Well, I don't care if you want to hear from me or you want to hear from me or you want to hear from me. If I did you wrong, I'm going to apologize to you. He's had 2 opportunities. Has he walked up to me and said sorry? No. You're his boss. Do something about that. Hold people accountable for their actions in the city. My time is up. I'll be back.
Okay. Jackie?
Jacqueline Garcia, Dorothy Lane. I heard you guys talk tonight about cleaning up the rims. And last week I talked about, the rims and how kids are hanging out there and people are living up there. And Lieutenant Lennick and I seem to be on the same wavelength because he makes the same type of statement. Be careful on the rims. Be careful on the rims. I know you can't answer the question, but who is responsible to patrol the rims? Who is responsible to shut the rims down at night? Because with people living up there, even Lieutenant Lennick admitted it, they live up there. Why aren't we pushing them off? Yes, I know there's a homeless problem. By the way, a lot of other states also do. If you're going to come into the program, you have to be sober. You can't be on drugs or alcohol because it endangers the lives of the children. But who is going to take care of this problem? We're going to have a new area of the rims? That's awesome. I don't feel comfortable to walk up there though. I have to wait until he's home to go walk with me, or I have to carry my gun on me because I don't feel comfortable, I don't feel safe, and I should feel safe. Another question I've been hearing a lot is, what do you guys expect from City Council? Here's the problem, guys. You talk to the police force, you talk to the city attorney's office, everyone, even code enforcement, everyone says, have you gone to City Council? Have you talked to City Council? Go to City Council and make a difference. We come to City Council, we tell you how we feel, but then it's, well, why do you guys keep coming to City Council? Because that's what we're told to do, and that's what we tell other people to do. Come, voice your opinion. He got to talk tonight about the jail overpopulation and how he was shocked. We've been talking about that for 7 weeks. I don't mean to pick on you, sir, but for 7 weeks we've been talking about that. And tonight you said you were shocked about it. That doesn't make sense. When we've been talking about the same thing over and over again. And he's shocked in front of all these people. That to me is not right. Where's the accountability? Enough is enough. Let's take our city back.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment on non-agenda items? Don't see any, so we will, okay, all righty, very good. That concludes public comment. Any council initiatives this evening?
I only have about 27.
Yeah, thanks a lot. For the folks from Dorothy Lane, though, I do want to say thank you. It's helping us get the focus on the jail. We've all known, we're not really shocked. We know there's a problem. That was just a word, but we're helping to focus our problems on, or attention on that issue and others. So thank you very much. Council, appreciate all your efforts tonight, and public, we are adjourned.